Chapter 34. Among the many uses of the purple haze grass, one of them is that it has a strong toxicity towards monkey-type demon beasts. Generally, monkey-type demon beasts within silver rank would find it hard to resist the medicinal properties of the purple haze grass. In this world, everything has its weakness. Nearly only shot an arrow and killed a giant blue-armed ape. Everyone was puzzled and surprised, looking at each other. Only Huye and Lanroa and Yizu knew that Nieli smeared some kind of medicine on the tip of the arrow. Even so, to be able to shoot the giant blue-armed ape so easily is also a very remarkable thing. Seeing that Nieli killed the giant blue-armed ape with a crossbow, Chun Linjian loudly said, "Everyone take out your crossbows." Chun Linjian's underlings took out their crossbows one after another. They can use their crossbows to encircle and kill the giant blue-armed ape. Shinyu also took out his crossbow. Looking at the exquisite crossbow in his hand, he felt somewhat indignant. Why is Nieli stronger than him in everything? Ever since Nieli appeared, he felt that the distance between him and Yi Ziyun was getting further and further. Yi Ziyun now completely ignored his existence and instead looked at Nieli in a different light. This made his heart go crazy with jealousy. Just shooting a giant blue-armed ape. How complicated can it be? Shinyu installed the arrow on the crossbow, slowly walked to the side of a wall, and aimed the crossbow at a giant blue-armed ape far away. His expression was especially serious and focused, aiming the crosshair at the giant blue-armed ape. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Shunyu, who was at the side of the wall, holding their breath. The giant blue-armed ape is such a big target. It's not that difficult to shoot it. Shinyu pulled the trigger. Just when he pulled the trigger, his hand unconsciously trembled. Whoosh! A cold light pierced through the sky. A moment later, the arrow was nailed to a tree far away, at least 5 to 6 meters away from the giant blue-armed ape. Shinyu's face twitched. His face was extremely ugly. Seeing this scene, everyone had a strange expression on their faces, and they were trying their best to hold back their laughter. If they were to laugh out loud, then Shunyu would really have no face to see anyone. They understood that Shunyu wanted to compete with Nieli, but competition was fine, but could it not be so funny? Shunyu almost went crazy. He clearly felt that he could hit the target. Why did he miss after pulling the trigger? Shunyu felt extremely embarrassed when he saw the people around him trying to hold back their laughter. Vaguely, he seemed to see the faint smile in Yi Ziyun's eyes. It was a kind of contempt. Damn it, I don't believe it. Shinyu immediately took out the second arrow and continued to load it. He hurriedly loaded the arrow and immediately aimed at the giant blue-armed ape in the distance. Whoosh! The arrow streaked across the sky, but a moment later, it seemed to lose its strength and fell to the ground. Shinyu did not load the arrow properly, so the arrow only flew for a short distance before it fell to the ground. At this moment, everyone finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shinyu's technique was simply not up to standard. He had to imitate Nieli to kill the giant blue-armed ape. In the end, he became a fool who imitates others. Is Shinyu here to be funny? Chun Linjian held back his laughter and walked to Shinyu's side. He patted Shinyu's shoulder and said, "Brother Shinyu, forget it. You can't play with this thing." Shinyu's face turned purple. The laughter of the crowd was especially ear-piercing to him. He hated Nieli more and more. It was Nieli who made him lose face in front of everyone. If Nieli knew what Shinyu was thinking at this moment, he would definitely feel very innocent. He didn't do anything. Shinyu held the crossbow. He didn't know whether to put it away or not. He wished he could drill into the ground. In his previous life, Shinyu was very arrogant and ridiculed Nieli. Thinking of this, the corner of Nieli's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer and lightly said, "There are some things that I can't do. You can do." Hearing Nieli's words, the anger in Shunyu's heart suddenly exploded. He shouted at Nieli, "Everything is your fault. I'll kill you." The veins on Shunyu's face were exposed. He raised the crossbow in his hand and aimed it at Nieli, almost going crazy. As a direct descendant of the sacred family, Shunyu's heart is very arrogant. Under the provocation of Nieli, he simply lost his reason. With a pa sound, Chun Linjian slapped the crossbow in Shun Yu's hand and shouted, "Enough!" Shun Yu raised his head and saw Chun Linjian's indifferent expression. Shun Yu lost his soul. Right now, everyone is standing on Ye Li's side. He angrily turned his head and walked away. Everyone looked at Shun Yu's back and started to discuss. Never thought that Shun Yu would be such a person. Not a bit of a noble's upbringing. Ye Li's eyes were cold. Thinking of the sacred family abandoning the city and escaping in his previous life, Shun Yu's actions. For such a person, such a family, even if it's destroyed, Ye Li wouldn't feel any pity. Ye Ziyun looked at Shun Yu's lonely back, walked to Ye Li's side, and said, "Ye Li, Shun Yu is also quite pitiful." Hearing Ye Ziyun's words, Ye Li frowned. He never thought that Ye Ziyun would actually sympathize with Shun Yu. Ye Ziyun's heart is too soft. That's why she agreed to the marriage under Shun Yu's pleading in the previous life. In the end, before the two of them got married, Shun Yu followed the sacred family and escaped. This kind of person, what's there to sympathize with? Ye Li's heart was filled with anger. He stared at Ye Ziyun and said in a strict tone, "What's there to sympathize with? From today onwards, don't have any contact with him. Otherwise, don't come and see me again. For such a despicable person, even if he dies, he deserves it." Hearing Ye Li's strict reprimand, Ye Ziyun pouted. "You're not even my boyfriend. Why are you telling me not to have any contact with other people?" Although she was thinking this way in her heart, Ye Ziyun still made a choice. In the future, she won't have any contact with Shun Yu. Otherwise, she might not even be able to be friends with Ye Li. Faintly, she seems to be very concerned about Ye Li's opinion. However, she doesn't understand why Ye Li would hate Shun Yu so much. Could it be that the two of them have an irreconcilable hatred? Ye Li breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was too agitated, causing his tone to be a little strict. However, it's good to warn Ye Ziyun. Chun Linjian's underlings used their crossbows to deal with the giant blue-armed apes. However, they realized that their crossbows couldn't do anything to the giant blue-armed apes. Although the giant blue-armed apes have a huge body, their movements are very agile. After discovering the crossbows, they would immediately dodge, causing their crossbows to miss. Only now do they realize how brilliant Ye Li's archery is. After discovering another ability of Ye Li, Huyen Lanrua's gaze towards Ye Li was rippling with amorous feelings. Beside Ye Li, she would occasionally make various kinds of seductive poses, displaying her amazing curves, towering peaks, and deep ravine. Ye Li is simply speechless towards this woman. She can simply be in heat at any time. When Huyen Lanrua is facing other people, she has an indifferent expression. However, towards Ye Li, she seems to be especially interested. "Brother Ye Li, I'll have to trouble you from now on." Chun Linjian sighed. Among everyone here, only Ye Li is able to kill the giant blue-armed apes. And Ye Li slightly nodded. Ye Li began to clean up the giant blue-armed apes along the way. His archery is accurate to the point that none of his arrows miss their target. In his previous life, his archery has already reached the pinnacle. Although his cultivation has just reached 1-star bronze rank, it's more than enough to deal with ordinary silver rank demon beasts. Towards Ye Li's archery, everyone simply gasped in amazement. Even if it's a silver rank expert, dodging Ye Li's arrows wouldn't be that difficult. No matter how the giant blue-armed apes dodged, the arrows would still follow them like shadows. Unknowingly, Ye Li has already become one of the core members of the team. Just when Ye Li and Bunch were slowly approaching their destination, the surrounding giant blue-armed apes suddenly increased. There were more than 20 of them. They were eyeing Ye Li and Bunch covetously. Roar! A deafening roar resounded, causing the entire ground to violently tremble. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, as though their eardrums were about to burst. "It's a spiritual rank demon beast," Ye Li said in shock. Normally, demon beasts are the same as humans. They are divided into bronze, silver, gold, black gold, legend rank, etc. However, within each rank, there are also ordinary, spiritual, and king rank demon beasts. Take the giant blue-armed apes, for example. Ordinary giant blue-armed apes are unable to form a demon spirit in their mind. However, spiritual rank giant blue-armed apes have already formed a demon spirit in their mind. They usually have intelligence not inferior to a teenager, and their strength is also much stronger than ordinary giant blue-armed apes. As for king-rank demon beasts, the demon spirit in their mind has already condensed into a liquid state, allowing them to simply transform their body into a humanoid form. Their strength is extremely terrifying. What strength? Chun Linjian's expression changed as he asked in shock. 5-star silver rank, just a little bit away from gold rank. Nieli said. From the roar of the giant blue-armed ape, Nieli was able to confirm the opponent's strength. Nieli slightly frowned. Demon beasts of the same rank are usually a little stronger than humans. Especially the giant blue-armed ape, this kind of demon beast with higher intelligence. It is very difficult to deal with. The strength of this spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape might be comparable to a gold rank expert. With Nieli's current strength, dealing with this kind of demon beast is too difficult. As for Chun Linjian's group, the strongest one is only a 3-star silver rank. 5-star silver rank. Chun Linjian slightly frowned. He never thought that he would actually encounter a spiritual rank giant blue-armed ape here. Furthermore, it's a 5-star silver rank. He's afraid that it will be extremely difficult to deal with. There are still many ordinary giant blue-armed apes eyeing them covetously in the surroundings. If they were to really fight, there's a possibility that they would all be annihilated. Roar! The spiritual rank giant blue-armed ape in the distance leapt onto the high wall. Standing on the wall, it stared at Nieli and his group with an ominous glint in its eyes. "Let's go, follow me," Nieli barked as he leapt into the nearby forest. Everyone looked at each other and followed behind Nieli, hiding in the forest. Seeing this, the spiritual rank giant blue-armed ape furiously beat its chest and stomped its feet, letting out a series of roars. The group of ordinary giant blue-armed apes seemed to have listened to the order of the spiritual rank giant blue-armed ape and surrounded the direction where Nieli and his group escaped. After entering the dense forest, it wasn't that convenient for the tall giant blue-armed apes to move around. "Formation!" Chun Linjian angrily shouted. A group of silver rank experts quickly relied on the thick trees in the surroundings and formed a circular formation. They all took out their weapons. So. One by one, the giant blue-armed apes rushed over. Nieli quickly raised his crossbow and shot out arrows one after another. Chapter 35. The accuracy of Nieli's arrows was extremely high. The giant blue-armed apes that were hit by the arrows let out blood-curdling screams. They were unable to resist the poison of the purple haze grass. Chun Linjian and the group of silver ranks picked up their swords and slashed down. Pooh! 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 Fresh blood spurted out and pillars of blood died, Chun Linjian and the group bright red. Nieli understood that this was just the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape probing them. The intelligence of spiritual grade ape-type demon beasts is very shocking, and their combat power is also very terrifying. His heart was faintly uneasy. In his previous life, when Yi Ziyun and the group came to explore the ancient Orchid City ruins, they did not encounter any spiritual grade demon beasts. Nieli desperately refined the soul force that he plundered from Chu Yuan in his Dantian. If he could reach 2-star bronze rank, then he would be much safer. "Let's lure it towards the direction of the fort," Nieli shouted. The defense of the fort was relatively tight. They could use it to fight against the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape. Roar! The spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape madly rushed over. Waving its thick arm, it slapped one of Chun Linjian's underlings. Bang! The giant blue-armed ape slapped the abdomen of that person. That person screamed and flew out, heavily smashing into a tree. He vomited blood and fell down. It seemed that he would not survive. The underling of Chun Linjian was a 2-star silver rank. The attack power of this spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape was too terrifying. It actually killed a 2-star silver rank expert with a slap. These people had never experienced such a battle before. Their faces were all pale with fright. After the spiritual great giant blue-armed ape killed one person, it was not in a hurry to attack. It only wandered outside, eyeing them like a tiger, ready to attack at any time. This won't do. This guy's strength is too strong. Furthermore, it is the leader of the giant blue-armed ape tribe. Its roar will attract more and more giant blue-armed apes. Nelly frowned and said, "Our target is too big. We need to split up." Chun Linjian slightly frowned and solemnly said, "Okay, we will split into 6 teams and gather at that fort." Everyone quickly dispersed. Huyen Lanruo and Yi Ziyun were together with Nyeli. In addition, there were 2 followers and a girl that Yi Ziyun was familiar with. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 groups of people rushed off in different directions. The spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape was preparing to slowly kill Nyeli and the others one by one. It didn't expect that Nyeli and the others would suddenly split into 6 groups and run in different directions. After a pause, it chased after Nyeli and the others. Nyeli smiled bitterly. Their luck couldn't be that bad, right? So many of them were divided into 6 teams, yet the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape actually chased after them. "You guys go first, quickly!" Nyeli shouted, and from his interspatial ring, he took out a few bottles of purple haze grass medicine. Yi Ziyun's footsteps paused for a moment. Seeing the back of Nyeli facing the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape, her heart was suddenly touched. Huyen Lanruo's eyes were also slightly red. In such a dangerous moment, Nyeli wasn't thinking of escaping by himself, but to help them cover the rear. Her heart was filled with gratitude. "Quickly, don't dawdle. Don't worry about me. I have my own ways." Nyeli roared. "You guys split up and run, otherwise no one will survive." Yi Ziyun and Huyen Lanruo clenched their teeth. Tears flickered in their eyes. They hesitated for a moment and entered the forest. Roar! The spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape waved its huge palm and slapped towards Nyeli. Seeing that the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape was about to slap him, Nyeli suddenly fell to the ground and rolled. Boom! The huge palm of the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape slapped the position where Nyeli was originally standing. The ground immediately cracked open and gravel splashed. Puff puff, 2 gravel scraped Nyeli's arm, causing blood to spurt out. Bang bang bang. The spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape beat its chest and stamped its feet. It waved its arm and once again smashed towards Nyeli. Nyeli's eyebrows slightly twitched. He knows where the weakness of the giant blue-armed ape is. His soul force penetrated his body and instantly felt the demon spirit within the mind of the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape. The giant blue-armed ape's soul force was like a hemispherical protective membrane, enveloping its head. "Break!" Nyeli roared. All of his soul force condensed into a beam and ruthlessly pierced into the head of the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape. Bang! The demon spirit within the mind of the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape trembled nonstop. Its movements stopped at the same place. Nyeli understood that he is not the opponent of the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape. After all, he is only a 2-star bronze rank. Even if he brandished his sword, he would not be able to cut open the body of the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape. He could only use his soul force to attack. Taking advantage of the pause of the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape, he leaped up and ran towards the dense forest. The spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape was caught off guard. Nyeli's soul force bombarded the demon spirit within its mind. Its consciousness became chaotic for a moment. It kept shaking its head, and the chaotic scene in front of it gradually became clear. When it could see clearly, Nyeli had already run far away. That spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape suddenly roared in anger. It took a step and madly charged towards Nyeli's direction. Like a rolling thunder, the trees that were blocking its way were sent flying by it. Nyeli ran all the way. Seeing that the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape was getting closer and closer, his heart was anxious. He tried his best to drill into the denser part of the forest. Just when Nyeli was about to rush out of the dense forest, a group of people appeared in his line of sight. This is a group of people in black robes. Their faces were completely covered by the black robes, only revealing a little bit of their chin. Behind the black robes, there was a huge and terrifying black demon pattern. Their gaze fell onto Nieli. A trace of astonishment flashed through their eyes. What is a kid like Nieli doing here? Furthermore, how did such a kid come here? They were attracted by the roar of the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape. They have been searching for traces of Chunlinjian and his group along the way. They never thought that they would bump into Nieli here. Seeing their attire, a cold light flashed through Nieli's eyes. He naturally knows that these people in black robes are the dirtiest and darkest group of people in Glory City. The Dark Guild. This kid could be one of those noble kids. Capture him. The leader, Yunhua Deacon, shouted. Two black-robed people surrounded Nieli. Seeing this scene, Nieli suddenly revealed a trace of a strange smile. Rumble. The ground violently trembled. The huge spiritual great giant blue-armed ape rushed out of the dense forest and immediately roared and charged towards Nieli. Nieli immediately sprinted towards the black-robed men. Seeing the iron tower-like spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape rushing towards them, the faces of the black-robed people slightly changed. They formed an array and prepared to withstand the attack of the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape. When the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape noticed these people, it thought that they were with Nieli. It immediately roared in rage, leaped up, and pounced towards Nieli. Seeing that the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape was about to pounce on Nieli, Nieli leaped to the side. The huge palm of the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape brushed past Nieli's back. That whistling energy brushed past Nieli's back, causing a burning sensation. Luckily, Nieli's reaction was sharp enough and didn't get pounced on. Otherwise, Nieli would have been seriously injured. The spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape rolled and charged towards the black-robed people. Kill it! Yunhua Deacon coldly shouted. One by one, they waved their swords and slashed towards the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape. Boom! Boom! An intense confrontation ensued. Seeing that the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape was fighting with the Dark Guild people, Nieli let out a long sigh. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. I'll give this spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape to you. I'll be leaving first. Nieli ignored the injuries on his body and leaped towards the forest. The spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape was very strong. The Dark Guild people were unable to kill it in a short period of time. They could only watch as Nieli ran away. Yunhua Deacon's face was ashen. He was actually tricked by a kid. This was simply intolerable. Nieli was searching for traces of Yi Ziyun in the dense forest. He was anxious and hoped that Yi Ziyun didn't encounter any trouble. At this moment, Nieli suddenly saw a figure coming out from the bushes. If it wasn't Yi Ziyun, who else could it be? Why are you still here? Nieli frowned and asked. Yi Ziyun didn't listen to his words and left. I was worried that you'd run into trouble, so I've been waiting for you. Yi Ziyun saw the bloody wounds on Nieli's body and showed concern on her face. Nieli understood that Yi Ziyun still doesn't have any feelings for him. However, when he was in danger, she still came back and wasn't willing to leave. This made Nieli think of his previous life. After Glory City was destroyed, they followed the main force and moved. At that time, Nieli's strength was very weak and fell behind. It was Yi Ziyun who came back and saved him. Yi Ziyun's noble character, at that moment, truly moved Nieli. Later on, the two of them had more and more contact. Although the difference in strength was huge, they still fell in love with each other in the end. Nieli was touched in his heart. He didn't say much and said, "We have to leave quickly, otherwise those people will catch up." Those people? Yi Ziyun was stunned for a moment. It's the Dark Guild. They intercepted that giant blue-armed ape. Nieli said, pulling Yi Ziyun's jade-like hand, and madly ran. The two of them madly ran in the dense forest, flying all the way. Being pulled by Nieli, Yi Ziyun's cheeks blushed. She struggled for a moment, but was unable to break free and could only let Nieli do this. She raised her head and looked at the side of Nieli's face. She didn't know if Nieli did it unintentionally or intentionally. Ever since she was young, this is the first time she was pulled by a boy. The warmth of Nieli's palm gave her a very thick and safe feeling. The two of them madly ran all the way, heading towards the agreed location. The sky gradually darkened. From time to time, roars of beasts could be heard from the depths of the forest, causing the place to have an eerie atmosphere. At this moment, in the distant forest, Hui and Lanrua's tears were dripping down. She turned back to look for Nieli. After searching for a few hours, she still couldn't find any traces of Nieli. The sky gradually darkened. She could only follow a few others and head towards the agreed location. Previously, she announced that she wanted to chase after Nieli because she was unconvinced in her heart. She even thought that after chasing after Nieli, she would ruthlessly dump Nieli and let Nieli cry and beg her. However, until Nieli sacrificed himself to cover for her, she realized that she no longer had those thoughts. She only wanted Nieli to be well. The reason why Nieli sacrificed himself to stop the spiritual grade giant blue-armed ape was not only for her, but also for Yi Ziyun. However, Huyan Lanruo automatically ignored Yi Ziyun in her heart. The position on the list is very important for a new book. Requesting for everyone's support. Chapter 36. Nieli brought along Yi Ziyun and ran all the way, avoiding those ordinary giant blue-armed apes along the way. The night was getting darker. If they continued to move forward, it would be very easy to encounter danger. Let's set up camp here. Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun and said. Although they were in the middle of the night, Yi Ziyun still showed a lot more courage than an ordinary girl. Her clear eyes looked towards the depths of the jungle, and a shadow fell into her line of sight. What is that? Yi Ziyun asked doubtfully. It seems to be a building. Nieli slightly frowned. It should be a dilapidated building. Let's go and take a look. Yi Ziyun walked towards that direction. Being alone with Nieli, Yi Ziyun was still a little nervous. After all, it was the first time she was with a boy in the middle of the night. Although she believed that Nieli wouldn't do anything to her, her heart was still beating wildly. She tried her best to divert their attention. Nieli followed behind Yi Ziyun and walked towards that direction. This place might have been a statue, Nieli said. It was unknown what the statue was, but it had already collapsed. There were still remnants of the civilization before the Age of Darkness. What are these words? Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli and asked. There was a stone tablet at the bottom of the statue. Nieli brushed away the dust on it, and with the help of the moonlight, he could clearly see the words on it and said, "This is the language of the Holy Emperor Kingdom." It says, "Those who obey me will be honored, and those who go against me will be destroyed." What a big tone. This sentence should have been left behind by a tyrant. That tyrant's power and influence must have flourished for a period of time, but what could he do? In the end, he and his empire were engulfed by the raging waves of demon beasts. A fierce and ambitious person eventually turned into a pile of soil, leaving behind only these dilapidated statues. Nieli, how did you learn the language of the Holy Emperor Kingdom? Yi Ziyun was filled with curiosity about this matter. In Glory City, there are only a few people who know a thing or two about the language of the Holy Emperor Kingdom. How do you study? Nieli smiled. He can't possibly say that in his previous life, he spent hundreds of years in the Temporal Demon Spirit Book to learn the languages and cultivation techniques of the Divine Continent, right? Forget it if you don't want to say it. Yi Ziyun pouted. Nieli shrugged. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but Yi Ziyun wouldn't understand even if he said it. Yi Ziyun walked around the statue and was about to check the other ruins. Suddenly, she let out a scream. Nieli realized that the place Yi Ziyun was standing on was rapidly collapsing. His face changed and immediately knew that something was wrong. He leaped towards Yi Ziyun, but the ground was collapsing even more. A powerful suction force pulled the two of them down. Below them was like a bottomless abyss. How could there be such a place in the ancient Orchid City? Nieli tightly hugged Yi Ziyun, pulled out a sharp sword, and nailed it into the stone wall beside him. After the sharp sword pierced into the stone wall, it snapped. The stone wall here is too hard. Just what kind of place is this? Nieli wanted to see what was below him, but he realized that it was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. At this moment, Yi Ziyun took advantage of the fact that her falling speed had slowed down. She quickly took out a rope from her interspatial ring and wrapped it around a protruding part of the stone wall. With a bang, the two of them pulled the rope and supported themselves on the stone wall. Snow Spider Demon Silk. No wonder it's so tough. Nieli breathed a sigh of relief. Although he felt the suction force coming from below, they still managed to stop. Nieli, where is this? Yi Ziyun nervously said. She and Nieli were hanging in midair. The stone wall was too smooth, they couldn't climb up, and they couldn't see the bottom. I don't know either. Nieli bitterly smiled. He didn't know that there was such a place in the ancient Orchid City ruins. In his previous life, he also didn't hear Yi Ziyun talk about it. They accidentally broke into a secret territory of the ancient Orchid City. Nieli thought of all the things that happened just now, and suddenly understood. The sentence that he had just read was the key to enter this place. We can only go down, Nieli said. Anyway, going up was impossible because the stone wall was too slippery and they couldn't climb up. Nieli raised his head and saw Yi Ziyun's bright eyes, slightly raised eyelashes, and sparkling flawless skin under the moonlight. There was an indescribable charm to her. Her pink lips seemed to be smeared with a thin layer of rouge. At this moment, the two of them were tightly pressed together. He could vaguely feel the softness of Yi Ziyun's chest, and a wisp of a young girl's fragrance wafted over. Yi Ziyun also felt the ambiguous posture of the two, and her cheeks suddenly blushed. Don't move, I'll go down first, Yi Ziyun hurriedly said. Seeing Yi Ziyun's awkward appearance, Nieli couldn't help but think of his previous life, when the two of them had just gotten close. He had a kind of love for Yi Ziyun from the bottom of his heart. He very impolitely held onto Yi Ziyun's waist, smiled, and said, Hold on to me. Let's go down together. Nieli was too much. Yi Ziyun felt Nieli's right hand very impolitely holding on her buttocks. She was extremely embarrassed, but if she struggled, the two of them would probably fall together. Nieli, this bad guy rogue. Yi Ziyun angrily cursed in her heart, but she couldn't do anything about it. Seeing Yi Ziyun's embarrassed and resentful look, Nieli smiled. The soft touch from his hand caused his mind to sway, and he couldn't help but pinch twice. Yi Ziyun's buttocks were already very perky. In a few more years, it would definitely be more plump. Nieli, if you dare to move, I'll fight it out with you, and we'll fall together. Even the noble and elegant Yi Ziyun couldn't help but frown as she stared at Nieli. All right, I won't move. Nieli laughed. He thought of Yi Ziyun's temper in his previous life. It was really exactly the same. He slowly let go of the rope bit by bit, and the two of them slowly moved down together. After about 10 minutes, Nieli finally stepped on the ground and helplessly let go of Yi Ziyun. He couldn't help but feel lost. Yi Ziyun bitterly gritted her teeth and silently began to explore the surroundings. Since young, she had never been taken advantage of like this. What was hateful was that Nieli, who was beside her, acted as if nothing had happened and pretended to look around. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yi Ziyun became. She lifted her foot and fiercely stepped on Nieli's foot. Oh! Nieli took a breath of cold air and hugged his foot as he jumped around. Seeing Nieli's exaggerated appearance, Yi Ziyun couldn't help but laugh. If you dare to be dishonest again, be careful. I won't let you off. The smile on Yi Ziyun's face became even more beautiful, and Nieli was stunned. Yi Ziyun's smile was really captivating. Feeling Nieli's strange gaze, Yi Ziyun quickly retracted her gaze. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and she didn't know why, but her heartbeat also sped up. Quickly find a way out. Otherwise, we won't be able to get out, Yi Ziyun hurriedly said. All right. Nieli restrained his expression and took out a torch from his spatial ring. Using the light of the torch, he carefully looked around. They seemed to have fallen into some kind of underground palace. There were 5 to 6 passages, and they didn't know where they led to. It was like a deep labyrinth. One could imagine that the interior of this labyrinth was very large. Nieli found a line of words on the rock wall at the side. The place where Kong Ming's spirit resides. Nieli murmured and exclaimed, This is the tomb of the Holy Emperor Kingdom's Kong Ming the Great. Kong Ming the Great? Yi Ziyun was full of doubts. Yes. Nieli nodded slightly and said, "This is the most mysterious emperor in the history of the Holy Emperor Kingdom. As the emperor of the Holy Emperor Kingdom, it is very strange for him to use the word Ming as a title. This emperor left the Holy Emperor Kingdom when he was middle-aged and passed the throne to his son. Legend has it that at that time, he had already cultivated to a very shocking realm and possessed an immortal body. Later generations were unable to find the location of his tomb. I didn't expect that he was actually buried here. Is there really someone who can cultivate to an immortal body?" Yixian looked at Nieli and asked, "No, that's only a legend. Even if one cultivated to a realm above legend rank, he could only live for 200 to 300 years. In the end, he still couldn't escape the cycle of reincarnation." Nieli said, smiling. "A realm above legend rank? What kind of realm is that?" Yixian was even more puzzled. In her heart, legend rank is already the most powerful existence. "You will know in the future." Nieli smiled and shook his head, but did not continue speaking. Yixian was puzzled. Could it be that Nieli has seen an existence that is even more powerful than legend rank? Nieli should be the same as her, and has never walked out of Glory City. Could it be that he only read about in books? Although puzzled, Yixian did not continue to pursue the matter. "This should be a labyrinth. There might be some traps, so be careful. You can only step on the places that I've stepped on," Nieli said, looking at Yixian. Although she was depressed that Nieli always used such a commanding tone to speak to her, as if he's much older than her, Yixian still obediently nodded her head. And even Nieli didn't know that because Yixian is still too young, Nieli has a protective mentality towards Yixian. Therefore, the tone of his voice is inevitably different from when the two of them interacted in their previous life. "There are 5 to 6 passages here. Which one should we go?" Yixian looked at the surrounding deep passages. "Very simple, we should go north. Because of Kong Ming the Great's fate, his tomb must be built in the north-facing south." "What?" Yixian was puzzled. "Why must Kong Ming the Great's tomb be built in the north-facing south?" "That's written in the Holy Emperor Era's numerology encyclopedia. Every fate has something that reinforces and restrains it, including the tomb, residence, and so on. The people of the Holy Emperor Era's numerology encyclopedia believe in this," Nieli said, lightly smiling. The Holy Emperor Era's numerology encyclopedia, Yixian couldn't help muttering. Just how many books has Nieli read? Then which way is north? We're currently underground. How can we tell the direction? Yixian asked. Nieli lightly smiled and said, "It's easy to tell. The Saint Ancestral Mountains runs from north to south. You can easily tell the direction by looking at the texture of the stones. This way." Nieli walked towards one of the passages. Chapter 37. Yixian felt a deep sense of depression in her heart. She is the little princess of the city lord's mansion, and also the granddaughter of legend, rank, demon, spiritualist Yemo. Since young, she has read God, knows how many secret books. Her knowledge is also much deeper than her peers. She still has a little bit of pride in her heart. However, compared to a monster like Nieli, she feels that she's simply too ignorant. It's no wonder that Yixian would have such thoughts. Nieli isn't someone that can be judged with the eyes of an ordinary person. Nieli was able to easily distinguish where the traps were from the cracks on the stone walls and the way the floor tiles were laid. This level of traps simply isn't difficult at all. After Nieli walked forward for a distance, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it 5 to 6 meters forward. With a pa sound, it smashed onto one of the green bricks. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the tunnel ahead, arrows were flying everywhere. It's simply like a rainstorm. The tips of those arrows were flickering with a green light. All of the arrows were smeared with poison. Yixian's face turned slightly pale. She can imagine how tragic it would be if they were to continue walking forward and accidentally trigger the traps. In an instant, their entire body would be nailed with arrows. From such a far distance, how did Nieli discover the location of the traps? "All right, we can go now." Nieli lightly smiled, looking at Yixian, and said, "Although they are in a tunnel filled with traps, Yixian has a feeling that as long as she follows behind Nieli, she'll definitely be safe." Any problems won't be a problem. Looking at Li's back figure, although Li is still a little skinny, he gave people a sense of steadiness. Yiziyun lowered her head. No one knows what she's thinking. Perhaps being with Li isn't bad. However, after a moment, she quickly shook her head and expelled this thought from her mind. What on earth was she thinking? Ninger seems to have a special liking for Li. In just a few days, Huyen Lanrua expressed that she wants to chase after Li. How many girls had Li, that womanizer, provoked? She didn't believe that Li only liked her. Yiziyun raised her head proudly. She was not as shallow as other girls. The two figures moved forward, heading towards the depths of the passageway. While Li and Yiziyun were exploring this passage in the forest outside. What a bunch of trash. They actually let that giant blue-armed ape escape with serious injuries. Deacon Yunhua gloomily cursed. Spirit-ranked demon beasts usually have a demon spirit. Even if it's just a silver-ranked demon spirit, it can still be sold for hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins. In the end, they injured 6 people and let the giant blue-armed ape escape. This is really depressing. The one they're most angry with is Li. If it wasn't for Li luring the spirit-rank giant blue-armed ape over, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Forget it, it's just a giant blue-armed ape. Those aristocratic children are definitely more valuable. Search for me. If you don't catch them, don't come back to see me. Deacon Yunhua angrily said. The group of people spread out and began to search the entire forest. A faint fire in the distance attracted their attention. Fire can scare demon beasts at night, making them not dare to approach. However, it can easily become a very conspicuous target in the dark. Why did you catch me? Who are you people? Very quickly, a few black-clothed men caught a person and brought him in front of Deacon Yunhua. Deacon Yunhua laughed. The person in front of him is wearing luxurious clothes. His identity shouldn't be simple. TSK, young master, you should have heard of our dark guild. We catch young masters like you. TSK, should I exchange you for money or kill you? The person who was caught is Shunyu. Hearing the words dark guild, Shunyu's face instantly turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, "Don't kill me. I'm a member of the sacred family. My family can give you a lot of money." Sacred family? Deacon Yunhua was slightly stunned. His eyes flashed an obscure ray of light. He gloomily said to himself, I thought I could earn a lot of money. In the end, it's the vice president's people. How unlucky. Deacon Yunhua angrily shouted to his underlings, "Continue searching." Shinyu thought that these people from the Dark Guild would make things difficult for him. He never thought that they would completely ignore him and only sent one person to watch over him. Shinyu felt relieved in his heart. It seems that the people from the Dark Guild are still a little afraid of his sacred family. He thought that it was the name of the sacred family that scared the people from the Dark Guild. His expression once again became arrogant, completely different from the person who almost peed his pants earlier. Nieli brought Yiziyun and walked forward. Approximately 5 to 6 hours later, Nieli and Bunch saw a magnificent hall from afar. So the ancient Orchid City was built on top of this underground palace. The higher-ups of the ancient Orchid City definitely know about this palace below. Therefore, it's very possible that they have hidden all the valuables in this underground palace somewhere. Nieli said, judging from the location, they're already in the underground of the school grounds. Just like Nieli's judgment, the city lord and the higher-ups must have hidden all the valuables in the underground of the school grounds. Walking into the hall, the scene in front of them caused him and Yi Ziyun to be deeply shocked. The hall was filled with skeletons, adults, and children. They were densely piled up together. Before they died, they seemed to have gone through a painful struggle. What happened? How did this happen? Yi Ziyun's eyes were slightly red. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She saw a lot of children curled up in the corner. They should have been very cute when they were alive, but they quietly died in this place. Nieli sighed and said, "This should be the temporary shelter of the ancient Orchid City. They moved the old, weak, women, and children here. They probably wanted to wait for the war to end before letting them out. However, the ancient Orchid City was captured. Therefore, These people could only be trapped here and starve to death. Yiziyun opened her mouth, revealing a painful expression. Nieli took a deep breath. At this moment, his heart was surging, unable to calm down. In his previous life, wasn't Glory City also like this? Before the war broke out, they also sent a lot of people to some shelters. Later on, when Glory City was breached, they were forced to move. He doesn't know what happened to the old, young, women, and children. They probably starved to death in the shelters. The tragic scene of Glory City being breached in his previous life was still so clear. Nieli tightly clenched his fist. He will definitely not let that happen again. "Why don't we leave?" said Yiziyun. She couldn't bear to stay here any longer. "No, we can't leave. Furthermore, we have to take away all the treasures here." Nieli resolutely said, "The treasures here can increase our strength. Only with stronger strength can we protect Glory City. Otherwise, Glory City will become the second ancient orchid city." Hearing Nieli's words, Yiziyun was stunned. A thought flashed through her mind. Glory City will become the second ancient orchid city? Although Glory City is relatively safe, there would often be demon beasts eyeing them. Sometimes they would even break through the city walls. Yiziyun's expression became firm. Yes, they have to increase their strength at all costs in order to protect Glory City. Although being a grave robber is shameful, compared to the lives in Glory City, what does it count for? Nieli and Yiziyun began to search the entire hall. There's a bronze battle armor here. There's a few bottles of elixirs here. It's a pity that they're all spoiled. Oh my God, this is a spiritual stone. Yiziyun clasped her hands together and prayed for a moment. She then took the spiritual stone from the neck of a little girl. This spiritual stone was tied to a silver-white chain, looking very exquisite. This child's identity, when she was alive, must be very noble. However, she's already dead. If this spiritual stone is given to a gold rank expert, it might be able to help that gold rank expert's cultivation rise to the next level. Nieli also had some harvest. Just the bronze rank battle armor and weapons alone, he's already collected dozens of pieces. There's also a silver rank dagger that was still very well preserved, without any damage. In addition, there's also demon crystals and many other things. All of them are quite valuable. However, he didn't manage to find the spiritual lamp that Nieli wanted. Nieli's gaze fell onto the center of the hall. In the center of the hall, there's a huge sarcophagus. It's 3 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter tall. The surface of the sarcophagus was densely covered with mysterious runes. These runes seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't recognize them. Just were these runes. Approaching Kong Ming the Great's sarcophagus, Nieli felt a mysterious energy rushing towards him. Nieli has a feeling that standing beside the sarcophagus is like standing in the middle of a raging sea. He could be swept away at any moment. No wonder those who died weren't willing to stand beside the sarcophagus. "Nieli, what's going on with this sarcophagus?" Yiziyun was about to walk over, but when she was about 3 meters away from the sarcophagus, her face suddenly turned pale and she took a few steps back. "What's wrong with you?" Nieli looked at Yiziyun, puzzled. "When I walked here, I felt a splitting headache," Yiziyun said. Hearing Yiziyun's words, Nieli's eyebrows twitched slightly. This kind of power is very familiar. It should be a restriction set up by an expert in this sarcophagus, so Yiziyun can't get close. But why is it that he's only a step away from the sarcophagus, but nothing happened to him? Does the restriction only work on women and not men? Or is it effective on other people, but not Nieli? Nieli guessed in his heart. He turned to Yiziyun and said, "You go somewhere else first. Leave this to me." Yiziyun nodded and walked to the side. Nieli began to carefully examine the sarcophagus in front of him. The sarcophagus is completely sealed, and there are all kinds of mysterious runes on it. Even though Nieli is knowledgeable, he has never seen them before. This sarcophagus is Kong Ming the Great sarcophagus? Why doesn't the incantation on it look like it's from the era of the Holy Emperor? Chronicles of the Monster God will definitely be an exciting novel, and Snail will be able to write it very easily. I hope that everyone will give Snail more recommendation votes and support him. Chapter 38. For some reason, Nieli felt a sense of familiarity from the aura emitted from the sarcophagus. Waves of energy rippled in all directions. It should be the soul force of an expert that had disappeared. Soul force was an eternal power. Even after thousands of years, it could still be attached to an object and never dissipate. This sarcophagus was pieced together from stone slabs. There were no traces of it being opened. Perhaps even the experts of ancient Orchid City could not open it. Nieli felt the soul realm in his body surging. The dragon roars in the depths of his soul realm became clearer. He walked to the side of the sarcophagus. Looking at the mysterious incantations on it, thoughts flashed through his mind. He placed his right hand on the lid of the sarcophagus. Suddenly, beams of light soared into the sky. White light flowed on the surface of the sarcophagus. There was a loud bang. That powerful beam of light bombarded Nieli's body. Nieli felt as though all the bones in his body were about to be shattered. This kind of terrifying pain was unbearable even for Nieli with his tenacious willpower. Those beams of light were like thousands of needles. They ruthlessly pierced into Nieli's body. His soul realm felt like it was about to explode. From afar, Yi Ziyun, who was constantly paying attention to Nieli, saw Nieli's painful roar. She suddenly panicked. What happened? What happened to Nieli? Yi Ziyun hurriedly ran towards Nieli. However, just when she was 5 to 6 meters away from the sarcophagus, a powerful rebounding force sent her flying with a bang. She could not even get close to the sarcophagus. But how could Nieli go in? Yi Ziyun was hit by a few beams of white light. Her body was injured in several places. She was dripping with blood. Ignoring the pain, she took out a silver-ranked sword from her spatial ring and slashed at the restriction around the sarcophagus. Boom! Yi Ziyun was bounced back again. This power was not something she could resist at all. Just the dissipating white light was enough to seriously injure her. How serious would Nieli's injuries be if he was in the white light? After being bounced back twice by the power of the restriction, Yi Ziyun's soul realm shook. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels suffered heavy injuries, and her eyelids became heavier and heavier. Nothing must happen to Nieli. This was the last thought that flashed through Yi Ziyun's mind before she fainted. At this moment, Nieli, who was in the white light, had steam rising from his body. The intense pain caused beads of sweat to seep out of his body. When those beads of sweat came into contact with the white light, they instantly evaporated and rose into the air. Thirsty, Nieli felt that all the water in his body was evaporating. He struggled with all his might. He knew that if he relaxed even a little, he would be blasted into pieces by the white light. Boom, boom, boom. Nieli's soul realm was constantly shaking and cracking, but it was also constantly healing and repairing. His soul realm slowly formed a whirlpool. Like a giant whale, it constantly swallowed the white light. Nieli's remaining trace of consciousness tightly guarded his soul realm. At this moment, even he was deeply puzzled. What was that thing hidden in his soul realm? Who cares, since it could absorb the white light? Then let it be absorbed. Nieli used the last trace of his strength to crazily urge his soul realm to absorb all the white light. Boom, boom, boom. The white light constantly rushed into Nieli's soul realm. However, the white light did not cause any ripples in his soul realm and disappeared. Nieli felt that although the white light disappeared without a trace, it still caused Nieli's soul realm to expand a little. It was filled with a surging soul force. The violent soul force fed back to the muscles of his body, making them more solid. The impurities in his skin were also quickly excreted along with his sweat. Nieli's physical body felt like it had been cleansed. Roar! Nieli violently roared. Although his current cultivation was still far from his previous life, the feeling of increasing his strength was still very good. Opening his eyes, everything in front of him gradually became clear. Nieli quickly took out a few bottles of water from his interspatial ring and gulped it down. Due to the lack of water, his dry skin magically became moist. At this moment, Nieli was even more handsome than before. Looking ahead, the sarcophagus in front of him was constantly being dismantled, and the lid of the sarcophagus was slowly being opened. Nellie thought that he would see a decomposed corpse because this sarcophagus did not seem to have been opened by anyone. However, to Nieli's surprise, the sarcophagus was actually empty. How could this be? Nieli thought that he had seen wrongly, but the sarcophagus was indeed empty. There was no corpse, nor are there any traces of a corpse being stored. The bottom of the sarcophagus was smooth, without a trace of debris. If the corpse was completely decomposed, there would at least be some bones left. At the bottom of the sarcophagus, there were two items. One of them was a remnant piece of paper, and the other was a gemstone necklace. The remnant piece of paper was made of an unknown material. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, and even somewhat transparent. On it were densely packed words that were difficult to understand. If it was someone else who saw this remnant piece of paper, they definitely wouldn't be able to recognize what it was. However, when Nieli saw this remnant piece of paper, he was shocked, as though he was struck by lightning. His eyes fell into a sluggish state. In his previous life, he couldn't be more familiar with this item. This was a remnant piece of the temporal demon spirit book. How could Nieli forget that in his previous life, he obtained great power from the temporal demon spirit book? It was also because he stayed in the space of the temporal demon spirit book for hundreds of years that he learned a vast amount of knowledge. It was also because of the battle with the Holy Emperor that his blood dyed the temporal demon spirit book, and he was reborn. The mysterious item in Nieli's soul realm was probably related to the temporal demon spirit book. However, in his previous life, the temporal demon spirit book was incomplete. The last 8 pages of the temporal demon spirit book were torn off. What did the complete temporal demon spirit book look like? Nieli had never seen it before. Because the words on the temporal demon spirit book were too obscure, Nieli had never understood them. Every time he tried to memorize the words, he would look at it again after a few hours, only to realize that he had no impression of it at all. In his previous life, Nieli wanted to find the remaining 8 pages of the temporal demon spirit book. In the end, he couldn't find any clues. He never thought that in this life, he would find a remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book here. It's a pity that the temporal demon spirit book isn't in his hands right now. Like in his previous life, he has to go to the end of the endless desert and enter the desert palace in order to obtain the temporal demon spirit book. Nieli wondered what would happen to the temporal demon spirit book with an additional remnant page. Nieli stuck the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book to his chest and hid it well. As if sensing the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book, Nieli's soul realm surged. Just like in his previous life, the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book has the same effect as the temporal demon spirit book. It has the effect of nourishing the soul force. Nieli's gaze fell on the gemstone necklace beside him. He revealed a trace of astonishment. It's actually an abstruse gemstone. This is a rare item. Even a legend rank expert, like Yi Imo, probably hasn't seen an abstruse gemstone before. Abstruse gemstones are treasures that have been passed down from generation to generation. However, although abstruse gemstones are rare, compared to the temporal demon spirit book, they're too common. This abstruse gemstone necklace is pretty good for Zun. Nieli smiled as he thought to himself. With his deep feelings for Yi Ziyun, even if Nieli were to give the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book to Yi Ziyun, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. However, giving that item to Yi Ziyun is useless. On the contrary, this abstruse gemstone necklace is very beneficial for cultivation. With this abstruse gemstone necklace, Yi Ziyun's cultivation speed would be at least 3 times faster. As for why the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book would appear here, Nieli's heart was filled with doubt. Since the sarcophagus is empty, that means that Kong Ming the Great isn't here. Then, where did Kong Ming the Great go? This matter is really full of doubts. Nieli picked up the 2 items. When he turned his head, he discovered that Yi Ziyun had fainted on the ground. What's wrong with Ziyun? Nieli's heart was startled as he leaped towards Yi Ziyun. Nieli landed beside Yi Ziyun and discovered that there were many burns on Yi Ziyun's body. There were several deep wounds on her chest, arms, and thighs. Nieli immediately placed his hand on Yi Ziyun's wrist. His soul force seeped into Yi Ziyun's body. After discovering that Yi Ziyun was fine, he felt relieved. Looking at the heavily injured and fainted Yi Ziyun, Nieli couldn't help feeling a little touched in his heart. Yi Ziyun must have heard his call and wanted to save him. However, Yi Ziyun couldn't get close to the sarcophagus. If she tried to force her way in, she would be injured by the restriction around the sarcophagus. Those burns should be left behind by the white light. Looking at Yi Ziyun's appearance, Nieli was filled with pity. He put the abstruse gemstone necklace on Yi Ziyun's neck. The abstruse gemstone emitted a deep blue glimmer. When the glimmer shone on Yi Ziyun's wounds, Yi Ziyun's burns became a little better. She has lost too much blood. I have to treat these few biggest wounds as soon as possible. Nieli was silent. Looking at Yi Ziyun's beautiful face, he pondered for a while. He couldn't care so much anymore. At most, he would be misunderstood by Yi Ziyun. It's better than not treating the wounds. Nieli squatted down and slowly untied Yi Ziyun's clothes. Yi Ziyun's smooth shoulders and slender jade arms were all revealed in front of Nieli's eyes. Yi Ziyun's chest was tied with a purple lace ribbon. It had a kind of elegant flavor. The pair of young girl's jade peaks were a lot inferior compared to his previous life. Although they weren't as plump, they had a kind of delicate and cute charm. After Nieli untied Yi Ziyun's clothes, he shifted his gaze and focused on observing the wounds on Yi Ziyun's body. He took out a bottle of wound-healing ointment from his spatial ring and slowly applied it to the wounds. After the wounds were sealed by the ointment, they slowly stopped bleeding. New book request for support. Chapter 39. Yi Ziyun seemed to be in pain as her brows were slightly knitted. She had a beautiful face, exquisite facial features, and soft hair scattered on her shoulders, but it only served to accentuate her elegant temperament. Even with her brows knitted, there was an indescribable feeling to it. At this moment, Yi Ziyun was only wearing a bra. Her dress was also torn in many places, revealing her slender white thighs, which added to her allure. After his rebirth, Nieli could ignore the temptations of others. However, Yi Ziyun's beauty made his breathing heavy. Every time he saw Yi Ziyun, he would think of the time he spent with Yi Ziyun in his previous life. Although it was a short time, it was filled with deep feelings. It was the most precious time in his life. Only Nieli knows how beautiful Yi Ziyun will be in a few years. She will be like a blooming snow lotus, beautiful and elegant, like a goddess from the 9 heavens, holy and noble. At that time, there were many people who liked Yi Ziyun. Countless people went crazy for her, including Shunyu. Shunyu wanted to bring Yi Ziyun away from Glory City countless times, but was rebuked by Yi Ziyun. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. In the end, Yi Ziyun chose the ordinary Nieli. That was the most glorious thing in Nieli's life. After treating Yi Ziyun's wounds, although he felt a little lost, Nieli still took a piece of his clothes and covered Yi Ziyun's body. Yi Ziyun's clothes were already torn to the point that she couldn't wear them anymore. He had enough patience to wait for Yi Ziyun to accept him, to wait for her to grow up, just like in his previous life. Nieli guarded beside Yi Ziyun and sat cross-legged. He felt the mysterious energy contained in the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book. The soul force in his soul realm surged. If there's an opportunity, he must head to the desert palace as soon as possible to obtain the temporal demon spirit book. After absorbing the white light, Nieli felt that his soul force had increased by a lot. It was at least above 150. Nieli could feel that the power contained in the white light was far more than that. It was still hidden in the depths of his soul realm. He didn't know when he would be able to turn that powerful force into his own. Nieli slowly entered a state of selflessness. Waves of soul force seemed to materialize, flowing around Nieli's body. Just as Nieli was immersed in cultivation, Yi Ziyun slowly woke up from her coma. She touched her body and realized that she wasn't wearing any clothes. Her face immediately turned pale. Nieli, that bastard, had gone too far. Realizing that the dress was still on her body, Yi Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief. However, her heart was still filled with shame and anger. Since she was young, she has never let a boy see her body. Nieli actually took advantage of the time when she was unconscious and took off her clothes. Yiziyun's expression was complicated. She knew that Nieli removed her clothes in order to treat her injuries. However, Yiziyun couldn't let it go. Nieli must have done it on purpose. She didn't know what happened when she was unconscious. After all, she didn't understand Nieli's character very well. She still had her guard up. Nieli, who was sitting beside Yiziyun, slowly opened his eyes. He lightly smiled and said, "You're awake?" Looking at Nieli's eyes, Yiziyun suddenly realized that she wasn't wearing any clothes. She quickly pulled Nieli's clothes a little tighter and said in a hurry, "Turn around, I want to wear my clothes." Nieli turned his head and said with a smile, "It's not like I haven't seen it before." Hearing Nieli's words, Yiziyun's face turned red. She simply had the thought of disregarding her ladylike image and violently beating up Nieli. She was now ashamed and resentful in her heart, but Nieli could say it so easily. Previously, when Nieli said that she had a butterfly-shaped birthmark on her body, she had already suspected that Nieli had peeked at her bathing. Soon, Yiziyun put on her clothes and whispered, "It's done." When Nieli turned his head, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Yiziyun was wearing a purple silk dress, which made her look even more youthful and beautiful. Yiziyun looked good in anything. Yiziyun glared at Nieli. She was simply too depressed. Nieli's thick skin really made her feel a little helpless. "Nieli, do you like me?" Yiziyun lowered her head and thought for a moment before she looked up at Nieli and asked. "That's right," Nieli admitted with a light smile. Although she knew it in her heart, hearing Nieli's words still made Yiziyun's heart tremble slightly. She took a deep breath and said to Nieli, "Nieli, we are still young. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe you will like someone else in a few years. Right now, we should focus on our studies. Only by concentrating on training can we walk further and further on the path of martial arts. You first reach gold, rank demon spiritualist. If you still like me at that time, I'll agree to be your girlfriend." Yiziyun's face turned red. Her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. Seeing Yiziyun's shy look and hearing her serious words, Nieli inexplicably found it a little funny. He looked at Yiziyun with a slightly playful gaze. Is Yiziyun trying to fool a kid? He blinked his eyes, pretending to be excited, and said, "Really? That's great. Training is actually very simple. As long as I work hard, I will be able to reach gold rank next year. At that time, you can't go back on your words." After saying that, Nieli secretly laughed in his heart. Next year, Yiziyun was dumbfounded. Isn't this too fast? Nieli will be able to reach gold rank next year? She immediately became anxious. What I mean is, we have to consider it carefully. Nieli's expression suddenly turned serious and said, "Could it be that Miss Thune is going to go back on her words?" Nieli shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression. "I knew it. You major families don't keep your words. Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore." Seeing Nieli's disappointed and slightly disdainful expression, Yiziyun bit her lower lip, clenched her teeth, and said, "Once a word is said, it's impossible to go back on it. If you can reach gold rank, then it's a promise." Seeing Yiziyun's serious expression, the corner of Nieli's mouth slightly rose. He understands that Yiziyun won't go back on her words. Isn't it a little wrong for him to set a trap like this? But he doesn't care. With his understanding of Yiziyun, one day he will win the heart of this beautiful girl in front of him. Is she really going to be Nieli's girlfriend? But what does she have to do to be Nieli's girlfriend? Yiziyun was a little absent-minded. She does have a good impression of Nieli, but it's only limited to friends. If they would be boyfriend and girlfriend, Yiziyun's heart was suddenly in a mess. Yiziyun was wholeheartedly focused on training, and the appearance of Nieli completely broke the peace in her heart. What is this? Yiziyun looked at the azure gem hanging on her neck. The color of the gem was dazzling, and there seemed to be a nebula circulating within the gem. She could feel the boundless energy contained within the gem. "Abstruse gem, this is my gift to you. Wearing it, your training speed will increase by at least 3 times. It will nourish your soul force at all times. Even when you're walking, you'll still be training." Nieli lightly smiled. With his help, Even if Yiziyun doesn't put much effort into her cultivation, it would still be easy for her to reach gold rank. It's also not impossible for her to reach a higher level. I can't accept such a precious thing. Yiziyun said hurriedly, wanted to take the abstruse gem off her neck. Nieli grabbed Yiziyun's hand and said with a smile, I already have something better. You can take this. Yiziyun hurriedly shook off Nieli's hand. Her cheeks were slightly hot. After a moment of silence, she said, Then I'll help you keep it. When you want it, you can take it back at any time. All right. Nieli smiled and stood up. Let's find a way out first. Just when Yiziyun was about to stand up, she saw Nieli smiling as he extended his hand over. Yiziyun hesitated for a moment, then placed her slender, jade-like hand on Nieli's palm. Nieli used a little strength and pulled Yiziyun up. In his heart, he was still very happy. This beautiful girl in front of him no longer rejected him that much. The items in the hall were all collected by them. Nieli brought Yiziyun along, looking for a way out in the deep passage. This place was built like a maze. Without coming here, one wouldn't know where the exit is. For 2 days, Nieli and Yiziyun were still wandering in the complicated underground maze, unable to find a way out. However, as time passed, Nieli relied on his strong sense of direction and slowly drew a map of this underground maze. At this moment, in a stone fortress of the ancient Orchid City, Chun Linjian, Huyen Lanruo, and the rest were all gathered in this stone fortress. 29 people. Chun Linjian was a little depressed. They came to the ancient Orchid City for an adventure. Before they even obtained anything, they had already lost 8 people. If it was the others that went missing, it would be fine. However, since they couldn't find Yiziyun, this is a little difficult. Yiziyun is the daughter of the city lord and the granddaughter of legend, rank demon, spiritualist Yemo. If there's a problem, he can't bear the responsibility. Huyen Lanruo raised her head and looked towards the distant forest, trying to find Nieli's figure. No need to look, that short-lived ghost is probably dead. Chu Yuan walked to Huyen Lanruo's side and said in a disdainful tone, Shut up. Huyen Lanruo angrily rebuked Chu Yuan. Her intuition told her that with Nieli's ability, he will definitely be fine. This is already the truth. I reckon that his corpse has already been devoured by that spiritual rank, giant blue-armed ape. Chu Yuan said, smiling. Thinking of the soul force that was devoured by Nieli, he felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. Nieli caused his years of cultivation to go up in smoke. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Scram. Huyen Lanruo furiously stared at Chu Yuan. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being impolite. Chu Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, seeing Huyen Lanruo's expression, he lightly smiled, shrugged his shoulders, and walked to the side. Chun Linjian frowned. He shouldn't have allowed Yiziyun to be together with Nieli. If she was protected by several silver rank experts, Yiziyun wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Leave 2 people here to wait for them. The rest, follow me to the drill ground. Chun Linjian solemnly said. He's a decisive person and knows that it's useless to wait here. He will first go to the drill ground at the side and return to look for Yiziyun and Nieli. He hopes that Yiziyun is blessed by the heavens. I'll stay behind and wait for them. Huyen Lanruo thought a while and said. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Before waiting for Nieli, she absolutely won't go anywhere else. Chapter 40. Chun Linjian and the others arrived at the drill ground. This was a flat training ground, which was usually the least eye-catching. Dig 3 feet into the ground. Chun Linjian's men took out their tools and began to dig. At this time, in the underground palace, Nieli, where is the exit? Yiziyun asked. They had been searching for 2 days, but still couldn't find the exit. There is no exit. Nieli shook his head. If there was an exit, those people wouldn't have been trapped in that hall. There is no exit? Yiziyun paused and asked sadly. Then we can't get out. Not necessarily. The people in that hall were sent in from the outside, which means that the people outside can dig the exit. We can only hope that Chun Linjian can help us dig the exit. I guess the exit should be at the drill ground. Nieli smiled. They will definitely find it. How can you be so sure that he will find it? Yiziyun asked. Nieli was always so confident, as if everything was under his control. He even stubbornly believed that she would fall in love with him. If everything in this world was as he expected, he was simply an omnipotent god. As soon as Yiziyun's voice fell, the stone wall suddenly trembled slightly. It has begun. Nieli smiled. According to the source of the tremor, he could determine where the exit was. He turned to look at Yiziyun and said, "Let's go." After that, Nieli walked away. Yiziyun opened her mouth and didn't know how to evaluate it. Nieli was simply a monster. How could he know everything? Could it be that one day she would really become Nieli's girlfriend? Yiziyun couldn't tell what kind of emotion she was feeling. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and she lowered her head in silence. Dong dong dong. Chun Linjian and the others' digging was quite big. So the exit is here. Nieli and Yiziyun followed the source of the sound and finally stopped in front of a stone wall. He looked at the stone wall. This stone wall should be a mechanism. When they passed by this place earlier, they did not discover anything. Nieli placed his hand on the stone wall and slowly pushed it in. Rumble. The stone wall slowly turned, and a huge stone chamber appeared in front of Nieli and Yiziyun. This stone room had a flight of stairs leading to the top, but the exit was blocked by something like a boulder. There was a series of clanking sounds coming from behind. It seemed like someone was digging an exit. Nieli and Yiziyun couldn't help but be shocked by everything in the stone room. This place was filled with all kinds of bronze and silver armors. There was also a large amount of inscription scrolls, demon beast cores, furs, horns, and other things. There were also all kinds of rare metals and piles of gold coins. That was the currency of the Holy Emperor's empire. There were also many unknown objects. They should be the more precious treasures of the Holy Emperor's empire. If someone were to obtain these treasures and sell them in Glory City's auction house, they would definitely make a fortune. Zian, pick a few. Nieli looked at Yiziyun and said, "There are too many treasures here. Their interspatial rings can't hold all of them. Furthermore, if they were to empty out all the treasures, Chun Linjian and the rest would inevitably have an opinion." Nieli isn't greedy. He only wants to get the thing that he wants. Nieli's gaze fell on a stone platform far away. At the top of the stone platform, a candle was flickering with a faint light. This light was filled with a mysterious color. After seeing this lamp, Nieli revealed an expression of ecstasy. It really is a shadow devil spirit lamp. The shadow devil is a very mysterious and rare demon beast. Legend has it that it was already extinct during the era of the Snow Wind Empire. The remaining 7 shadow devil demon spirits were made into 7 lamps and placed in a shrine in the Divine Continent. Later on, those shadow devil spirit lamps were stolen by bandits and scattered throughout the world. The reason why Nieli cares about this shadow devil spirit lamp is because he wants to obtain the shadow devil demon spirit inside. After reaching silver rank, Nieli's soul realm can integrate with a demon spirit. The heavenly god cultivation technique that Nieli practices allows him to integrate with 7 demon spirits. For this first demon spirit, Nieli doesn't want it to be an ordinary trash demon spirit. Nieli's soul realm can't integrate with a demon spirit that's too strong. Therefore, the most suitable one is this shadow devil demon spirit. Although the shadow devil isn't a powerful demon beast, it's very mysterious and strange. It has many unique abilities. After integrating with it, even if you cultivate to the pinnacle realm, the shadow devil demon spirit will be able to display a powerful effect. With the shadow devil demon spirit, Nieli can learn some special martial skills. In his previous life, this shadow devil spirit lamp fell into Shun Yu's hands and was sold in the auction house. But in this life, Nieli obtained the shadow devil spirit lamp. Nieli picked up the shadow devil spirit lamp and placed it into his interspatial ring. Looking back, Yiziyun also picked a few items. With the abstruse gem necklace, she's no longer interested in those ordinary gem necklaces. She picked a few demon crystals and a bone tooth bracelet. Yiziyun has good taste. Those few demon crystals are the cores of black gold rank demon beasts. Black gold rank demon beasts are extremely rare. If these demon crystals are used to make battle weapons and armors, they might be able to make rare black gold battle weapons and armors. As for the bone-tooth necklace, it's a legend-ranked snow wind beast phalanx. Although it's only a bone fragment, it's still very precious. It can greatly increase one's demon's spiritual energy. After choosing, a loud boom was heard. An entrance was opened at the place where the boulder was blocked. A dazzling light shone in, and Chen Linjian and the rest entered. "It's you guys?" When Chen Linjian saw Yi Ziyun and Nieli, he was stunned for a moment. He never thought that the first thing he would see after opening the entrance would be Yi Ziyun and Nieli. Seeing Yi Ziyun, Chen Linjian felt slightly relieved. If something really happened to Yi Ziyun, even if he had some gains, he would still have to face the wrath of the city lord and Lord Yimo. Since Yi Ziyun is safe and sound, then it's fine. "Boss, we're rich. So many treasures." A few of Chen Linjian's underlings cried out in surprise. The room was filled with treasures, causing them to be dazzled. Chu Yuan and the rest also came in. They were also shocked. There are all kinds of items piled up like a small mountain. Many of them are very valuable. It's possible for them to be sold for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of demon spirit coins. "Nieli, according to our agreement, you can choose one first." Chen Linjian looked at Nieli. He is a person who keeps his promise. Furthermore, he values the friendship between him and Nieli. "I've already chosen. The rest are yours," Nieli said, lightly smiling. The pile of treasures doesn't seem to have any attraction to him. "I also took a few things," Yi Ziyun said. "I don't want the rest." Chen Linjian slightly nodded his head. He let his underlings store the items in their interspatial rings. Chu Yuan walked to Chen Linjian's side and whispered, "Chen Xiao, are you willing?" The two of them have been in there for so long, they must have gotten a lot of benefits. The most valuable items must have been taken by them. That's why they don't care about these things. "What do you mean?" Chen Linjian frowned his brows and stared at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan coldly said, "We have to make them spit out the things before we can leave. The best things must have been taken by them." Hearing Chu Yuan's words, Chen Linjian coldly snorted and said, "They came here before us. They discovered these things before us. Even if they empty this place, we have nothing to say. They left so much for us. It's already very benevolent of them. Chen Xiao, I can guarantee that the items in their hands are all priceless treasures. Don't regret it," Chu Yuan excitedly said. "Scram, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You have a conflict with Nieli. You want to use me as a tool? Dream on." Chen Linjian lifted his leg and kicked Chu Yuan's chin, sending him flying. Bang! Chu Yuan fell face first. One of his teeth was knocked out, and his mouth was dripping with blood. Chu Yuan raised his head and looked at Chen Linjian with hatred. However, he quickly restrained his anger. Chen Linjian was a direct descendant of a major family, the successor of the divine family. How could he dare to be arrogant towards Chen Linjian? "Nieli, it's all your fault. I won't let you off." Chen Linjian collected the treasures. Although Nieli had taken the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp, and Yi Ziyun had picked a few things, there were still many precious treasures. They should be able to be sold for a lot of money. Chen Linjian's harvest could be said to be quite plentiful. Chen Linjian patted Nieli's shoulder and said, "Brother, if it wasn't for you guiding me to the school grounds, I wouldn't have been able to get such good things. I, Chen Linjian, owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the future, just look for me." Chen Linjian didn't mention what Nieli had taken, but thanked Nieli. This made Nieli have a good impression of Chen Linjian. No wonder Chen Linjian could become one of the most outstanding figures in the younger generation of the three major families. "Okay," Nieli also readily replied. "You guys finish packing. We have to leave quickly." "Why?" Chen Linjian asked doubtfully. "I found people from the Dark Guild. They are looking for us," Nieli said. "Fortunately, that spiritual-grade, giant blue-armed ape blocked them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape." Hearing Nieli's words, Chen Linjian was slightly surprised. He knew what kind of people from the Dark Guild were. If they caught them, it would be troublesome. No wonder we found that the giant blue-armed ape was injured. So that's how it is, Chen Linjian's underling said. Fortunately, the scope of the ancient Orchid City ruins was quite large. Those people from the Dark Guild didn't know their whereabouts. They were probably looking for them. They had to leave quickly. Chun Lin-jian glanced into the depths of the underground palace. I have already investigated. There's nothing inside, Nieli said. Chun Lin-jian nodded his head. Without any reluctance, he shouted to his underlings, "Let's go." Brothers and sisters, a new book is the period of accumulating popularity. With the accumulation of popularity and everyone's enthusiastic support, an author can create better works. Please don't be stingy with your recommendation votes. Throw them all into the Demon God Chronicles. Chapter 41. If Chun Lin-jian was greedy for money and continued to explore the depths of the maze, then their situation would be very dangerous. Fortunately, Chun Lin-jian is a decisive person. Everyone returned to the huge stone fort. Seeing Niao Li's return, Huyen Lanruo was immediately ecstatic. Her tears fell. "Nieli, you're back. That's great." Huyen Lanruo suddenly pounced forward and tightly hugged Nieli. Her ample chest was firmly pressed against Niao Li's chest. "Thank you for risking your life to save me. Otherwise, I might have been buried in the stomach of the giant blue-armed ape." Huyen Lanruo's cheeks were red as she looked at Nieli with tender feelings. "I'm about to be strangled to death by you. Quickly let me go." Nieli slapped his forehead. Huyen Lanruo is thinking too much of herself. The reason why he risked his life to protect the rear is so that Yi Ziyun can safely escape. It's not because of her. Seeing Niao Li's distressed look, Yi Ziyun couldn't help but smile. A beauty like Huyen Lanruo took the initiative to throw herself at Nieli, yet he didn't want her. Nieli's brain must have been caught by a door. However, seeing Huyen Lanruo tightly hugging Nieli, her heart slightly sour and lightly snorted. "It's the people from the Dark Guild." One of Chun Lin-jian's underlings sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said in shock. Chun Lin-jian looked towards the dense forest outside the stone fort. A few people wearing black robes appeared in his line of sight. His face slightly changed as he solemnly said, "Follow me this way." Chun Lin-jian brought everyone and entered the dense forest behind the stone fort. "Be careful. Don't leave any traces." Under the threat of the Dark Guild, everyone ran and quickly flew. They know that if they were to be caught by the Dark Guild, the consequences would be tragic. Nieli took a glance behind him and pondered in his heart. Although it's just a face-to-face encounter, Nieli has already remembered the aura of the leader. The leader must have also seen his appearance. Even if he returns to Glory City, he has to be extremely careful. Otherwise, if he's recognized, he might be targeted by them. Aside from the Sacred Family, there's still the Dark Guild that threatens Glory City. Nieli has a strong sense of urgency in his heart. He has to quickly increase his strength. Otherwise, when danger comes, he won't even have the strength to protect himself. With the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp, he had to quickly cultivate to the silver rank. With the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp, he would have a capital to protect his life in a short period of time. Silver rank might be hard for ordinary people to reach, but for Nieli, it's not a difficult matter. When Nieli and his group returned to Glory City and saw that the people from the Dark Guild weren't able to catch them, everyone's hanging hearts finally relaxed. The news of the return of Chun Lin-jian and his group quickly spread throughout Glory City. What made people even more surprised was the harvest of Chun Lin-jian and his group. Many of the treasures were very shocking. A grand auction was held. Many of the things that Chun Lin-jian obtained were sold at sky-high prices. The entire Glory City was excited. Many people started to form groups to head towards the ancient Orchid City ruins, hoping to obtain something. However, this storm has nothing to do with Nieli. Nieli obtained a Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp that he yearned for, and also unexpectedly obtained the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. The harvest of this trip far exceeded his expectations. At the same time, there was a piece of news that made Nieli fall into deep thoughts. It said that before Chun Lin-jian and his group returned to Glory City, Shen Yu had already returned. Furthermore, there wasn't anyone else with Shen Yu. This is a little too strange. With Shen Yu's strength alone, it's impossible for him to pass through so many dangerous areas and return to Glory City. Thinking back to the group of Dark Guild that he found in the ancient Orchid City ruins, Niao Li's heart trembled. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild have some unspeakable secrets. He should have thought of it earlier. The various signs of the Sacred Family in his previous life, their betrayal of Glory City, all showed that they no longer regarded the protection of Glory City as their duty. Therefore, they might have already colluded with the Dark Guild. In his previous life, Nieli didn't have a deep understanding of the Dark Guild. It said that the Dark Guild has already established a base in the Saint Ancestral Mountains, which is a very secretive and safe place. Perhaps the reason why the Sacred Family betrayed Glory City in his previous life was to seek refuge with the Dark Guild. Otherwise, where else could they go? Damn it! Why did you only think of it now? Nieli tightly clenched his fist. The veins on his arm popped out. It was from that day onwards that he watched his clansmen die under the claws of demon beasts. He followed the refugees of Glory City into the endless desert. He watched as Yiziyun died in front of him, drifting in the divine continent like a rootless duckweed. Nieli's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. Whether it's the Sacred Family or the Dark Guild, they must be destroyed. Holy Orchid Institute's library after Nieli returned, he once again focused on his training with Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch. After returning, Nieli's cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds every day. The remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book is also constantly showing its effects, constantly guiding Nieli's soul realm. Along with the rolling of his soul realm, his soul force also grew a little bit stronger. 3 days later, after using a lot of purple haze grass and elixirs, Nieli's cultivation finally broke through to 2-star bronze rank. If he can raise his cultivation to 3-star bronze rank in the test 2 months from now and show off his talent, then Nieli and Bunch will be able to get the attention of the Institute's higher-ups and be nurtured as geniuses. Whether it's the principal of the Holy Orchid Institute or the higher-ups of Glory City, they all attach great importance to martial geniuses. Once Nieli is recognized as a martial genius, even the Sacred Family can't easily touch him. There's still a long time before the test 2 months from now. Nieli still has enough time. Aside from Nieli, Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch cultivation also advance by leaps and bounds. Shinyu, who is in the same class as Nieli, is no longer in Nieli's eyes. In the future, as time passes, Shinyu will realize that the gap between him and Nieli will get bigger and bigger. At this moment, a piece of news crazily spread throughout the school. Did you know? Miss Huyen Lanruo went to the fighter apprentice class every day to look for Nieli. Did you know? Miss Huyen Lanruo announced in public that she wants to pursue Nieli. In the end, she had a quarrel with Xiao Ninger and almost got into a fight with Miss Xiao Ninger. Did you know? Miss Huyen Lanruo and Miss Xiao Ninger fought over a man and ended up fighting. That guy is said to be a student of the fighter apprentice class. The more the news spread, the more ridiculous it got. No one knows which news is true. The whole Holy Orchid Institute is crazily spreading gossip. After all, 2 girls fighting over a boy is relatively rare. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that both Huyen Lanruo and Xiao Ninger are beauties of the Holy Orchid Institute. Such outstanding girls, if they like a student of the genius class, then it's fine. But in the end, they like a student of the fighter apprentice class at the same time. This can't help but make people click their tongues in wonder. Recently, Nieli has been in the limelight. First, he made the Sacred Family lose face. Then he provoked a teacher. Following, there was the news of the Sacred Family wanting to get rid of Nieli. Finally, there was the ambiguous relationship between him and 2 beauties. He simply became the most influential person in the Institute. Huyen Lanruo went to the Holy Orchid Institute's library to look for him a few times, but was always dodged by Nieli. It said that after school every day, Huyen Lanruo would stand guard at the school gate, waiting for Nieli. Nieli, you climb the wall every day to enter and exit the Institute. If you were to be discovered by the Institute's law enforcement team, you won't have a good time, Lu Piao said, smiling as she looked at Nieli. Nieli had a bitter face and said, if I go out from the school gate, I'll bump into that crazy bitch. So troublesome. Nieli, tell us honestly, how did you provoke Miss Huyen Lanruo? Lu Piao is simply envious and jealous of Nieli. Being pursued by a beauty like Huyen Lanrua, yet Nieli was actually indifferent. She really doesn't know what to say. If it was Lu Piao, Huyen Lanrua wouldn't even need to take the initiative to pursue her. She would probably send herself to her doorstep. Not to mention Huyen Lanrua's beauty. Just the pair of heavy breasts on her chest would be exciting to touch. If Nieli didn't tell them that the one he likes is Yi Ziun, they would almost think that Nieli likes a man. When did I provoke her? That woman is simply baffling. Nieli bitterly smiled. There's no other way. It seems that we'll have to accompany you to climb the wall every day. Dowsett shrugged his shoulders and said with a faint smile. He doesn't have much of a gossipy heart towards these matters. He only wants to concentrate on training and change the fate of his family. Nieli gave him such an opportunity. In this life, he will only admire Nieli. Just at this moment, a few people wearing medals shouted, "Hey, which class are you guys from? What are you doing? Stop right there." Nieli and Bunch looked at each other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 figures jumped over the wall of the Holy Orchid Institute and madly ran away. Holy Orchid Institute's genius class. A few students are gathered together. "Ha, Shun Fei, I heard that your fiancé almost fought with Huyen Lanrua for a man. Is that true?" A tall and handsome 16 to 17-year-old youth walked over and teased. The genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute is divided into a few factions. The relationship between each faction isn't very harmonious. This boy is called Yi Hong. He's Yi Ziyun's elder brother. In the genius class, he has quite a bit of prestige. There's a group of people following him. Normally, he isn't on good terms with Shun Fei. Hearing Yi Hong's words, Shun Fei tightly clenched his fist to the point that he nearly dug his palm to the point of bleeding. He doesn't know the truth of this matter. But no matter what, with this matter spreading like wildfire in the Holy Orchid Institute, the one who lost the most face is Shun Fei. I heard from my sister that that girl doesn't like you. Since that's the case, why force her? Just let her go, lest one day she makes you wear a green hat. Yi Hong laughed. He's Yi Ziyun's elder brother. Therefore, he has heard a little about Xiao Ninger. Under Yi Ziyun's influence, he always opposes Shun Fei in the class. Although Shun Fei is depressed as to why Yi Hong always finds trouble with him, he can't do anything about it. Yi Hong's identity is firmly suppressing him. Even if he's angry, he still tries his best to avoid a direct conflict with Yi Hong. Regarding this matter, Shun Fei couldn't bear it anymore. He furiously snorted and said, "No one can snatch my Shun Fei's woman away from me. If I can't get her, then no one else can." Chapter 42. Hearing Shun Fei's words, Yi Hong's brows twitched. Anger flashed across his eyes. Shun Fei is a little too overbearing. This matter is a little too much. If Shun Fei wants to deal with Xiao Ninger, Yi Hong will definitely take action. Yi Hong coldly snorted and left. Shun Fei looked at Yi Hong's back. The corner of his mouth flashed a trace of a sinister smile. "Don't think that our sacred family is afraid of your Snow Wind family. Having a legend rank demon spiritualist makes you amazing. One day, our sacred family will replace your Snow Wind family." On the street, Nieli, a clear voice sounded. Nieli looked towards the direction of the voice and saw Xiao Ninger, who was wearing an elegant silk dress, standing far away. Her starry eyes were slightly angry. With a little makeup on, a heavenly beauty. "Ha, Ninger, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become even more beautiful." Nieli lightly smiled. Thinking about the matter with Huyen Lanrua, he felt a little embarrassed. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ninger's eyes flashed a trace of joy. Her cheeks slightly blushed, took out an interspatial ring, and passed it to Nieli. "The purple haze grass that you asked me to sell, I've already sold them all. This is the money for selling the purple haze grass." Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Lu Piao and Dowsett looked at each other, not knowing what kind of bewitching potion Nieli gave to Xiao Ning. Looking at Xiao Ninger's appearance, she seems to be completely obedient to Nieli. After quarreling with Huyen Lanrua, she didn't come over to question Nieli, but instead handed over the money for selling the purple haze grass. Lu Piao and Dowsett really don't know what to say. Is this still the original Ning heir? However, in front of others, Ning was still so arrogant and noble, unapproachable. Only Nieli was different. Thank you. Nieli accepted it without hesitation. He didn't seem to need to be polite with Ning-er. Ning-er, did you really fight with Huyen Lanruo? Lu Piao blinked her eyes, looking at Xiao Ning with a face full of gossip. Xiao Ning raised her head and glanced at Nieli. She said shyly, "Nothing. I just argued with her." "Nieli, do you really like that woman?" Nieli waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. That woman is too annoying. Just ignore her in the future." "Oh," Xiao Ning responded. In her heart, she was slightly relieved. After all, Huyen Lanruo is so sexy, which made her feel a sense of crisis. "These few days, I've been sweating all over from training. My whole body stinks. We're going to the bathhouse to take a bath. Ning-er, do you want to go with us?" Lu Piao said, giggling. I'm not going." Xiao Ning glared at Lu Piao. "You can go with Nieli. We won't go together," Lu Piao said, chuckling. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Xiao Ning immediately blushed. Nieli patted Lu Piao's head and said to Xiao Ning, "Lu Piao, this brat's dog mouth can't spit ivory. Ignore him." Xiao Ning nodded her head. That shy appearance has an indescribable charm. "Nieli, you're too disloyal. You actually said that my dog mouth can't spit ivory in front of Ning-er. Prioritizing a lover over a friend. I'm not going to fight with you." Looking at Nieli, Lu Piao, and the rest playing around, Xiao Ning couldn't help feeling a little envious. She hasn't had such a friend by her side for a long time. A figure suddenly flashed in her mind. That's Yi Ziyun. When they were young, she and Yi Ziyun were very good friends. But it's a pity that the distance between them got bigger and bigger. Moreover, the one that Nieli likes is Yi Ziyun. Xiao Ning secretly thought that she won't lose to Yi Ziyun. In the distance, a group of more than 10 people slowly walked by. They were wearing luxurious clothes. The leader was a young man of about 30 years old. He was tall, and his slightly yellowish hair covered most of his face. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, with a hint of ruthlessness. That young man's eyes swept over Nieli's body. His eyes flashed a trace of surprise, but he immediately recovered his calmness. He talked to a few people and passed by Nieli and the rest. Nieli's eyebrows slightly twitched. That person's eyes flashed a trace of strangeness, which was caught by Nieli. Nieli secretly thought, "Did I meet this person before?" When that young man passed by, Nieli suddenly caught a trace of aura. This group of people are the people from the Dark Guild that they met in the ancient Orchid City ruins. Nieli's expression was calm as he walked by. He did not show anything. If he showed any trace of surprise and was discovered by that young man, he might just kill him to silence him. In the distance, that young man turned his head and looked at Nieli. "Boss, this kid probably did not recognize us," one of his underlings said. That young man slightly nodded his head. "He is Yunhua Deacon. Their identity is special, so they have to be very careful in the ancient Orchid City." "Do you want to get rid of him?" another underling asked. "No need." Yunhua Deacon shook his head. "Killing someone in Glory City. If the City Lord's mansion were to investigate, it would be troublesome." Nieli, Xiao Ning, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch walked through 2 streets. Until they can no longer see that group of people, Nieli felt relieved. "Ninger, who were those people earlier?" Nieli lightly smiled and asked. "Those people earlier?" Xiao Ninger recalled, smiled, and said, "They are from the Stars Plucking Restaurant." The Stars Plucking Restaurant seems to be one of the businesses of the Sacred Family. Xiao Ninger doesn't know why Nieli is asking about this. Stars Plucking Restaurant? The businesses of the Sacred Family? Nieli slightly nodded his head, remembering all of this. This Glory City is really filled with danger. It seems that he has to show some of his abilities and have more means to protect himself. "Let's go to the Association of Alchemists first," Nieli said after thinking a while. The situation in Glory City is more complicated than he imagined. He doesn't know how many people from the Dark Guild are hiding. It seems that he has to be extremely careful. Nieli carefully recalled. In the last battle of Glory City in his previous life, those who fought the demon beast to the end and died in the battle were all trustworthy. Nelly wants to obtain as many resources as possible. In Glory City, although the Alchemist Association has declined a little, it's still a colossal existence. It's only slightly inferior to the three major families. Nelly still has all kinds of alchemy knowledge in his mind. If used properly, he might be able to revitalize the Association of Alchemists. When the Association of Alchemists becomes stronger, it can increase the strength of Glory City. This can also be considered as Nieli's contribution to Glory City. The Association of Alchemists is an endless stretch of buildings. At the back is a courtyard and a pavilion, occupying a vast area. In front is a large hall with alchemists wearing different colored robes walking in and out. Although the Association of Alchemists has declined, one can imagine how glorious the Alchemist Association was in the past from this magnificent building. Alchemists are divided into apprentice, master, and grandmaster. Each level is further divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Apprentices wear gray robes, masters wear white robes, and grandmasters wear silver robes. Generally, those that walk in and out of the Association of Alchemists are apprentice rank. Master rank alchemists are rarely seen, with only one or two of them occasionally. The path of alchemy had declined, so those talented geniuses were not willing to spend time on alchemy and focused more on cultivation. Therefore, the Alchemist Association had a shortage of new talents, and the younger generation of alchemists were relatively few. After entering the Association of Alchemists, Xiao Ninger, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch looked around. They couldn't understand why Nieli came here. Nieli carefully recalled. At this time, the most authoritative position in the Association of Alchemists is the Six Elders. They're all a bunch of old fellows. The lowest is an intermediate alchemist master. There are two advanced alchemist masters, and as for the Grandmaster, the Association of Alchemists doesn't seem to have any. Aside from the Six Elders, there is also Director Yang, who is responsible for managing the miscellaneous matters of the Association of Alchemists. In his previous life, during the final battle of Glory City, the Association of Alchemists put in a lot of effort. In the end, everyone died bravely in that battle. At the very least, it can be confirmed that they are not in the same group as the Sacred Family. Hello, may I ask what you guys are here for? A girl wearing a gray robe walked over and asked. She is the person in charge of receiving guests in the hall of the Association of Alchemists. I want to take the alchemist test. Nieli looked at the tall girl in front of him, lightly smiled, and said, May I know how to address this girl? Xiao Ninger, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch looked at Nieli in surprise. They thought that Nieli is here to look for someone. They never thought that Nieli is here to take the alchemist test. Could it be that Nieli is also very proficient in alchemy? After being together with Nieli for so long, no matter what kind of monstrous things happen in Nieli, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch wouldn't find it strange. The girl looked at Nieli with a little surprise. Nowadays, there are very few people from the younger generation coming to take the alchemist test. With new blood, the Association of Alchemists would naturally welcome it. You could just call me Xiaolon. You're here to take the alchemist test, right? Have you prepared well before coming? An alchemist needs to read more than 10 books on the basics of alchemy, Xiaolon said, lightly smiling. Xiaolon said with a smile. Those thick books with hundreds of thousands of words on the basics of alchemy had already made many people flinch. However, this is something that can be helped. If you want to become an alchemist, if you don't even know the basics of alchemy, then you will lose your life. Miss Xiaolon, can I take the alchemy master test? Nieli looked at Xiaolon and asked. When Xiaolon heard Nieli's words, she was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Although it's not impossible, do you know what kind of preparation is needed to become an alchemy master? In addition to those dozens of alchemy books, you also need to read hundreds of ancient books on various medicinal herbs. Xiaolon glanced at Nieli, thinking that Nieli is just a fart. Even if Nieli started studying in his mother's womb, I'm afraid he won't be able to finish reading those ancient books, let alone master them. Moreover, ordinary alchemy masters have decades of apprenticeship experience. Nieli probably hasn't even touched the furnace for alchemy. Even if he passed the first test, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to pass the second test, right? Nieli is too arrogant. He doesn't know how to learn. He wants to reach the sky in one step. Nieli looked at Xiao Lan and blinked, saying, "Ambition doesn't depend on age, right? Miss Xiao Lan, take me to the alchemy master test." Chapter 43. However, since it's Nieli's request, she can't reject it. This is because this is the Association of Alchemists regulation. No matter if it's a primary alchemist apprentice or primary alchemist master exam, it's all open to the public. Anyone can participate. There's no age limit. You only need to pay 200 demon spirit coins. Some advanced apprentices would even participate in the exam every other month. This is because once they pass the 3 tests and become primary alchemist master, their status and treatment would undergo earth-shattering changes. However, the primary alchemist master exam isn't that easy to pass. Normally, out of 100 people, only a few would be left. The second and third tests are said to be even more difficult. To participate in the primary alchemist master exam, you need to pay 200 demon spirit coins. You need to pay before you enter the exam room, Xiao Lan said, looking at Nieli. "It's only 200 demon spirit coins. Bring me there," Nieli said to Xiao Lan. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Ninger and Bunch. "You guys wait here first. I'll look for you once I pass the exam," Nieli said in a relaxed manner. "Okay, after you pass the exam, we'll have dinner together tonight," Lu Piao said, chuckling. She's obviously very confident. "Nieli, you can do it." Xiao Ninger put both of her hands on her chest and gently said. Hearing the conversation between Nieli and Lu Piao, Xiao Lan couldn't help but roll her eyes. That's the Alchemist Master exam, not the Apprentice exam. Nieli and Bunch are too ignorant. Do they think that the primary Alchemist Master exam is so easy? Nieli's 200 demon spirit coins are probably wasted. However, it's Nieli's money. It's none of her business. She just needs to do her job. "Follow me." Xiao Lan pouted and did not say anything else. Primary Alchemist Master Exam Room. A long corridor extends into the distance. Beside it, there are many small rooms. Every primary alchemist master exam participant will enter one of the rooms and complete a complicated alchemy knowledge exam. After that, several primary alchemist masters will mark the exam paper and pass it. Only then can they proceed to the next round of exam. There were a total of 6 people taking the exam this time. 3 of them were youths in their 30s, and 2 of them already had white hair. When they saw Xiao Lan leading Nieli in, all of them were dumbfounded. One of the youth's gaze fell onto Nieli. He slightly frowned his brows and said, "What are you here for?" Nieli looked up at the young man and said lightly, "I'm here just like you guys. Of course, I'm here to take the exam." The young man glanced at Nieli's attire. From Nieli's attire, he could tell that Nieli was not a descendant of some aristocratic family. He laughed contemptuously and said, "Ha, a little kid actually came to participate in the Alchemy Grandmaster Assessment. Kid, you've come to the wrong place. You should go to the Junior Apprentice exam." A 13 or 14-year-old youth actually came to participate in the Primary Alchemy Master Assessment. This was simply an insult to them. "Who are you?" Nieli glanced at the young man. "I'm a disciple of the Chu clan, a family of alchemists. My name is Chu Ning." Chu Ning proudly said, "Alchemist family? Is the Chu clan worthy of being called an alchemist family?" Nieli disdainfully sneered. He remembered Chu Yuan, who he had a conflict with in the ancient Orchid City ruins. That guy seemed to be from the Chu clan as well. "In the history of my Chu clan, there have been 3 advanced alchemists, 6 intermediate alchemists, and more than 20 primary alchemists. How is it not an alchemist family?" Chu Ning proudly said, "What's the use of always talking about the past? What about now? The Chu clan only has 1 primary alchemist. Is it still worthy of being called an alchemist family?" Nieli retorted with a smile. Chu Ning didn't think that a kid like Nieli would have such a clear understanding of the Chu clan and such a sharp tongue. So what? I, Chu Ning, will definitely become an alchemist grandmaster. You little brat, hurry up and get lost. This is the Alchemist Grandmaster Assessment, not a place for you to play. Chu Ning snorted. Although he had already taken the assessment twice, he was still quite confident that he would pass the 3rd time. Hearing Chu Ning's words, a few people beside him let out a low chuckle. These people had been immersed in alchemy for more than 10 years, or even dozens of years. They had only just started to participate in the primary alchemist grandmaster assessment. If they were to be passed by a kid like Nieli, where would they put their faces? Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, "We'll see when the time comes." Nieli pushed open a door and walked in. Chu Ning sneered. He didn't believe that a little brat could cultivate alchemy to such an extent. He walked into one of the doors. After Nieli walked in, two primary alchemist grandmasters were sitting in front of him. They were both old men in their 50s or 60s. Beside them were tables and chairs with a stack of scrolls and a sheep's horn pen. Seeing Nieli come in, one of the primary alchemist grandmasters was stunned for a moment. He asked doubtfully, "This student, did you come to the wrong place? This is the primary alchemist grandmaster assessment." "Masters, I didn't come to the wrong place. I'm here to participate in the primary alchemist grandmaster assessment," Nieli said politely. Towards the examiners, it was better to be polite. The two primary alchemist grandmasters looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know which child dared to come and participate in the primary alchemist grandmaster assessment. In a while, Nieli would know how difficult the primary alchemist grandmaster assessment was. If it wasn't for decades of immersion in alchemy, it would be impossible to become an alchemist grandmaster. All right, there are a total of 360 pages on this table. They are sandwiched between the pages. You can randomly pick a few of them. They are filled with various alchemy questions. You have to write your answers on them. You have to pick a total of 20 pages and finish them within 2 hours. The correct rate must be above 90% before you can enter the next round of assessment. One of the alchemist grandmasters said, "This grandmaster, please help me pick a few pages." Nieli looked at one of the alchemist grandmasters and said, "The alchemist grandmaster was the one who chose the pages, which eliminated the possibility of cheating." The alchemist grandmaster saw Nieli's clear eyes and nodded slightly. "All right." He randomly picked up 20 pages and placed them in front of Nieli. "Just do these." Nieli picked up the sheep's horn pen and glanced at the questions on the paper. The corner of his mouth slightly smiled. To him, these questions are simply too simple. It's just like an alchemist grandmaster doing an alchemy apprentice's paper. Nieli's knowledge of alchemy has far exceeded the realm of an alchemist grandmaster. For some questions, Nieli was worried that these alchemist grandmasters wouldn't be able to understand if he wrote complex answers. Therefore, he deliberately wrote the answers in a very simple manner. Some answers were obviously wrong, but Nieli could only write upwards because these alchemist grandmasters' knowledge of alchemy had not reached that level. Nieli waved his pen as if it was flying and finished answering dozens of questions. Those two alchemist grandmasters thought that Nieli wouldn't even be able to answer a single question. They didn't expect that Nieli would be able to answer so quickly. Very quickly, he had finished answering dozens of questions. They thought that Nieli was scribbling randomly and raised their heads to take a look. The first question is the 16 uses of the elemental spirit grass. The answers are not bad. Not a single one was missed out. The second question is the detailed process of refining the soul condensing pill, as well as the matters to take note of. The 26 steps are all very complete. Those two alchemist grandmasters looked at each other in dismay. Their first reaction was that Nieli must have cheated. How could a 13 or 14-year-old child understand the process so thoroughly? If they just looked at one question, it was actually a very simple question. But this was randomly picked from tens of thousands of herbs and thousands of pills. How profound of knowledge did he have to be able to answer these questions so fluently? But those paper rolls were obviously drawn out by them. This almost eliminated the possibility of Nieli cheating. A 13 or 14-year-old child, even if he started reading all kinds of ancient books when he was in his mother's womb, he still wouldn't be able to read so many ancient books. The two alchemist grandmasters looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In this world, could it be that there was really an extraordinary person who was born with knowledge? Being born with knowledge meant that the moment one was born, he already possessed wisdom that ordinary people found hard to reach. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people would need at least a quarter of an hour to complete paper. Those who were able to complete 10 papers within the allotted time were simply too few. Many people would be stuck in some difficult questions. But Nieli simply did these questions without any pause. It was as if he was completing 3 papers in a quarter of an hour. In less than an hour, the 10 papers were filled with answers. Every time Nieli completed a paper, the 2 alchemist grandmasters would mark the papers. The result was that they were horrified to find that the 10 papers did not even have a single mistake. Some of the questions were answered very exquisitely, exceeding the records of some ancient books. This made them unable to help but gasp in amazement. Genius! A true genius! The 2 alchemist grandmasters exclaimed in amazement. They were extremely excited. This matter must be reported to the Elder Council and let the President know. Nieli is still young, yet he already has such amazing knowledge. What would happen in a few years? Perhaps Nieli will become the person who revitalizes the Association of Alchemists. They couldn't help but be excited just thinking about it. At that time, as Nieli's marking teacher, they would also be a great hero. May I know which family this young master is from? One of the old men smiled and said, My name is Hu Yin Ming, and he is Mu Yang. We are both primary alchemist grandmasters. The 2 teachers can directly call this student by his name. My name is Nieli, and I am from the Tensei family. Nieli immediately said in a humble manner, There is actually another person surnamed Hu Yin. I wonder if he is from the Hu Yin family. Hearing Nieli's words, Hu Yin Ming and Mu Yang's eyes narrowed. Nieli calling him teacher made the 2 primary alchemist grandmasters elated. Not bad, not bad. At such a young age, he already has such talent, yet he is not arrogant. If Nieli can really have a place in the Association of Alchemists, this teacher would raise their status by a lot. Chapter 44. Tensei Family. The 2 primary alchemy grandmasters had some impression of it. It was a very small family among the aristocratic families. They were not famous, and their strength was not very good. The 2 of them smiled slightly. If Nieli came from an aristocratic family, or even a major family, even if they showed kindness to Nieli, Nieli would not take it to heart. But Nieli came from a small family, so it was easy. The 2 primary alchemy grandmasters chatted with Nieli for a while and found that Nieli was proficient in alchemy. He was also very familiar with the actual operation process. Monstrous! The 2 of them immersed themselves in alchemy for decades and finally became primary alchemy grandmasters at the age of 40 or 50. Thinking about Nieli's age, they could not help but blush. It was really infuriating to compare with others. Nieli was only in his teens and already had knowledge that was not inferior to them. It was really not a matter of age to have ambition. It was time to show some kindness to Nieli. The 2 primary alchemy masters collected Nieli's papers and prepared to bring them to the president to have a look. Such a humble and courteous genius. How can they let him slip away? Nieli, wait here for a while. The 2 of us will go see the president and see if we can specially recruit you into the Association of Alchemists. The 2 primary alchemy grandmasters said with a smile. Then I will have to trouble the 2 masters. Nieli became more humble and bowed slightly. Seeing Nieli's action, the 2 primary alchemy grandmasters were so happy that the pores on their body relaxed. They took the papers and left in a hurry. At this time in the room next door, Chuning was working hard on the papers. Half of the time had passed, and he had only completed 3 papers. This was the 3rd time he came to take the primary alchemy grandmaster exam. The first 2 times he took the exam, his correct rate was not even 60%. The other 3 papers were blank. He memorized all the things that he did not know before coming here to take the exam. Before coming here, he had secretly swore that he would definitely pass this time. However, the content of this exam was even more difficult than the previous ones. Chuning complained incessantly. Before coming here, he had placed a lot of answers in his spatial ring, but with 2 primary alchemy grandmasters eyeing him covetously, he had no chance to cheat. It had already been an hour, but there were only a few answers on his papers. Seeing Chuning's answer, the 2 primary alchemy grandmasters couldn't help but shake their heads. Chuning's accuracy rate was at most 60%, and to become a primary alchemy grandmaster, one must have at least a 90% accuracy rate. 2 hours later, the bell outside began to ring. Chuning didn't even need to think about it. He definitely didn't pass it. He stood up in a daze and walked out. This time he failed. He would have to wait another year before he would have the chance to take the beginner alchemy master exam again. In the corridor, the students who came to participate in the junior alchemy master exam walked out one by one. Only a 30-year-old youth had a joyful look on his face. The others were all sullen. This first round was simply too difficult. Association of Alchemists, Elders Hall. President, please take a look at these papers. Huyen Ming handed over 2 papers to Gu Yan. In the entire Association of Alchemists, there are only 2 advanced alchemy grandmasters, and Gu Yan is one of them. At the same time, he is also the president of the Association of Alchemists. He has a head full of white hair and is already in his 60s. It's just a paper, and the 2 primary alchemy grandmasters were in a hurry to hand it over to him. Gu Yan was in the middle of refining, but was interrupted, so his mood wasn't good. President, this is the paper that a student did for the Junior Alchemy Master exam. President, please take a look, Huyen Ming said. Even if they saw that President Gu Yan's expression wasn't good, they didn't mind it and were full of interest. Gu Yan coldly snorted. He picked up the papers, looked at them, and said, "This student learned well." He answered all the questions correctly. Some of the answers were very incisive. Let him participate in the second round of exam. Gu Yan's expression slightly relaxed. After all, the number of people who could answer all the questions correctly in the first round of the Junior Alchemy Master exam is relatively small. Huyen Ming and Mu Yang looked at each other and smiled. Huyen Ming said, "I sincerely request President to directly let him pass and let him join our Association of Alchemists." Directly pass? Gu Yan's brows twitched. He shook his head and said, "That's impossible. To become a primary alchemy master, aside from knowing a lot of alchemy experience, he must also know how to operate it. If he only passed the first round, without any practical experience, then it's impossible for him to become a primary alchemy master." President, what if that person is a 13-year-old child? Even if he doesn't have practical alchemy experience can be nurtured. If we miss such a talented youth, we will definitely regret it, Mu Yang said from the side. Hearing Mu Yang's words, even someone as calm as Gu Yan suddenly asked in shock, "What did you say? He's a 13-year-old child?" "Yes, President." Mu Yang and Huyen Ming nodded at the same time. "Are the 2 of you colluding to deceive me? How can a 13-year-old kid be familiar with so many alchemy records and complete the primary alchemy master's test paper?" Gu Yan's sharp cold gaze swept past Mu Yang and Huyen Ming. "How could we dare to deceive the president? You guys go and bring him here. Also, immediately bring Director Yang to me. Don't tell anyone about this matter, not even the other elders. Understand?" Gu Yan looked at Mu Yang and Huyen Ming and said, "If there's really such a talented youth, then he must be nurtured into his direct line of descent." Yes, Mu Yang and Huyen Ming's heart moved. Their faces were filled with joy. The Association of Alchemists, including Gu Yan, has a total of 6 elders. Every one of them has their own interests. To protect Gu Yan's secret, then from today onwards, the 2 of them will become the president's confidants. Mu Yang went to call Director Yang, while Huyen Ming hurriedly went to welcome Nieli. In the corridor of the examination room, Chu Ning was a little dejected as he walked out. When he saw that Nieli was already outside, his eyebrows twitched. A few people were teasing Nieli. "Little brother, how many questions did you get right?" A youth chuckled and said. He was the only one who passed the exam. Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "These questions are too easy. There's no challenge at all." Hearing Nieli's words, everyone looked at each other. Nieli's words stung Chu Ning, who was tortured by those questions. Chu Ning coldly snorted and said, "Nonsense. If you can get more than 10% of the answers right, I'll immediately strip naked and run 3 laps around Glory City." "Then you can go and run now." Nieli lightly smiled and said. Hearing Nieli's words, everyone couldn't help being amazed. Just where did Nieli get his confidence from? They wondered how Nieli's first exam result was. Suddenly, Huyen Ming hurriedly ran over. Seeing the primary alchemy master's white robe on Huyen Ming, everyone was in awe and stood up straight. "Nieli, you've already passed the first round. Follow me." Hu Yanming glanced at the people beside him, completely ignoring them. Nieli slightly nodded his head. Past the first round? Hearing Hu Yanming's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Chu Ning. He felt as if he was struck by lightning. How is this possible? Nieli is just a 13-year-old kid. Is there a mistake? Am I dreaming? A 13-year-old kid actually passed the first round. This is simply the first time in hundreds of years. No wonder Hu Yanming wanted to bring Nieli away by himself. Everyone remembered the mockery towards Nieli. Their faces were burning. A 13-year-old kid actually passed the exam. As for them, some of them are in their 30s and 40s. Some of them are even older. Yet, they couldn't even pass the first round. How can they endure this? Chu Ning was muddle-headed. He never thought that Nieli would actually pass the first round. They must have cheated. Yes, that must be it. Chu Ning staggered as he walked out. No matter what, it's a fact that he didn't pass the first round. It's inevitable that he would be beaten up by his uncle when he gets back. Now, where did Chu Ning go? Didn't he just say that he was going to strip naked and run 3 laps around Glory City? Under everyone's gaze, Chu Ning ran away in panic. How could he raise his head after stripping naked and running 3 laps around Glory City? Everyone looked over and saw Li's figure gradually getting further away. Nieli didn't care about the bet, or it could be said that he didn't put Chu Ning in his eyes at all. Nieli and Chu Ning are destined to be people from 2 different worlds. Nieli's achievements are destined to make Chu Ning look up to him. Seeing Hu Yanming, a primary alchemy master, trying to curry favor with Nieli, everyone couldn't help showing envy in their eyes. Association of Alchemists, Directors Hall, Nieli, President and Director Yang will be here soon. Please wait a moment. Hu Yanming said, his eyes fervently looking at the genius youth in front of him. The calm Nieli gave him an illusion. It's as if the boy in front of him isn't a 13-year-old kid, but an alchemy master on the same level as him. Okay, Nieli said, slightly nodding his head. He looked around. This director's hall is quite spacious. In the middle, there's a round table and some chairs. On the side, there's a wall that's filled with paper. What's that? Nieli looked at Hu Yanming and asked. This is the place where alchemy masters exchange their knowledge. Alchemy masters will write down the questions they have when refining pills and ask for answers from other alchemy masters. Sometimes the president and the rest will help alchemy masters solve various problems. As long as you know the answer, you can write it down on the paper for everyone to verify. Hu Yanming said, through this method, alchemy masters can improve their alchemy skills. Oh, Nieli nodded his head and slowly walked towards the wall. He has to show enough strength to attract President Gu Yan's attention. Otherwise, it's not enough to be nurtured by the Association of Alchemists. Does Nieli need to be nurtured? Nieli needs to borrow the power of the Association of Alchemists. It seems that Nieli is very interested in all kinds of alchemy knowledge. Hu Yanming smiled as he thought and followed Nieli. Of course, he doesn't think that Nieli can solve the problems on the wall. Many of these problems have been accumulated for many years. Even Gu Yan, a senior alchemy master, can't solve them. Chapter 45. Nieli walked to the wall. The wall was densely packed with papers. All of them were problems encountered during alchemy. On the table beside the wall, there was a sheephorn pen. Nieli picked up a sheephorn pen from the table. Wait! Hu Yanming immediately stopped him. What is Nieli planning to do? What's wrong? Nieli looked at Hu Yanming and asked in doubt. Do you want to answer these questions? Hu Yanming probed. Yes, can I? Nieli blinked his eyes and asked. Yes, you can, but Hu Yanming wanted to say that many of the questions on the wall are practical problems encountered by alchemy grandmasters during the process of alchemy. It's impossible to answer them by just reading the books. You still need to personally refine the pill. He doesn't believe that Nieli can answer these questions. Since you can, then there's no problem. Nieli smiled brilliantly. He picked up the sheephorn pen and started writing. Nieli's pen flew. Every time he saw a question, he didn't even blink and quickly wrote down the answer. Hu Yanming bitterly smiled when he saw how fast Nieli was answering the questions. Nieli didn't even do it on the spot. He's probably making a fool out of himself by answering these questions. Hu Yanming's gaze fell on one of the questions. It's a question about the balance of the ingredients. How should the snow grass, 9 immortal grass, and dragon gall grass be matched? According to alchemy theory, these 3 herbs can definitely be used to refine a powerful antidote. However, no one has the answer to how to match them. Hu Yinming murmured. Nie Li's answer is that no matter what the ratio is, it's impossible to successfully refine it. The ratio should be changed from dragon gall grass to black nightshade grass. The ratio should be 3:1:2. Black nightshade grass's medicinal effect is similar to dragon gall grass. They're both antidotes that are rich in spiritual energy. However, dragon gall grass is fierce, while black nightshade grass is mild. Furthermore, the ratio is perfect. Wonderful! Hu Yinming slapped the table and applauded. He can't wait to try refining it and verify the ratio. Hu Yinming continued reading. Nie Li's answers were all very exquisite. Although he didn't know if they were right or wrong, it was worth experimenting. Although Hu Yinming couldn't confirm the majority of the answers, there were a few that he could confirm. For example, Nie Li's answers regarding the refining of elixirs were correct. Hu Yinming's gaze towards Nie Li gradually changed. It was now filled with respect and admiration. That's because there are some problems that even President Gu Yin couldn't solve. Could it be that Nie Li's knowledge even surpassed that of a senior alchemy grandmaster? He had reached the legendary grandmaster level. What kind of monster is he? Nie Li is only 13 years old. How can he let others live? As a primary alchemy grandmaster, Hu Yinming has always been very proud. After all, there are only 100 primary alchemy grandmasters in the entire Association of Alchemists. But now, looking at Nie Li, who is so young and yet possesses such astonishing knowledge, Hu Yinming had the urge to smash his head against the wall and die. In just a moment, Nie Li had already answered 100 questions. Only then did he put down his pen and mumbled, "These questions aren't that difficult." Hearing Nie Li's words, Hu Yinming almost vomited blood. These questions were accumulated over the years by the entire Association of Alchemists. Yet, Nie Li said that they weren't difficult. However, following that, Hu Yinming realized that Nie Li's arrival might usher in a new era for the Association of Alchemists. Just the answers to these questions, if verified one by one, would be enough to raise the influence of the Association of Alchemists to another level. Just when Nie Li was answering these questions, a white-haired old man and a sexy and alluring tall beauty stood behind Nie Li. When Gu Yin and Yang Xian saw Nie Li writing quickly, they felt that it was a little funny. These questions weren't something that Nie Li could answer at his age. However, when they looked at the things that Nie Li wrote, they couldn't describe the shock in their hearts. Gu Yin and Yang Xian looked at Nie Li. What kind of monster is he? Is Nie Li really just a 13-year-old kid? Although Nie Li's cheeks were so young, Gu Yin and Yang Xian almost thought that Nie Li was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Without dozens of years of research, it was almost impossible to reach the realm of primary alchemy grandmaster. Nie Li was only 13 years old, but his understanding of alchemy had already surpassed primary and intermediate alchemy grandmasters. He might not be any worse than Gu Yin, who was a senior alchemy grandmaster. Gu Yin's gaze towards Nie Li became abnormally fiery. In recent years, the status of the Association of Alchemists was not as good as it used to be. In a few more years, it would gradually decline. Several demon beast attacks had caused the Association of Alchemists to suffer heavy losses. Many ancient books had been lost, and the effects of many refined dawn were also greatly reduced. Therefore, the loss of members of the Association of Alchemists was quite serious. Many people concentrated on martial arts, and very few were willing to devote themselves to alchemy. Gu Yin understood that this was not right. Dawn were very helpful to cultivation. If there was no one to practice alchemy in the future, then martial arts would gradually decline. The Association of Alchemists had not had any new blood for a long time. He did not expect that a monster like Nie Li would be welcome today. Looking at Nie Li's back, Gu Yin suddenly had a feeling that from today onwards, the Association of Alchemists might reach a new peak in his hands. Yang Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Her sexy red lips slightly opened and closed, and her towering chest was heaving up and down violently. It was hard for her to imagine that so many problems that even the alchemy grandmasters could not solve had actually been solved by Nieli one by one. Nieli suddenly turned his head and glanced at Gu Yin and Yang Xian. President Gu Yin, Director Yang Xian, hello. Nieli took the initiative to greet them. Gu Yin was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "Little guy, do you know us?" Gu Yin looked at Nieli for a moment. The more he looks, the more he likes him. Nieli is simply a child bestowed by God. Of course I know you. As long as you study alchemy, you would know the names of President Gu Yin and Director Yang Xian. I remember that I had previously sent a discussion about purple haze grass to Director Yang. Nieli lightly smiled. Gu Yin and Yang Xian, both of them made great contributions to Glory City in his previous life. Gu Yin died together with the city lord, while Yang Xian, in order to cover the relocation of Glory City's residents, Nieli personally saw this beauty's chest being pierced by a snow mantis. That scene made countless people shed tears. That discussion about purple haze grass was sent by you? Yang Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. That discussion left a deep impression on her. Purple haze grass has more than 60 uses, and now all of them have been discussed without any deviation. Yang Xian once thought, just what kind of person would be able to write such an article? Even Gu Yin, the president of the Alchemist Association, wouldn't be able to research so deeply into a new herb. Could it be that there's an alchemist grandmaster hidden in Glory City? Unfortunately, no one knows where that letter came from. Yang Xian sent people to investigate, but there were no clues. That article was written by you. Gu Yan's hand slightly trembled. He had seen that article before. It had a very deep influence on the development of the Association of Alchemists. Not me. It was written by my master. My master told me to come to the Association of Alchemists to take the test for the senior alchemist title. Nieli lightly smiled and said, in order to prevent himself from being too monstrous, he casually made up an excuse. Sometimes it's better to use the tiger's skin to get things done. Gu Yin was slightly stunned. Thinking about it, Nieli has such achievements at such a young age. There must be a wise master teaching him. Nieli is already so monstrous at such a young age. Then the master behind Nieli should at least be an alchemy grandmaster, right? May I know who your master is? We can pay our respects to him. Gu Yin respectfully said, my master doesn't like to be disturbed by others. Nieli shook his head and said, Yang Xian blinked her eyes and stared at Nieli, trying to find something from Nieli's face. However, she failed. Although Nieli is only 13 years old, his character is calm, making people unable to see through him. Gu Yin nodded his head and said, since your master isn't willing to show himself, then forget it. A wise master produces a great disciple. With your talent, you're already worthy of the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster title. I hope that in the future, I will have the opportunity to pay my respects to your master. No matter what kind of person the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster is, as long as he's in Glory City, it's a great fortune for Glory City. He will report this matter to Lord Yemo and the City Lord. With such a character, if he can have a good relationship with him, it will have a great significance. As for granting Nieli the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster title, just based on the fact that Nieli answered the questions that even he couldn't answer, Nieli is already worthy of this title. Now that he has granted Nieli the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster title, it's equivalent to selling a favor to the person behind Nieli. Director Yang, go and get him the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster certificate, badge, and uniform. Gu Yin decisively said, yes. Yang Xian turned around and went to make the arrangements. She was amazed in her heart. A 13-year-old Senior Alchemy Grandmaster. This is the first time in the history of the Association of Alchemists. Aside from the certification of the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster title, I also want to discuss some cooperation with President Gu Yin. Nieli lightly smiled. He came prepared. Cooperation? Little brother, feel free to speak your mind. Gu Yin's heart moved. The reason why Nieli came to discuss cooperation was probably because of the person behind Nieli. No matter how mature Nieli is, he's still a 13-year-old kid. I have 5 elixir formulas here, including the soul nurturing elixir, soul concentrating elixir, soul tempering elixir, Scarlet Body Enhancing Elixir, 9 Transformation Elixir, Nieli calmly said. He doesn't believe that Gu Yin wouldn't be tempted by these elixirs. What? Soul Nurturing Pill, Soul Concentrating Pill, Soul Tempering Pill, and Scarlet Body Enhancing Pill, 9 Transformation Pill? Gu Yin sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even someone as calm as him couldn't remain calm anymore. Chapter 46. Currently, Gu Yin and the others could only refine pills to strengthen their soul power, which were called soul-gathering pills, but their effects were limited. As for the 3 kinds of soul force nourishing pills that Nieli had mentioned, they had all been lost, and their effects were at least 10 times or even hundreds of times better than the soul-amassing pill. In the era of the Holy Emperor Kingdom, the soul-amassing pill was only a low-level pill. The soul-nurturing pill was a mid-level pill. Its efficacy was 10 times that of the soul-amassing pill. And the soul-concentrating pill was a high-level pill. Its efficacy was 100 times that of the soul-amassing pill. The soul-tempering pill is a pinnacle elixir. Its effect is 1,000 times stronger than the soul-assembling pill. Even a legend-ranked demon spiritualist would have a strong effect if they were to eat it. As for the scarlet body tempering pill, it was also a medicinal pill that was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. It could temper the physical body and greatly enhance a martial artist's talent. In the era of the Holy Emperor country, many fighters could step into the realm of legend rank because of the scarlet body enhancing pellet. But now, not to mention legend rank, even black gold rank fighters were rarely seen. As for the 9 transformations pill, it was a legendary pill. As long as one had the 9 transformations pill, even if they suffered some fatal injuries, they could take a 9 transformations pill and slowly recover. This was a life-saving pill. Every year, countless fighters and demon spiritualists fight with demon beasts and face the threat of death. With the 9 transformation pill, who knows how many lives can be saved? Does your master really have the formula for these 5 pills? Gu Yan's voice was trembling. He understood the importance of these 5 elixirs to Glory City. Of course, my master has traveled the entire divine continent and is extremely knowledgeable. He only came to Glory City a few years ago. However, he wasn't willing to show his face in public. Therefore, I was the one to represent him. Among these 5 types of elixirs, the soul nurturing elixir can only be refined by an intermediate alchemy apprentice, and above, the soul concentrating elixir can only be refined by an advanced alchemy apprentice. As for the soul tempering elixir and the scarlet body enhancing elixir, they can only be refined by an elementary alchemy master. As for the 9 revolutions elixir, it can only be refined by an advanced alchemy master. Nieli said, "Your master traveled across the divine continent and only came to Glory City a few years ago." Gu Yan's heart trembled. No wonder Glory City has never heard of such a person before. If such a person could stay in Glory City, it would be a great fortune. My master originally wanted to donate these 5 elixir formulas to the Glory City Association of Alchemists, but Nieli slightly paused. But what? Gu Yan was a little anxious. He unconsciously rubbed his hands. He knows how important these 5 elixirs are to Glory City. Glory City's current situation isn't optimistic. There are demon beasts everywhere in the Saint Ancestral Mountains, especially those 3 powerful legend rank ice demon beasts. Even EMO can't deal with them. Fortunately, those 3 ice demon beasts are currently in a deep sleep state. If those 3 ice demon beasts were to wake up, Glory City's situation would be extremely dangerous. In the history of Glory City, there were several times where the city was nearly destroyed. As for Lord EMO, he's slowly aging, and there's no new legend-ranked demon spiritualist being born. My master wants to continue researching the path of alchemy, which requires a large amount of resources and demon spirit coins. Therefore, these 5 elixirs can't be given to the Association of Alchemists for free. In the future, when the Association of Alchemists refines these 5 elixirs, my master will take 30% of the profit. I wonder if President Gu Yin has any objections? Even if my master takes 30%, the Association of Alchemists will still be able to get at least 30% of the profit. Nieli, the profit of alchemy is extremely large. 60% of the profit is considered small, Some can even reach 90% of the profit. Of course, Gu Yin hurriedly replied. Our Association of Alchemists is willing to hand over 50% of the profit to your master. What a joke! These 5 elixirs are already lost. If they were to be refined and sold in an auction, almost every elixir would be able to sell for a sky-high price. The profit would definitely be very shocking. Even if they were to give out 50% of the profit, they would still be able to make a profit. If they were to really refine the soul-tempering pill, the scarlet body enhancing pill, and the 9 transformation pill, even a legend-ranked demon spiritualist, Yimo, would have to purchase the elixirs from them. Not to mention those major families and noble families. The wealth that those super families have is absolutely unimaginable to ordinary people. Nieli lightly smiled and said, My master said that only 30% is enough. If President Gu Yin is willing, President Gu Yin can take out some money to help those commoners that are willing to learn alchemy. Hearing Nieli's words, Gu Yin's expression was stunned for a moment, then immediately showed a look of admiration. Your master is a highly respected elder. Please rest assured, leave this matter to me. Helping them to refine elixirs will also expand the influence of the Association of Alchemists. Gu Yin has always wanted to increase the influence of the Association of Alchemists, to save the declining situation of the Association of Alchemists. However, he has always been lacking in manpower and financial resources. If they have the 5 elixirs provided by Nieli, in the future, they will have an astonishing amount of profit. At that time, they will be able to spare the money to do this matter. As for the process of the transaction, your master can send someone to supervise it. If there is anything that you're not satisfied with, we will immediately rectify it. Gu Yin said, It's normal for them to be worried about leaving such a big business to the Association of Alchemists. All of this will be handled by President Gu Yin and Director Yang. My master trusts the 2 of you. Furthermore, I believe that the 2 of you are not short-sighted people. Nieli lightly smiled and said, Of course. Gu Yin quickly nodded his head. What a joke, with an alchemy grandmaster handing this business to them. Wouldn't they do their best? In the hands of that alchemy grandmaster, there is definitely more than just these few elixir formulas. All right, these are the 5 elixir formulas and refining methods. Please have a look, President Gu Yin. Nieli passed the formulas to Gu Yin and said. Seeing these formulas, Gu Yin was stunned for a moment. He never thought that the herbs used to refine these elixirs are all very common herbs. The cost is simply too low. Gu Yin thought for a moment and figured it out. It's just like the purple haze grass. Before Nieli published that article, who would have thought that 1 demon spirit coin for a large amount of purple haze grass would have such a huge effect? Glancing at these herbs, Gu Yin understood. The next thing that the Association of Alchemists needs to do is to hoard as many of these herbs as possible. The Association of Alchemists isn't that united. Even the elders are fighting for power. However, as long as Gu Yin is able to control the soul-tempering pill, scarlet body, refining pill, and 9 transformation pill formulas, his position in the Association of Alchemists will be more stable than before. A moment later, Yang Xian brought over the Advanced Alchemy Grandmaster's documents, medal and robe. In the future, if there's anything you need, little brother Nieli can look for Director Yang. She will definitely help little brother with everything, said Gu Yin. With these formulas, he's prepared to concentrate on alchemy for the next period of time. All right, Nieli slightly nodded. This robe is a little too big for you. When a new robe is ready, I will personally send it over. May I know where you live, and how can I contact you in the future? Yang Xian looked at Nieli and asked, I'm an apprentice of St. Laurent College's fighter apprentice class. You can look for me at St. Laurent College in the future. Nieli thought for a moment and said. Hearing Nieli's words, Yang Xian opened her mouth wide. Who could have imagined that Nieli is only a student of the fighter apprentice class? Thinking about Nieli's shocking knowledge, Yang Xian bitterly smiled. For Nieli to stay in the fighter apprentice class, it's a waste of his talent. If little brother Nieli wants to enter the gifted class of St. Laurent College, I can personally look for the dean of St. Laurent College. Yang Xian said. As a director of the Association of Alchemists, She has a very high status in Glory City. Every year, St. Laurent College will send some students to the Association of Alchemists. No need, Nilly said, lightly smiling. He has his own plans. The things taught in school no longer have any attraction for him. The reason why he's staying in St. Laurent College is because of Yi Ziyun and the treasures of St. Laurent College. Hearing Niel Li's words, Yang Xian understood. The reason why Niel Li is staying in the fighter apprentice class is to hide his abilities. There must be some special reasons. Since there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. If there's anything, I'll come back to the Association of Alchemists. Niel Li said to Gu Yin and Yang Xian. Okay, Director Yang, send little brother Niel Li out. Gu Yin said. Yes. Yang Xian nodded her head. Under the accompaniment of Yang Xian, Niel Li walked out of the Association of Alchemists. Gu Yin watched as Niel Li's figure disappear at the entrance. He looked at the formula in his hand and the questions that Niel Li answered on the wall. Gu Yin felt like he was in a dream. The excitement in his heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. After Niel Li left, the entire Association of Alchemists was in an uproar. The group of primary alchemy masters discovered that the questions they had written on the wall had already been answered by someone. They all went back to verify them, and the result of the verification shocked them, because the final result was much better than they had imagined. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that during this period of time, President Gu Yin had advanced to Alchemy Master? There are a lot of questions that President Gu Yin couldn't answer. How did he suddenly get the answers? Each and every one of them wanted to find President Gu Yin to verify their guesses. However, what made them disappointed was that President Gu Yin suddenly focused on alchemy and closed his door. Director Yang, who has been in charge of the affairs of the Association of Alchemists, also made a strange move. He began to mobilize the financial resources of the Association of Alchemists to purchase all kinds of herbs. Many of the herbs can't be used in alchemy. It's not an exaggeration to say that they're useless. They couldn't understand why Director Yang would send people to purchase these herbs. The Association of Alchemists suddenly began to purchase some useless herbs on a large scale. The ordinary citizens of Glory City also became excited. Every day, there would be a lot of people going to the wild to collect the herbs that the Association of Alchemists purchased. Although the purchasing price is very cheap, they can still make a small profit. All kinds of herbs were gathered at the Association of Alchemists. All the alchemists of intermediate apprentice and above in the Association of Alchemists were gathered. Chapter 47. When the formulas of the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill were announced, the entire Association of Alchemists was in an uproar. Gu Yin has already verified that the formulas of these 5 elixirs are correct. The effects of the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill are indeed much better than the soul-assembling pill. These 2 elixir formulas that have been lost since the era of the Holy Emperor Kingdom have finally reappeared in the world. The few elders who were dissatisfied with Director Yang because he bought a large amount of trash herbs immediately shut their mouths. What a joke! Among the dozens of herbs that Director Yang bought, 7 of them are ingredients for the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill. Just these 2 elixirs alone can help the Association of Alchemists earn a lot of money. At the same time, they have a little doubt. Among the dozens of herbs that Director Yang bought, only 7 of them can be used for these 2 elixirs. Then what are the other herbs used for? Could it be that President Gu Yin has hidden some elixir formulas that he didn't announce? The Association of Alchemists began their alchemy operation. Almost all the alchemists above intermediate alchemy apprentice are making the best use of their time to refine these 2 elixirs. The movement of the Association of Alchemists quickly spread throughout the entire Glory City. The effects of the long-lost soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill are dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than the soul-assembling pill. Once this news came out, the entire Glory City was shaken. Because the effect of the soul-assembling pill is too weak and the price is expensive, many people aren't willing to pay a high price for it. However, the soul-nurturing pill and soul-assembling pill are different. The cost of the ingredients isn't much higher than the soul-assembling pill, and the effect is much stronger. The Association of Alchemists has already leaked out the news that due to the large production of the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill, the price of the soul-nurturing pill is 2 times that of the soul-assembling pill, and the price of the soul-concentrating pill is 20 times that of the soul-assembling pill. The effect is 10 times, and the price is only 2 and 20 times. This action of the Association of Alchemists instantly caused a sensation. Everyone is looking forward to the large-scale sale of these 2 elixirs. On this matter, Guyan's opinion was that although there was still room for raising the price of these 2 pills, if the price was raised too high, it would not be conducive to large-scale promotion. Not only can he earn more money by promoting these 2 elixirs at a low price, it can also strengthen Glory City's strength and defend against the attacks of demon beasts. At the same time, it can also increase the influence of the Association of Alchemists. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As soon as the soul-nurturing pill and the soul-concentrating pill were released, the Association of Alchemists, which had been neglected by many people, immediately stood at the forefront of the struggle. Everyone wanted to get these 2 pills from the Association of Alchemists in advance. The prices of these 2 pills were crazily inflated on the black market. Not long after, the City Lord's mansion sent a secret order to the Association of Alchemists, asking the Association of Alchemists to speed up the production of these 2 pills. The impact of these 2 elixirs on Glory City is too great. Even the City Lord attached great importance to them. All the members of the Association of Alchemists worked overtime to refine these 2 elixirs on a large scale. Although the work was much more than usual, they also received several times, or even dozens of times the pay. Among them, there is no longer anyone who would refine trash elixirs like the soul-concentrating pill. They focused on refining the soul-nurturing pill and the soul-concentrating pill. Some of the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill were leaked out of the Association of Alchemists. After some demon spiritualists ate them and refined them, the effect was indeed very good. Many demon spiritualists who did not have any improvement in their cultivation suddenly had a huge increase in their cultivation. All of a sudden, the people of Glory City were even more excited and looking forward to it. Many aristocratic families are preparing to purchase these 2 elixirs on a large scale to nurture their family's younger generation. These 2 elixirs might be able to create hundreds or even thousands of demon spiritualists in the future. It said that some of the people from the Dark Guild also purchased a large amount of soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill in the black market. This caused the City Lord to issue an emergency order. If anyone were to sell these 2 elixirs to the Dark Guild, they will be severely punished. These 2 elixirs have already caused everyone's attention to be focused on the Association of Alchemists. At this moment, President Guyan suddenly released news that they will be refining another 3 elixirs. One of them is the soul-tempering pill. The effect is 10 times stronger than the soul-concentrating pill. It has a strong effect on black gold rank demon spiritualists and even legend rank demon spiritualists. The other one is the yin-yang body-tempering pill, which can greatly strengthen the physical body, allowing the consumer's strength to greatly increase. The last one is the 9 transformation pill. Even if you suffer a fatal injury, after eating it, you will still be able to hang on to your last breath. In an instant, everyone in Glory City was even more shocked. It said that on the night of the announcement, legend rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo and the City Lord went to the Association of Alchemists to pay a visit to Guyan. They spent a huge amount of money to purchase a large amount of elixirs from Guyan. Even legend rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo and the City Lord are so concerned about these 3 elixirs. Everyone couldn't help having a strong expectation for these 3 elixirs. Very quickly, the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill were sold in the Association of Alchemists. The enthusiasm of the scene was beyond imagination. Aside from those aristocratic families, the various chambers of commerce, and some small families were all fiercely bidding for the elixirs. In just one day, they sold a total of 600 million demon spirit coins. Just from this day alone, Nelly was able to get close to 200 million demon spirit coins. Young Xian specially sent this sum of money to St. Laurent College, and handed it over to Nieli. For a period of time in the future, Nieli will still have a steady flow of money. All the elders of the Association of Alchemists were deeply shocked by this number. Guyan's position in the Association of Alchemists has become even more stable. In the past, Elder Hu Shuo joined forces with two other elders to fight for Guyan's position. But now, Elder Hu Shuo has given up. The other two elders that were roped in by Hu Shuo have also fallen to Guyan's side. The financial power of the Association of Alchemists has expanded to a frightening degree. They released the news in Glory City that they are recruiting disciples to join the Association of Alchemists on a large scale. Aside from waiving all tuition fees, after reaching the intermediate apprentice realm, they can also refine elixirs to earn money. The attraction of the Association of Alchemists immediately increased. Many commoners that couldn't enter St. Laurent College have joined the Association of Alchemists. More than a month's time quickly passed. Everything was very peaceful. Although there would occasionally be people from the Dark Guild in Glory City, there weren't any big incidents. With Lord EMO and the City Lord overseeing things, as long as they don't encounter any legend-ranked demon beasts, Glory City will be as stable as Mount Tai. Nieli, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch have been training in St. Laurent College, practicing the most powerful cultivation techniques. Within their interspatial rings, there would be an endless supply of soul-tempering pills and scarlet body-enhancing pills. Every night, they would bathe in purple haze grass. The cultivation of Nieli and Bunch can be described as leaps and bounds. Although there are people outside who want to harm Nieli and Bunch have been hiding in St. Laurent College. Therefore, those people can't do anything to them. The end-of-year test is gradually approaching. The result of this test will affect the future and fate of every student in St. Laurent College. Because after the end of the test, all the students will be divided into different classes. The gap between the students in the same class will also slowly widen. After the test, the students of St. Laurent College can go home and face the questions from their parents about the results of their year of training. All the students of St. Laurent College are nervously preparing in order to get an excellent result in this test. In the Fighter Apprentice class, the most important thing is the bet between Nieli and teacher Shinshio. Nieli, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch have not appeared in the class for a long time. Nieli doesn't know how Nieli and Bunch are doing. Breaking through to 1-star bronze rank fighter in 2 months' time, it's impossible. Boss Shunyu, Nieli and Bunch have been hiding in the library every day. They don't even dare to appear in the school. I think it's impossible for him to reach 1-star bronze rank. He's just waiting to drop out. One of Shunyu's underlings smiled and said, Boss Shunyu ate a few soul-concentrating pills. I'm afraid he's not far from 2-star bronze rank. Nieli really doesn't dare to appear? Can Nieli really reach 1-star bronze rank? Shunyu doesn't know how to answer. Nieli defeated Chu Yuan, who is a 3-star bronze rank. Is it just because Nieli's soul force control is better than ordinary people? This doesn't seem to make sense. However, Shunyu would rather believe that Nieli definitely hasn't reached 1-star bronze rank. Ever since Nieli appeared, Yi Ziyun has never looked him in the eye. Shunyu simply hates Nieli to the bone. However, even if he wanted to find trouble with Nieli, he didn't have the chance. After this exam ends, if Nieli drops out, he won't let go of Nieli. He must make Nieli suffer a fate worse than death. Nieli previously exposed the Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern as plagiarism, causing the Sacred Family to be furious. The Sacred Family is already suppressing the Tensei family. Even if Nieli doesn't drop out of St. Laurent College, he will definitely become a stray dog. Shunyu can already imagine Nieli's tragic ending. Who asked you to offend me and my brother? Shunyu thought in his heart. Is Nieli really born to go against the Sacred Family? Not only did he snatch his woman, he also snatched his brother's woman. His brother is the future successor of the Sacred Family. The entire field of St. Laurent College in the forest is filled with people training. In order to deal with this exam, many of the children of the aristocratic families have taken a lot of soul-nurturing pills and soul-concentrating pills. The effect is quite obvious. So the more prominent families even got 1 or 2 soul-tempering pills or scarlet body enhancing pills. The effect of these elixirs is quite obvious. The strength of this batch of students has obviously increased compared to the previous batch. This made the higher-ups of the college extremely happy. Who knows how many of the graduating students of the genius class will be able to reach 5-star silver rank. To be able to reach 5-star silver rank before the age of 16, they will be the pillars of Glory City in the future, becoming an important figure in Glory City. Generally, as long as they reach silver rank, their future achievements won't be low. Nearly half of the older generation of students in the gifted class would graduate and leave, and the new generation of students would be filled in. No one knew how many people in this generation would have the qualifications to enter the gifted class, and this was something that everyone was looking forward to. St. Laurent College is decorated with lanterns and streamers, preparing for this important moment. Chapter 48. In the school's martial arts field, flags were fluttering and drums were beating. The highly anticipated end-of-year exam is about to begin. For every student, this is a very important moment. All the students of the Fighter Apprentice class and Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class are gathered in the middle of the martial arts field. Even Nieli, Dowsit, Lu Piao, and Bunch, who haven't been in class for nearly 2 months, appeared in the martial arts field, standing together with the students in their class. Seeing Nieli, whether it's Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ninger, they all walked over. Whether it's the male students in their class or the other classes, seeing Nieli standing together with the 2 beauties, every single one of them were filled with jealousy and envy. Nieli is too inhumane. He actually monopolized so many resources by himself. Nieli glanced at Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. The 2 girls are more beautiful than before, like fairies. Regardless of the lightning dragon technique and 9 revolving ice phoenix techniques effect, whether it's the lightning dragon or the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique, both of them are very powerful cultivation techniques. They can refine the physique. After expelling the impurities from the body, the 2 girls had a feeling of floating in the air. Recently, whether it's Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ninger, their cultivation has been rising very quickly, far surpassing their peers. Therefore, whether it's Xiao Ninger or Yi Ziyun, both of them are grateful to Nieli. Without Nieli's help, their cultivation wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly. Yi Ziyun seemed to have seen someone. After saying something to Nieli, she left first. Xiao Ninger walked to Nieli's side and said in a low voice, "Nieli, I recently heard from my family that the Tenjin family's business has been suppressed by the sacred family." "Only the business has been suppressed?" Nieli said with a deep gaze. Xiao Ninger nodded her head. Even a powerful family like the sacred family can only suppress other families in business. This is because Glory City strictly forbids infighting. If the sacred family dares to destroy the Tensei family, the legend-rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo and the city lord wouldn't let the sacred family off. "Then there's no problem," Nieli lightly said. Ever since the Alchemist Association started selling the elixirs, Nieli has an income of hundreds of millions of demon spirit coins every day. One day's income is equivalent to several years of the Heavenly Marks family's income. Even if the Heavenly Marks family's business is suppressed, it doesn't matter. After the end-of-year examinations, he will make a trip back to the Heavenly Marks family. At that time, he will completely change the Heavenly Marks family situation. Although he's not worried about what the Sacred Family will do, he has to be careful of the Dark Guild that is colluding with the Sacred Family. The Dark Guild won't follow the rules of Glory City. Fortunately, Glory City is under the control of the city guards. The Dark Guild generally won't do anything in Glory City. Just when they were chatting, a group of people walked over. It's Shun Fei, Shin Yu, and Bunch. Seeing Nieli and Xiao Ninger chatting, Shun Fei's eyes revealed an ominous glint, but he quickly retracted it. Seeing Shun Fei walking over, Xiao Ninger's face slightly paled. She bit her lips and took a few steps to the side. She's not afraid of Shun Fei. She has already decided to go against the Sacred Family to the end. However, she's worried that it will bring trouble to Nieli. Seeing Xiao Ninger's flustered expression, Nieli held on to Xiao Ninger's arm, lightly smiled and said, Ninger, where are you going? Nieli, quickly let go of me. I'll bring trouble to you, Xiao Ninger lightly said. Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, It's not the first time I've offended the sacred family. What's there to be afraid of? Through the thin silk clothes, Nieli could vaguely feel Ninger's smooth skin. Xiao Ninger's face slightly blushed, looking shy. That charming expression caused the surrounding boys to be dumbfounded. Xiao Ninger couldn't help feeling a little touched and sweet in her heart. For her, Nieli didn't hesitate to fall out with the sacred family. Let go of your hand. Seeing Xiao Ninger's charming appearance, Shun Fei couldn't help being jealous of Nieli and pushed his palm towards Nieli. Nieli and Xiao Ninger's intimate appearance in public is simply slapping Shun Fei's face. Because almost everyone knows that Xiao Ninger is Shun Fei's fiancé. Xiao Ninger's appearance of wanting to reject Nieli is simply putting a green hat on his head. Feeling Shun Fei's palm pushing over, Nieli's figure moved. Dragging his right hand, he brought Xiao Ninger to dodge Shun Fei's palm and push Shun Fei away. Shun Fei doesn't know how Nieli dodged it. In the next moment, a palm attack came, causing him to take a few steps back. His eyes were wide open, staring at Nieli. He suddenly realized that he has underestimated Nieli. One must know that he is already a 3-star silver rank. How did Nieli dodge his attack and counterattack? The surrounding people were also slightly stunned. One must know that Shun Fei is a student of St. Laurent College's genius class. He actually suffered a loss in the hands of Nieli. This is simply too shocking. Just what realm has Nieli reached? You Nieli? Shun Fei's eyes flickered, coldly looking at Nieli. That's right, who are you? Nieli asked despite knowing the answer. His right hand was wrapped around Xiao Ninger's slender waist. This posture was a little ambiguous. Nieli did this on purpose. He purposely focused Shun Fei's hatred and attention on him, making Shun Fei think that Nieli was the one who took the initiative to chase after Xiao Ninger. This way, Shun Fei wouldn't disturb Xiao Ninger. Although she has already done some intimate actions with Nieli, being wrapped around by Nieli's waist in front of so many students, Xiao Ninger couldn't help blushing. The surrounding students all revealed an expression of admiration. Nieli is really awesome. He's hugging someone else's fiancé's waist in front of so many people, and he still asks who she is. They noticed a detail. Ninger didn't resist Nieli much. It seems like the relationship between the two is not ordinary. Hearing Nieli's words, Shun Fei's lungs exploded. His eyes widened, and the veins on his neck popped out. He glared at Nieli and said, You better remember, I'm Shun Fei, Ninger's fiancé. Ninger's fiancé. Who will admit it? Ninger, is he your fiancé? Nieli looked at Xiao Ninger. Without waiting for Xiao Ninger to answer, he smiled at Shun Fei and said, You see, it can't be, right? Who do you think you are? Even a toad wants to eat swan meat. Wake up. Do you think you're qualified to marry my Ninga? Xiao Ninger was dumbfounded. She didn't even answer. The surrounding students were also dumbfounded. Nieli is too shameless. Ninger still hasn't said anything. He's not my fiancé. I've never admitted it. Xiao Ninger looked at Shun Fei in front of her, showing deep disgust. She knows what kind of person Shun Fei is. Just some time ago, Shun Fei played with 2 commoner girls and found someone to be the scapegoat to escape from jail. In the past, it was because of the pressure from the sacred family. Although she was angry, she didn't dare to say anything. But now, she's no longer willing to be submissive. Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Shun Fei's eyes flashed with coldness. He was so angry that he laughed and said, Xiao Ninger, this is what you said. Don't regret it. A small winged dragon family can really go against the heavens? Hearing Shun Fei's words, Xiao Ninger's face slightly paled. She understands that with the winged dragon family's strength, it's impossible for them to go against the sacred family. The winged dragon family will most likely suffer a thunderous attack from the sacred family. However, it's impossible for Xiao Ninger to surrender. If she's together with Shun Fei, she'll feel disgusted every moment. Hearing the conversation between Xiao Ninger and Shun Fei, the surrounding students instantly understood. So Shun Fei is using the sacred family to pressure the winged dragon family, forcing Xiao Ning. Xiao Ninger doesn't like Shun Fei. Despicable. So the sacred family is actually this kind of people. No wonder although Ning Er is Shun Fei's fiancée, she's never willing to have any contact with Shun Fei. So that's the case. The crowd of students were discussing. At this moment, when they looked at Nieli, they no longer had the hostility from before. On the contrary, their hearts were filled with admiration. Aside from Nieli, who would dare to go against the sacred family so openly? Who would dare to be so courageous to save Ning Er from the fire pit? Hearing the discussion of the crowd of students, Shun Fei's face turned even more ugly. His gaze coldly swept at the surrounding students. The surrounding students all avoided in fear, not daring to speak anymore. If you have the guts, come at me. What's the use of threatening a woman? How do you want to play? I, Nieli, will accompany you anytime. Nieli proudly looked at Shun Fei. People like Shun Fei and Shun Yu are destined to be his stepping stones. This matter has nothing to do with Nieli. It's my own idea. Xiao Ninger's eyes firmly looked at Shun Fei and solemnly said, Shun Fei, I'd rather die than be together with you. Xiao Ninger is a person who would rather die than live in dishonor. Although she looks weak, she has a firm character. Otherwise, she wouldn't have entered the Black Devil Forest before marrying Shun Fei in his previous life. The tragedy of his previous life, Nieli will not let it repeat itself. From the beginning when he treated Xiao Ninger's injuries to when they got familiar with each other, Nieli has a good impression of this beautiful, generous, and strong girl, treating Xiao Ninger as his own sister. That's not up to you. Shun Fei coldly laughed. Shun Fei, I will apply to enter the heavenly sacred border. If I pass the test of the heavenly sacred border, even the sacred family won't be able to do anything to me. Xiao Ninger proudly said. Ha ha, Xiao Ninger, you're too whimsical. You think that you can pass the test of the heavenly sacred border with just you? In the past hundreds of years, only 3 people have passed the test of the heavenly sacred border. Shun Fei mocked. The heavenly sacred border is a secret border of St. Laurent College. Only the super geniuses of each batch have the qualifications to enter the heavenly sacred border. If they pass the test of the heavenly sacred border, then they'll be the most dazzling genius in Glory City. They might even have the qualifications to become the disciple of the legend rank demon spiritualist, Yimo. To enter the heavenly sacred border, the age must be below 15 years old. On this point, Xiao Ninger meets the requirements. However, does Xiao Ninger really think that her talent can reach such a level? In the history of Glory City, only 3 people have passed the test of the heavenly sacred border. One of them is the legend rank demon spiritualist, Yimo. The other 2 have already died in battle. However, when they were alive, they reached the pinnacle of black gold, rank demon spiritualist, only a step away from legend rank. The heavenly sacred border is a sacred existence in everyone's heart. If Xiao Ninger is really able to pass the test of the heavenly sacred border, then the sacred family really can't do anything to the winged dragon family. It's Monday, brothers and sisters. Give your recommendation votes to the snail. Chapter 49. How could the heavenly sacred border be that easy? However, Shun Fei would never have thought that in this period of time, the Xiao Ninger who trained in the lightning dragon technique is no longer the Xiao Ninger from before. After reaching the soul power transformation stage, Xiao Ninger's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. At the same time, she also obtained the full support of the entire winged dragon family. The current Xiao Ninger is no longer the same as before. You better get the qualification to enter the heavenly sacred border first. Shun Fei coldly laughed. Only the most outstanding disciples of each batch can enter the heavenly sacred border. Heavenly sacred border. Nieli lightly smiled. This is also the place that he wants to go. In his previous life, he had returned to the destroyed Glory City and entered the heavenly sacred border. The things that are hidden in there is something that ordinary people can't imagine. Therefore, Nieli also wants to get the qualification to enter the heavenly sacred border. Rest assured, Ninger will pass the test of the heavenly sacred border. Just wait and see. Scram, Nieli coldly said. A person like Shun Fei is not worthy to be his opponent. What Nieli wants to deal with is not only the younger generation of the sacred family, but the entire sacred family. Shun Fei's gaze fell onto Nieli. A vicious thought flashed through his mind. He coldly laughed and said, Nieli, do you have the guts? Our sacred family will organize a genius martial arts competition. At that time, we will also invite your Tensei family. You and I will fight on the stage, no regrets. How about it? Do you dare? Despicable. The surrounding students couldn't help but curse. Shun Fei is a disciple of the genius class. He is already 17 years old, and his cultivation has already reached silver rank. As for Nieli, who knows if he has reached 1-star bronze rank? Shun Fei actually opened his mouth to fight with Nieli. This is simply trying to kill Nieli. Even if Nieli rejected, no one would say anything. How about it? Do you dare? If you don't dare, then you're a coward. Shun Fei didn't care about the dissatisfaction of the people around him and sneered. Xiao Ning unnervously looked at Nieli. Nieli smiled faintly and squeezed Xiao Ninger's delicate hand. He gave Xiao Ning a reassuring look. Since you're challenging me, why wouldn't I dare? Nieli laughed loudly, his whole body exuding an aura of confidence. The surrounding students had never imagined that Nieli would actually accept Shun Fei's challenge without hesitation. Shun Fei was a disciple of the genius class who had reached the silver rank. Was Nieli crazy? Seeing Nieli's confident look, Xiao Ning's worried heart quickly calmed down. Seeing Nieli's confident look, Xiao Ning couldn't help being convinced. She has a feeling that nothing in this world can stump Nieli. Nieli has a mysterious ability that can settle everything. This is what you said. Don't go back on your words. I'll be waiting for you at the tournament organized by the sacred family. Shun Fei snorted. His eyes were like a knife as he fiercely swept his gaze at Nieli and Xiao Ning. I'll let you two be free for a while. When the time comes, I'll see how you cry. Shun Fei turned around and walked away. Shun Yu, who was far away, also fiercely stared at Nieli and followed behind Shun Fei. After a long time, Yi Ziyan returned. She looked at Nieli and asked with concern, I heard that you accepted Shun Fei's challenge. It's fine, I know what I'm doing. Seeing that you are so concerned about me, I'm very touched, Nieli said, laughing. Yi Ziyan couldn't help being speechless. She angrily stomped her feet and said, Who said that I'm concerned about you? Shun Fei has long reached the silver rank, at least 2-star silver rank. Are you confident? Although she said that she doesn't care, in fact, Yi Ziyan is still very concerned. We'll see when the time comes, Nieli said, shrugging his shoulders. You're willing to accept Shun Fei's challenge for little sister Ning. Looks like you're sincere to little sister Ning. You have to treat her well, otherwise I won't let you off. Yi Ziyan coldly snorted. She doesn't know why, but when Yi Ziyan spoke, she sighed in her heart. Since you like Ning, so much, why did you provoke me? Thinking of the things that happened in the underground palace, she felt a little angry in her heart. Nieli saw everything that he shouldn't have seen. Shun Fei's character is bad. I couldn't bear to see such a kind girl like Ning fall into Shun Fei's hands. That's why I help her out, Nieli hurriedly explained. He does have a good impression of Xiao Ning, but no matter what, it can't be compared to the life and death relationship he had with Yi Ziyan in his previous life. You're not any better, Yi Ziyan pouted. Hearing Yi Ziyan's words, Nieli smiled bitterly. In his previous life, he had experienced too much. His hands were stained with a lot of blood. He had also done a lot of things that went against morality. But it was all because he had no other choice. No matter what, he was not a despicable person like Shun Fei. You don't need to explain these things to me. In any case, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Ziyan slightly raised her eyebrows and snorted. In front of outsiders, Yi Ziyan was always indifferent and elegant, keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. She had a little temper, which proved that she cared about him. Nieli held the back of his head with both of his hands and took a deep breath. This world is too beautiful. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Compared to his previous life, where he constantly drifted and killed, the life in the academy is simply peaceful and peaceful. Disgusting, despicable people like Shun Yu, Shun Fei, and Chu Yuan, teasing beautiful girls like Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning. This kind of life is really satisfying. Seeing Niao Li's proud look, Yi Ziyun couldn't help but get angry. What are you laughing at? Am I laughing? No. Niao Li pursed his lips and smiled. Yi Ziyun was depressed. Niao Li is really too annoying. She really wants to beat him up. She can't wait to violently beat up Niao Li. But she doesn't know why. Even if she hates Niao Li, she still likes to be together with Niao Li. Perhaps it's because she hasn't had any friends for a long time. Being together with Niao Li is very comfortable and there's no restriction. Seeing Niao Li chatting and laughing with Yi Ziyun, and Ziyun seems to be throwing a little temper at Niao Li. That charming appearance made everyone dumbfounded. All the male students simply went crazy with jealousy. Niao Li just hugged Ning Er, and now he's teasing Ziyun. Why are all the benefits being taken by Niao Li? Isn't the heavens too unfair? Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest couldn't help feeling a little envious towards Niao Li. However, they didn't have any jealousy in their heart. Niao Li is their brother, a good brother for life. Daozit and Lu Piao are chatting with the students in the class. Daozit has shown his unique leadership temperament. There are already many commoner students that express their willingness to follow Daozit. After a moment, Shunxiu walked over while twisting her waist. Her gaze swept across the students. When her gaze fell on Niao Li, a hint of sharpness flashed through her eyes. Shunxiu said in an unfriendly tone, "It's going to be our class's turn soon. Everyone, follow me." Teacher Shunxiu, you said before that if I reach 1 star bronze rank, you will resign. Does this still count? Niao Li suddenly spoke, smiled, and said, "If you apologize to me and beg me to cancel this bet, I can consider it. Trying to trick me? How can it be so easy?" Shunxiu coldly snorted and said, "I, Shunxiu, will keep my words. If you reach 1 star bronze rank, I will resign." Niao Li shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then hurry up and write your resignation letter. Wait until you reach 1 star bronze rank." Shunxiu coldly snorted and led the students of the class towards the examination hall. There are a total of thousands of students in St. Laurent College. Every shift is very slow. Along the way, many students were discussing. I heard that the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class had 2 students whose soul force reached 3-star bronze rank. The Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class is indeed powerful. That's for sure. Many of them have been training for 1 or 2 years more than us. I also heard that the Inscription Master Apprentice class had a fighter whose strength reached 2-star bronze rank. A group of students were discussing. St. Laurent College has a total of 6 apprentice classes. Although the names are different and the talents they specialize in are also different, children are the most flexible. There will often be people who adjust the direction of their training. Among all the classes, the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class is the most eye-catching because it has the most geniuses. According to the development of his previous life, Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun will enter the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class and complete a year of training. As for Niao Li, he will stay in the Fighter Apprentice class. Although he is training very hard, his cultivation is very slow and unknown. However, the trajectory of this life is definitely different from his previous life. Not only Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun, even Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch will have their fates completely changed. The people from the Fighter Apprentice class are here. Is this the rumored most useless class? It is said that many of them have Red Rank C of Consciousness. Red Rank C of Consciousness can also be trained. However, I heard that a few of them have pretty good talent and are about to advance to Bronze Rank. For example, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning. Hearing these 2 names, the eyes of a few male students lit up. No matter where they go, beautiful girls will always attract the most attention. Although they are still young, they have been training since young. With their sharp minds, they already know a lot of things. Among the few apprentice classes, the 2 most beautiful girls are undoubtedly Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. When the boys from the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class saw Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger, they all showed fervent expressions. If nothing goes wrong, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger will enter the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class for further training. At that time, they will have the opportunity to get close to them. Seeing the fervent expressions of the boys from the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class, Nieli couldn't help smiling. In this life, they will probably be disappointed, because no matter if it's Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ninger, they will both enter the Demon Spiritualist Genius class. Under Shun Xiu's lead, the students of the Fighter Apprentice class lined up and walked into the testing hall. On the high platform, far away, the higher-ups of the academy were looking over. The first step is the strength test. Who will go first? A person that looked like a mentor asked Shin Xiu. Shin Xiu looked at the group of students from the Fighter Apprentice class. Shin Yu walked out and proudly said, "I'll go first." After saying that, he walked towards the strength testing stone. Chapter 50. Shin Yu volunteered, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Within the Fighter Apprentice class, Shin Yu, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and Bunch are undoubtedly the ones who have the highest hopes of breaking through to 1-star bronze rank, thus attracting the most attention. The other one that received more attention is Nieli, who had a bet with teacher Shin Xiu. However, the majority of the people didn't think that Nieli could reach 1-star bronze rank in such a short amount of time. If 1-star bronze rank was so easy to reach, then there wouldn't be so many people stuck at the door of Fighter and Demon Spiritualist forever. The strength testing stone is a huge stone. Its whole body is emitting a metallic luster. When a fighter's fist strikes onto the strength testing stone, it will cause a dent to appear on the strength testing stone. Through the dent, a fighter's strength can be determined. Boom! Shin Yu's fist landed on the strength testing stone. A faint dent appeared on the strength testing stone. A few teachers in charge of supervising the test walked over. 1-star bronze rank. Test result, 120. In other words, the strength of Shin Yu's fist has reached around 120. The students of the Fighter Apprentice class all cried out in surprise. They never thought that Shin Yu's physical body has already reached such a level of strength. He has already reached bronze rank fighter. Generally, students that specialize in Demon Spiritual Force will have their physique increase a bit faster at the beginning. Only after reaching silver rank would it slow down. But even so, Shin Yu's physique training speed is quite fast compared to other students of the same rank. He actually reached 1-star bronze rank so quickly. Everyone has 3 chances to take the test. Shin Yu didn't seem to be satisfied with this number. He stood up again, gathered his strength, and threw a punch. Boom! Shin Yu once again punched onto the strength testing stone. 1-star bronze rank. Test result, 130. 1-star bronze rank. Test result, 135. After seeing the result, Shin Yu showed a satisfied expression and continued to test his Demon Spiritual Force. Very quickly, Shin Yu's Demon Spiritual Force test result came out, 115. Under normal circumstances, people who possess both fighter and demon spiritualist talent will choose to become a demon spiritualist. Demon spiritual force is the most important. Strength talent can only be embellished. Shin Yu's demon spiritual force has broken through 100. He is already a 1-star demon spiritualist. Such a fast cultivation speed, indeed worthy of being a member of a sacred family. Awesome. He can definitely enter the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class. If a 1-star Demon Spiritualist doesn't have the qualifications, then who does? The corner of Shin Yu's mouth curled up slightly when he heard these people's discussion. He looked at Nieli and the others with a smug expression. In the distant spectator stand, several higher-ups of the academy revealed a satisfied smile. It's not easy for a Demon Spiritualist to appear in the Fighter Apprentice class. Shin Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood in the distance, surrounded by a group of followers. His arrogant gaze swept across the other students of the Fighter Apprentice class. Who's going to take the test next? The teacher in charge of guiding the students asked. Let me do it. Lu Piao walked out and walked towards the strength testing stone at the side. The group of students began to discuss. It's Lu Piao. Lu Piao hasn't been to class for a while. I heard that he has been hanging out with Nieli. Lu Piao shouldn't have broken through to 1-star bronze rank, right? Furthermore, he doesn't have any talent to become a demon spiritualist. Hearing the discussion of the students, Lu Piao turned her head around and smiled with Nieli, Dowsit, and Bunch. These people are looking down on them. That's a big mistake. Practicing the cultivation technique given by Nieli, Lu Piao's cultivation has far exceeded her peers. Looking at Shunyu and Bunch standing far away, Lu Piao revealed a contemptuous smile, her eyebrows twitching. This kid is too arrogant. We'll teach him a lesson sooner or later. Shunyu's followers said. Shunyu's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a trace of chilling light. Now, even Nieli's followers dare to provoke him? They simply don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Piao walked in front of the strength testing stone and lightly threw out a punch with her right hand. Such a light punch. How much strength can it have? A few students at the side sneered. A muffled bang resounded throughout the hall, causing the entire strength testing stone to tremble. What's going on? What a loud sound. The teacher in charge of the test was also stunned. He walked towards Lu Piao and looked at the strength testing stone. After a moment of silence, he said, "Test result, 2-star bronze rank, 265. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. How is this possible? The test result must be wrong, right? One must know that Lu Piao only lightly threw out a punch, and it actually contained such powerful strength. It actually reached 2-star bronze rank, not far from 3-star bronze rank." Lu Piao lightly smiled. During this period of time, he did not stop his training. With the super powerful cultivation technique that Nieli taught him, he swallowed a large amount of elixirs every day and soaked in purple haze grass. It's hard for his cultivation not to be strong. After a long time, the crowd regained their senses and looked at each other. Possessing such a powerful strength talent at the age of 13, in the entire Holy Orchid Institute, he can be considered as an extraordinary genius. The higher-ups of the Holy Orchid Institute will definitely spend a lot of effort to nurture him. Not bad, not bad. I never thought that there would be such a genius in the fighter apprentice class. This year's students are not bad, one of the higher-ups said with a smile. This year's students' results shouldn't be too bad because of those elixirs made by the Association of Alchemists. Another higher-ups said softly. Indeed, the elixirs made by the Association of Alchemists are very effective, raising the average standard of the students by a lot. In order to nurture the younger generation, the families are still willing to spend a lot of money. Lu Piao provocatively looked at Shunyu, causing Shunyu's face to turn black. This is naked contempt from Lu Piao. However, thinking of Lu Piao's strength, Shunyu couldn't help but feel disappointed. How did Lu Piao's strength increase to such an astonishing degree in such a short period of time? Did Lu Piao eat a lot of elixirs during this period of time? Teacher Shinshio's face was also very ugly. Although Lu Piao is a student in her class, Lu Piao has been hanging out with Nieli, causing her to be unhappy with Lu Piao. She is very clear about Lu Piao's original results, but how did it suddenly increase to such an astonishing degree? Doesn't that mean that Nieli also? Shinshio's gaze darkened as he looked at Nieli, who was chatting with the two beauties. Second test. Lu Piao steadied his footsteps and threw a powerful punch at the strength testing stone. Pump! With a dull sound, a deep fist mark was left on the strength testing stone. 3-star bronze rank. Strength test result. 325. The teacher in charge of checking was slightly shocked as he said, "The fighter talent that Lu Piao displayed is already very astonishing. She is definitely a genius that is worth nurturing." The group of students that did not take the test sucked in a mouthful of cold air. F***CK. How can people live like this? Inhumane. They're all 13 years old. If their strength could reach 80 and above, it would already be considered outstanding. However, Lu Piao actually broke through 300 and reached 3-star bronze rank. This is simply ruthlessly trampling on their self-confidence. This is simply intolerable. Ignoring the shocked gazes of those people, Lu Piao shook her head, looking very dissatisfied. She stood still and once again threw a heavy punch towards the strength testing stone. Bang! 3-star bronze rank. Strength test result. 370. The teacher in charge of checking said as he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Looking at Lu Piao, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. Thinking back, when he was at Lu Piao's age, he had only just reached 1-star bronze rank. He reckoned that Lu Piao will definitely be able to enter the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. There are at most 50 people that can enter the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. After becoming a disciple of the genius class, they will receive different kinds of teachings. Furthermore, every 10 people will have a teacher in charge of them. Furthermore, they are all elite teachers of the Holy Orchid Institute. Furthermore, these disciples of the genius class all have the title of nobility in Glory City. They will receive special protection. Unless they commit some unforgivable crime, no one can touch them. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to challenging the laws of Glory City. Glory City is always under the threat of demon beasts. Therefore, the protection of the genius class is very attentive. That brat Lu Piao doesn't train properly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such little results. Dowsett bitterly smiled and said. When the other students heard Dowsett's words, they were all shocked in their hearts. If he doesn't work hard, he would have such results. If he works even harder, how can he live? Their gazes couldn't help falling onto Dowsett and Bunch. Lu Piao's strength has been rising so fast in the past few months. She was together with Nieli and Dowsett. Could it be that Nieli, Dowsett, and Bunch are also next is Lu Piao's demon spiritual energy test? Lu Piao held onto the soul crystal and injected her demon spiritual energy into the soul crystal. A moment later, dots of light appeared on the soul crystal. The dots of light gathered and became brighter and brighter. 3-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. Demon spiritual energy 367. The demon spiritual energy test only needs to be done once. After hearing this result, even the higher-ups of the academy couldn't help but be moved. A demon spiritualist is definitely more precious than a fighter. A 13-year-old 3-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. That's even more extraordinary. This is definitely a shocking matter. This child is definitely a genius. Let's arrange him into the genius class. The higher-ups of the academy had an unprecedented unified opinion. Lu Piao's name quickly entered everyone's line of sight. Some of the higher-ups of the academy were eager to accept Lu Piao as their disciple. Lu Piao's talent is undeniable. As the higher-ups of the academy, they also need some talented disciples to help them in order to win a higher position. There will probably be several higher-ups of the academy competing for Lu Piao's disciple. After the test, Lu Piao stood to one side and smiled towards Nieli, Dowsett, and Bunch. She had an excited look on her face. After this test, I definitely won't be scolded by the old man anymore. Lu Piao proudly thought. The old man's jaw will probably drop to the ground when he sees my results. Who's next? The teacher in charge of the test looked at the students of the fighter apprentice class with a burning gaze. In the previous tests, there weren't any geniuses that could make people's eyes light up. He never thought that the fighter apprentice class, which no one thought highly of, would actually have such an amazing genius. This made him look forward to the fighter apprentice class's test. Chapter 51. Let me do it. Dowsett walked towards the strength testing stone. Seeing Dowsett walking over, Lu Piao rolled his eyes. It wasn't easy for him to be in the limelight, and now the limelight is being snatched away by Dowsett. How annoying. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Compared to ordinary students, Lu Piao is indeed something to be proud of. A 13-year-old 3-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. However, compared to Dowsett, the difference is too big. Both of them have also started their training. Lu Piao's cultivation has already been left far behind by Dowsett. Dowsett walked in front of the strength testing stone. His mature face was calm. He raised his fist and heavily punched towards the strength testing stone. Boom! A muffled sound that was even heavier than the one Lu Piao punched earlier rang out. The entire strength testing stone trembled. Test result: 5-star bronze rank, 500 strength. The teacher responsible for checking sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What's going on today? Why are the students of the fighter apprentice class getting more and more monstrous? A 13-year-old 3-star bronze rank genius just came out, and now there's a 5-star bronze rank. The surroundings were dead silent. Dowsett is actually in existence, even more monstrous than Lu Piao. The students far away had a heartbroken expression. How could this be? They were so shocked that they didn't even have the courage to take the test anymore. As for the higher-ups of the school, they couldn't help but breathe heavily. A 13-year-old 5-star bronze rank. How many years has it been since the Holy Orchid Institute had such a genius? Don't fight with me. He's my disciple, Yisheng excitedly said. Lord Vice Principal, how can you be so cruel? On the path of fighter, I'm confident that I can teach better than anyone else. Lord Vice Principal, please let me do it. An old man with white hair and beard hurriedly said. Such a talented disciple. You think that his talent will only be limited to the path of fighter. Yisheng's eyes shone. There's no need to take the test a second time. Dowsett lightly said and walked away, preparing to test his demon's spiritual force. Are you really not going to take the test a second time? The instructor looked at Dowsett and asked, if you take the test a second time, you might be able to break through 500. The instructor was looking forward to it. However, the only response he got was the youth's cold back. Dowsett's voice slowly rang out. This is already the greatest power I can display. I see. The mentor nodded slightly. This number was already very shocking. If it was even stronger, wouldn't it mean that he would reach the silver rank very soon? A 13-year-old silver rank powerhouse. That was too unbelievable. Dowsett picked up the soul crystal and injected his soul force into it. The soul crystal shone brightly, and more white dots of light gathered inside. The elementary soul crystal was like a small, blazing sun. Bang! The primary soul crystal exploded and fell to the ground. Exploded? That's insane. His strength has reached 500. I didn't expect his soul force to be even more abnormal. Oh my god, this is too monstrous. The elementary soul crystal can only hold at most 600 soul force. If it were to exceed this limit, it would explode. Usually, the elementary soul crystal would be used for the elementary soul crystals test. There has never been a case of the elementary soul crystal exploding. Even when Lord Yemo was 13, he didn't have such a frightening cultivation. Everyone's gaze towards Dowsett was completely different. Dowsett has already broken their understanding. Could it be that Glory City is going to give birth to an existence that is even more powerful than Lord Yemo? Vice Principal Yisheng went silent for a moment and said, I will personally report this matter to the principal, and Lord Yemo. Dowsett will be heavily protected. Such a genius might not even be able to be taught by me. I will personally consult Lord Yemo and find a suitable mentor for him. His strength had reached 500, and his soul force had even exceeded 500. Duze had caused everyone to fall into a deep shock. The teacher in charge of inspecting looked at Yisheng and asked with a trembling voice, Vice Principal, do you want to exchange for the soul crystal? No need. Yisheng shook his head and said, I will let those lords personally test his soul force. Aside from letting those lords personally test him, Dowsett still has to be protected. Otherwise, if the Dark Guild finds out about this, it would be troublesome. Understood. The teacher in charge of inspecting looked at Dowsett and politely said, Your test has been completed. Such a youth, what kind of achievements will he reach in the future? Will he become the second legend rank demon spiritualist? The test has been completed? Dowsett was slightly surprised. He nodded his head and walked to the side. At this moment, the majority of the students were looking at Dowsett with eyes filled with respect. This person might be a legend rank demon spiritualist in the future. After a brief moment of shock, Shen Yu's face became abnormally gloomy. He tightly clenched his fist. A trace of blood seeped out from his palm. In this test, he suddenly realized that the gap between him and Dowsett and Bunch is getting further and further away. He can no longer catch up to Dowsett and Bunch's footsteps. How do they improve so fast? Shen Yu's gaze was gloomy. He has a feeling that the problem lies with Nieli. It's possible that Nieli helped Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch to find a suitable cultivation method. Of course, this is only Xinyu's guess. Xinyu doesn't know that his guess is correct. Xinxiu, why didn't you inform us about such an outstanding student in your class? Several of the academy's upper echelons looked at Xinxiu and asked in a deep voice. Fortunately, they had tested Lu Piao and Du Zhe first. Otherwise, if the dark guilds had found out about this, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xinxiu opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He was extremely depressed. Xinxiu's face became more and more gloomy. She knows Daozit and Lu Piao very well. Previously, Daozit and Lu Piao's cultivation wasn't that good. For them to suddenly improve so fast, there's definitely something fishy going on. However, she will not tell this matter to the higher-ups of the school. If the higher-ups of the school were to know that Daozit and Lu Piao's cultivation increased to such a degree in such a short period of time, they will only make Daozit and Lu Piao more important. At this moment, outside of the test grounds, the students of the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class were chatting. I wonder how those trash from the Fighter Apprentice class are doing. A student of the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class pursed his lips and smiled. His name is Shi Hua, one of the top students of the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class. He is already a 2-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist. With so many classes, only 15 people have reached the requirements of the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class and joined our class. Other than those 2 girls, no one else has a chance in the Fighter Apprentice class. Shi Hua said. He has been coveting Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. He hopes that Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger can join his class. I heard that Xinyu is pretty good. I heard that he has already reached 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist. Really? Shi Hua scornfully curled his lips. Even if Xinyu has reached 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist, he still wouldn't be able to attract his attention. At this moment, the other classes suddenly went into an uproar. How is this possible? Could it be that the test results are wrong? Impossible. The strength testing stone has tested so many students, and it has never been wrong. Oh my God, is he trying to defy the heavens? Shi Hua frowned for a moment, looked at the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class students beside him, and asked what happened. What happened to them? Shi Hua, this is too shocking. One of the students was still in deep shock. He took a deep breath and said, there are 2 people in the Fighter Apprentice class that had shocking test results. Fighter Apprentice class, even if their talent is not bad, they would at most be 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist. What's there to be shocked about? Shi Hua lightly smiled and said, no, if it was a 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist, it definitely wouldn't cause such a commotion. There are 3 people in the Fighter Apprentice class that have completed the test. 1 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist, 1 3-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist, and 1 even more shocking. His soul crystal exploded. Oh my God, this guy is too abnormal. Exploded a soul crystal. Shi Hua's eyes widened. His shocked expression wasn't any better than the other students. After the soul crystal exploded, the teacher did not let him continue the test. I wonder what level his soul force has reached. Shi Hua took a deep breath. His chest was heaving up and down, and asked, is it the 2 girls? No. The student shook his head and said, currently, the 2 girls have not been tested. The 3 boys are being tested. Shi Hua's mouth was wide open. Is this really the Fighter Apprentice class? Why did such 2 terrifying fellows suddenly appear in the Fighter Apprentice class? He has reached 2-star bronze rank and is already one of the top students in the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class. But compared to these 2 monsters, he is still far from it. At this moment, the students from the other classes were in an uproar. What's wrong now? Shi Hua asked, his eyes lifeless. Just now, the Fighter Apprentice class had another 3 people tested. I think they're called Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, and Zhang Ming. The 3 of them are 2-star bronze rank, only a step away from 3-star bronze rank. Damn it, is this really the Fighter Apprentice class's test? Are you sure it's not the gifted class? Shi Hua hysterically shouted in his heart. Before the shock in their hearts subsided, another piece of news came. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger had also participated in the test. Both of them exploded their soul crystals. Dead silence. A suffocating silence. Hua simply had the urge to kill himself. Before the Fighter Apprentice class's test started, as one of the top students in the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class, he still had some pride in his heart. He felt that he would be able to catch up to Xiao Ninger or Yi Ziyun. But now, this pride has been completely shattered. It turns out that Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger are not on the same level. A bunch of monsters, Hua muttered in a trance. Regarding talent, Niao Li's talent in his previous life was the worst among his companions. It's only by coincidence that he managed to survive the catastrophe. Because of the Temporal Demon Spirit book, he reached the pinnacle of martial arts. It's a new week. Everyone, please vote for Snail. Snail is very grateful. Chapter 52. Each of you will get a soul crystal. You have to keep this primary soul crystal close to you. Before your soul force reaches 500, you can use this soul crystal. When your soul force exceeds 500, you will need to buy an intermediate soul crystal. Nieli passed the primary soul crystal to Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch. When Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, and Zhang Ming saw Nia Li handing over the soul crystal to them, fear was written all over their faces. How can we accept such a valuable item? Wei Nan said, a primary soul crystal is worth 1,000 demon spirit coins. Their living expenses for 2 years isn't even that much, and Nieli just casually gave it to them. Yeah, we can't accept it. Zhu Xiangjuan immediately rejected. Zhang Ming was also the same. They're all commoners. How could they have received such a valuable item? Since it's given by Nieli, you guys should just accept it, unless you guys don't treat us as brothers. Daozit frowned his brows and said in a deep voice, although Daozit is also a commoner, he still has a lot of prestige. Wei Nan and the other two looked at each other, nodded their heads, and took the primary soul crystal from Nieli's hands. Their hearts were filled with gratitude. Nieli, thank you. From now on, you'll be our big brother. If there's anything, just tell us. Wei Nan and the other two said. They have already acknowledged Nieli in their hearts and decided to follow Nieli. Hearing the words of Wei Nan and the other two, Nieli lightly smiled. With these good brothers, Nieli can do whatever he wants with half the effort. Daozit, you take the test first. Nieli looked at Daozit and said, just like the entrance test. Daozit nodded his head. He held up the primary soul crystal and slowly injected his soul force into it. The primary soul crystal gradually emitted a dazzling light, getting brighter and brighter. It shone on Daozit's tender and slightly matured face. Dots of light danced within the soul crystal. This brightness is still a distance away from 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. With a glance, they can roughly estimate the amount. Every dot represents 1 point of soul force. Daozit, your improvement is fast. You actually have 52 soul force. Lu Piao excitedly said. With his soul force reaching 52, Daozit will be the first to reach 100, becoming a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. Daozit looked at Nieli. Nieli was concentrating on the soul crystal. In Nieli's point, no matter how high the soul force is, tens or hundreds doesn't mean anything. The most important is the demon spirit's attribute and form. The white light spots in the soul crystal shone with a grayish-red light. From time to time, they would gather together and change into various shapes, like a cloud. Seeing this scene, Nieli was surprised and said, it's actually a lightning and fire attribute. Furthermore, his soul realm is in the form of the heavenly lightning cloud. No wonder Daozit's training speed was so much faster than his brothers in his previous life. A soul realm in the form of the heavenly lightning cloud, coupled with the talent of the lightning and fire attribute. It's simply a perfect match. It's a pity that in his previous life, Daozit learned the sacred flame inscription patterns. Therefore, training to 1-star gold rank was his limit. However, in this life, with him, Daozit will have a huge change. What lightning and fire attribute? Heavenly lightning cloud. Everyone was puzzled. In this world, there's no such thing as a crippled soul realm. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, indigo, purple, The 7 colors of the soul realm represent each person's unique personality and talent. Due to various reasons, some soul realms are easier to train. However, that doesn't mean that a red soul realm is crippled. As long as you find a suitable cultivation technique, even if it's a red soul realm, it can still burst out a powerful force. Those who divide the soul realm into grades are just a bunch of amateurs when it comes to soul force training. Nieli lightly smiled and said, Nieli's words to Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the rest was like a thunderclap. This is too outrageous. Since the beginning of Glory City, those legend rank characters have told them that soul realms are divided into grades. Orange is stronger than red. Yellow is stronger than orange. Could it be that legend rank experts are also a bunch of amateurs? In terms of understanding of the soul realm, even legend rank experts are not on the same level as Nieli. Nieli can look down on any legend rank expert, because in his previous life, Nietzsche has already reached the realm above legend rank, a realm that they can't even imagine. Nieli continued, as long as you find a suitable cultivation technique, any type of soul realm can be trained to the legendary heavenly fate realm. Dowsett has a yellow soul realm, belonging to the lightning and fire attribute. The form of his soul realm is the heavenly lightning cloud, suitable for training in lightning and fire attribute cultivation techniques and lightning and fire attribute inscription patterns. The most suitable demon spirit is the celestial Qilin demon beast. If all these conditions are met, then your achievements will be very shocking. However, if you train in other inscription patterns, then your training speed will be much slower. Hearing Nieli's words, Dowsett showed a distressed expression and said, It's a pity that Glory City's lightning and fire cultivation techniques are all incomplete. Even if there are records in some ancient books, they are in very old words. While Dowsett was speaking, he suddenly thought of something. Nieli can even understand the book of lightning and fire. His eyes suddenly looked at Nieli with hope. At this moment, Nieli revealed a confident smile and said, With me here, what's there to worry about? It's just a lightning and fire cultivation technique. It won't stump me. I have 69 of the strongest lightning and fire cultivation techniques here. Which one do you want to train? Heavenly Scarlet Lightning Fire Technique? No way. This cultivation technique is too overbearing. Especially towards the end, it's extremely easy to damage the meridians. Heavenly Qilin Technique? It is indeed suitable for Dowsett's physique. However, although there's no problem with the Heavenly Qilin Technique, no one has truly trained in it before, including the creator of the Heavenly Qilin Technique. From Nieli's point of view, the first 9 stages of the Heavenly Qilin Technique are very safe. However, the last 3 stages are very difficult. There's no need to doubt the strength of the Heavenly Qilin Technique. Training it to the 9th stage is already very shocking. As for the last 3 stages, it will depend on Dowsett's luck. Just learn the Heavenly Qilin Technique. This is one of the 3 strongest cultivation techniques among all the lightning and fire cultivation techniques. I will impart the chant to you. In the future, when you train in various martial techniques, I will also spend some time to help you copy them. Nieli imparted the chant of the Heavenly Qilin Technique to Dowsett. The chant of the Heavenly Qilin Technique isn't hard to understand. Therefore, Dowsett quickly memorized it. After carefully studying it, Dowsett was extremely shocked. The Heavenly Qilin Technique is definitely much more powerful than any other cultivation technique that he has seen so far. Just by silently reciting the chant, he felt his soul realm surging crazily. His soul force has a clear sign of strengthening. He hasn't even started cultivating, but he has already started to activate his soul realm. His soul force has begun to strengthen. It can be foreseen that after cultivating the Heavenly Qilin Technique, Dowsett will advance by leaps and bounds. All along, Dowsett has been fighting for the fate of his family. His dream is to change the fate of his parents and clansmen. However, he also understands that this goal is too far away. But at this moment, Dowsett feels that as long as he diligently cultivates the Heavenly Qilin Technique, all of this will not be a problem. All of this is given by Nieli. In the next few days, I will write down the cultivation technique for you in detail. Nieli lightly smiled. Dowsett is filled with gratitude towards Nieli. His eyes are slightly red as he solemnly said, I, Dowsit, am grateful for the kindness of giving me the heavenly Qilin technique. If in the future, Nieli, you have any use for me, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, if I, Dowsit, even frown, I am willing to accept the wrath of the heavens and die. Don't say that. We're good brothers. It's just a cultivation technique. Nieli smiled as he patted Dowsit. To Nieli, this is just a cultivation technique. But to Dowsit, the meaning is completely different. At this moment, Lu Piao is already impatient. She said from the side, listening to you guys talk makes my teeth ache. Of course, brothers should share blessings and difficulties together. Nieli, I have a red soul realm. Is it suitable to cultivate soul force? Of course, everyone can cultivate it. Even if it's a red soul realm, it's just that the suitable cultivation technique is different, Nieli said with a smile. Lu Piao began to inject soul force into the soul crystal. Soon, the soul crystal emitted a faint glimmer. Inside, there are dozens of slightly red light spots dancing. The brightness is also much smaller than Dowsit's. Seeing this scene, Lu Piao can't help but blush. His soul force is simply too low. A red soul realm belongs to the chaos element. It's in the shape of a scarlet sun. Nieli furrowed his brows. A scarlet sun-shaped soul realm is considered ordinary. However, it's actually a primal chaos attribute. That's a little rare. Even among hundreds of thousands of people, there might not be one with the primal chaos attribute. Why don't I cultivate the Holy Primal Chaos Spirit Technique? Holy Chaos Spirit Technique? Isn't it strong? Lu Piao excitedly asked. Hearing the name, it seems to be very powerful. Of course, the Holy Chaos Spirit Technique is not inferior to the Heavenly Qilin Technique. Furthermore, you don't need to put too much effort into it. You only need to nurture the chaos energy within your body. It's suitable for you. Nieli smiled and said, as for whether you can cultivate it to the highest realm, that will depend on your luck. Hearing Nieli's words, Lu Piao's eyes lit up. This cultivation technique is too suitable for him. He chuckled and said, I don't need to cultivate it to the highest realm. As long as I reach 1-star silver rank demon spiritualist, I'll be satisfied. 1-star silver rank demon spiritualist, if the creator of the Holy Chaos Spirit Technique knew that Lu Piao's dream is so ambitious, he would probably have the heart to kill himself. 1-star silver rank. Nieli was also speechless. He estimated that not long from now, Lu Piao will find out how childish his dream is. Cultivating the Holy Chaos Spirit Technique. Even if he wants to stabilize his cultivation at 1-star silver rank, it would be as hard as ascending to the heavens. Because as the chaos energy within his body accumulates, Lu Piao's cultivation will soar to an abnormal level. Nieli began to help Wayne Nan and the rest test. He also gave each of them a powerful cultivation technique. Although it can't be compared to the Holy Chaos Spirit Technique and the Heavenly Qilin Technique, it's still not something that those cultivation techniques in Glory City can compare to. Furthermore, it's the most suitable cultivation technique for their physique. In the future, their cultivation will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Once they reach 5-star bronze rank and find a demon spirit that's suitable for them, their combat strength will explosively increase. Looking at the soul crystal in his hand, Nieli is going to test his talent. In his previous life, due to various reasons, Nieli took a lot of detours. The cultivation techniques he practiced were mixed and not refined, causing his cultivation to become weaker and weaker. In this life, he wants to find the most suitable cultivation technique for him. Chapter 53. Nieli noticed Shunxio's gaze, the corner of his mouth slightly curled. Chasing away Shunxio is just a whim of his. He will not treat Shunxio as his opponent. His first target is the entire sacred family. Although Nieli provoked the sacred family won't put too much effort on him for the time being. Because in the eyes of the sacred family, Nieli is just a little kid. How can he threaten them? But they will soon find out that the one that will destroy them is this threat that they are currently ignoring. After this period of training, Nieli's soul force has reached 589. Once his soul force breaks through 600, he will be able to step in his silver rank. Once he steps in his silver rank, Nieli will be able to integrate with a demon spirit. Nieli has already chosen his first demon spirit. In addition, Nieli is preparing to go to the auction house and buy suitable demon spirits for Xian, Ninger, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch. This way, their strength will be able to rise to another level. However, for the time being, Nieli is preparing to disguise himself as a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. After a while, the fighter apprentice class test ended. The future of all the students has also been determined. Very quickly, the news of teacher Shinshio resigning from his position and leaving the Holy Orchid Institute spread amongst the students. Everyone's gaze towards Nieli was a little strange. After all, this is the first time they've seen a student chasing away a teacher. There are also some students trying to get in touch with Nieli, wanting to follow Nieli. Although Nieli is only a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, Nieli's understanding of demon spirits has already far surpassed some of the teachers. Those who follow Nieli have their cultivation soar. Therefore, it's normal for them to be jealous. These people were all blocked by Daozit and Lu Piao. In this aspect, Nieli is still very cautious. The people that he recruited are all people that he had some impression of in his previous life. They are relatively loyal. Talent is secondary. The key is that they are trustworthy. But even so, the number of people following Nieli has reached 26. Nieli took a deep breath. It's about time for him to return to his family. Thinking back to the events of his previous life, the clansmen that fell one by one in front of him when he was retreating, Nieli couldn't help feeling sour in his heart. He had a feeling of homesickness. It's finally the Holy Orchid Institute's holiday. Nieli's gaze was distant. The memories from his previous life came flooding back like a tidal wave. After a brief moment, Nieli laughed heartily. Since he's back, his clansmen won't have to live in fear like before. Those enemies of his can wait to kneel on the ground and tremble. The Holy Orchid Institute's holiday is a big matter for Glory City, because there are quite a lot of students studying in the Holy Orchid Institute. Many students can reunite with their families during holiday. Groups of students left the Holy Orchid Institute one after another. Nieli, this is for you. I hope that when you see it, it will remind you of me. We'll meet again next term. Xiaoninger passed a piece of red jade to Nieli. This piece of red jade is carved with a very exquisite pattern. When Nieli raised his head, he realized that Xiaoninger had already run away with a red face. In the divine continent, red jade represents the love of a girl. Looking at Xiaoninger's slim back figure, Nieli couldn't help bitterly smiling. How could he not know that Xiaoninger already has deep feelings for him? Who would have thought that the ice beauty from his previous life would be so gentle? Raising his head, he saw Yiziyun smiling as she looked at Nieli, then looked at Xiaoninger and said, "Since Ninger likes you so much, why didn't you agree to it?" Nieli kept the red jade, looked at Yiziyun, and said, "It's a pity that the one I like is you." 2 lifetimes of love. Nieli's heart will not change. Nieli had already told Ninger about his feelings, but Ninger still wasn't willing to give up. Yiziyun's face was flushed as she spat. "Nieli, if you talk like that again, I don't think that I'm easy to bully." At this moment, Yiziyun couldn't help but recall the things that happened in the ancient Orchid City's secret passage. Her heart was filled with anger as she clenched her fists. "Of course I'm serious." Nieli faintly smiled as he looked at Yiziyun with a deep gaze. I'm ignoring you." Yiziyun stomped her foot. Just when she was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly stopped. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "Then why don't you tell me which part of me is better than Ninger?" Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "There's no way to compare. I can only say that some people are destined to be irreplaceable in life." Looking at Nieli's deep gaze, Yiziyun was slightly stunned. She vaguely felt that Nieli has a lot of things that he hasn't told her. Within Nieli's eyes, there seems to be a lot of stories hidden. After a brief pause, Yiziyun raised her head, looked at the clear sky, and said, "I hope that my husband will be a hero like my grandfather, with earth-shattering strength, using his life to protect Glory City." She took a glance at Nyeli, pursed her lips, and said, "If you reach legend rank demon spiritualist realm, I might consider it." "Hey, why didn't you keep your words? Didn't you say that you'll promise me when I reach gold rank?" Nyeli said, depressed. "I was just joking. My words don't count. Don't you know that us girls never keep our promises?" Finishing her words, the girl left a string of bell-like laughter, and like a light swallow, she quickly ran far away. Looking at Yi Ziyun's back figure, Nyeli lightly smiled and muttered to himself, "If that's the case, then why did you choose me in your previous life?" In his previous life, Nietzsche didn't even reach silver rank, yet he was able to walk together with Yi Ziyun. However, legend rank demon spiritualist doesn't seem to be that difficult. Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, Zhang Ming, and Bunch bid farewell to Nyeli and left the school to return home. Daozit and Lu Piao walked over. "We have to go as well," Daozit said, lightly smiling. Nyeli nodded his head. "We'll meet in a month." "See you in a month." Daozit nodded his head. Thinking that he's going home soon, Daozit couldn't help feeling excited. Going home, aside from increasing his cultivation, Nyeli also gave him a lot of demon spirit coins. At the very least, it's enough to help his clansmen get out of their predicament. His heart is filled with gratitude towards Nyeli, because Nyeli changed his fate. Lu Piao had both of her hands on her hips, facing the sky, and laughed. "I'm finally going home. This time, I won't have to be spanked by your father anymore." "Ha ha ha." Seeing Lu Piao's expression, Nyeli and Daozit looked at each other, couldn't help bitterly smiling. They stood a little further away from Lu Piao, because the surrounding students were looking at them with weird gazes. Lu Piao heavily hugged Nyeli, kissed Nyeli's face, and said, "Bro, I love you to death." Seeing Lu Piao's expression, Nyeli's body trembled for a moment. He pushed Lu Piao aside and said, "Go, go, go. I'm not gay. I'm not gay either. The sky is so blue, the ground is so green. I'll be leaving first, haha. See you in a month." Lu Piao had an elated look on her face as she strode forward. Daozit also waved goodbye to Nyeli and walked away. Seeing the happy and confident expressions of his two best friends, Nyeli couldn't help lightly smiling and walked towards the direction of his family. In the northern part of Glory City occupies a vast area. Aside from the two most flourishing districts, there are also 6 subsidiary districts. From the Holy Orchid Institute to the location of Nyeli's family, it would take 2 days to travel by carriage. The family that Nyeli belongs to is called the Tenjin family. They have a large piece of land in the valley. However, the resources here are very poor. The family relies on farming and gathering herbs in the mountains for a living. Luckily, this place is relatively close to the garrison and defensive walls of Glory City, so it's relatively safe. Normally, there wouldn't be any demon beast attacks. Although they are known as an aristocratic family, only the patriarch of the Tenjin family has the title of Earl. Furthermore, the title of Earl is not hereditary. In other words, if the current patriarch of the Tenjin family passes away and no one from the younger generation of the Nye family obtains the title of Earl, then the position of the Tenjin family will not be as good as before. As one of the most declining aristocratic families, the Tenjin family's castle is already very dilapidated. The peeling outer wall was heavily damaged by demon beast attacks, but they never had the money to repair it. Outside of the castle, the family members are planting all kinds of crops. Seeing Nyeli coming from afar, the family members all greeted Nyeli. "Nyeli, you're back?" The family members that are responsible for farming usually don't have a high position in the family. Nyeli's father is also one of them. Although the Tenjin family has declined, they still have a lot of family members. In this district, there are more than 1,000 families with the surname Nye, and the population is also around 5,000 to 6,000 people. The Tenjin family has a total of 26 children studying in the Holy Orchid Institute. Nyeli is one of them. However, Nyeli's personality used to be eccentric and rarely interacted with other children. The other children are in the intermediate and advanced classes. Their holidays are later than the beginner classes, so they will probably only be back after 1 or 2 days. "Big brother Nyeli, you're back." A barefooted little girl happily ran towards Nyeli. Her hair was combed into a braid, and her skin was like carved jade, looking extremely cute. Her name is Yu, uncle's child. Li's father, Ming, only has one brother. Their position in the Tianjin family is very low. Usually, they rely on farming to barely make a living. Luckily, they only need to hand over 1/3 of the crops to the family. The rest can be kept for themselves. Furthermore, the cost of Li's studies in the Holy Orchid Institute is covered by the family. Therefore, they don't have to worry about food and clothing. In a family of 5,000 to 6,000 people, there are a total of 60 bronze rank fighters, 6 bronze rank demon spiritualists, 20 silver rank fighters, 2 silver rank demon spiritualists, 3 gold rank fighters, and 1 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. This is the entire strength of the family. The strongest person in the Tianjin family is the patriarch, Hai, a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. His position in the family is very high. There are also 2 1-star gold rank fighters and 1 3-star gold rank fighter. Normally, it would be hard for Li to meet the patriarch. The patriarch would only appear during the family's worship ceremony. Li patted Yu's head. He is quite doting on Yu. He smiled and asked, "Is Xiaoyu obedient at home?" Xiaoyu is very obedient. Yu seriously nodded her head. "I want to be like big brother Li and enter the Holy Orchid Institute and become a fighter." Yu has always set Li as her goal. Li couldn't help sweating. In his previous life, before Glory City was destroyed, Yu's achievements were much higher than his. Yu has always been concerned about him. However, as a big brother, he has to be sheltered by his sister. This caused Li to be very depressed. Later on, Yu also died in that battle. She was very brave. Although his nose was slightly sour, Li still endured it. It's good that he's back. Li brought Xiaoyu and walked toward the distance. He saw Ming and Kai stopping their work, looking at each other, and walked over. Chapter 54. "Xiaoli, you're back," Ming said, lightly smiling. "And father, I'm back." Looking at his father's old and haggard appearance, Li's eyes couldn't help turning red. The memories from his previous life flooded his mind. Xiaoli seems to have grown taller and more handsome. After staying in the Holy Orchid Institute for a year, his temperament has indeed changed. Kai laughed. He is Ming's blood brother, 3 years younger than Ming. Just like Ming, he doesn't have any cultivation talent and is just an ordinary farmer. At Ming's and Kai's age, their sea of consciousness has already solidified, completely unable to cultivate. However, being an ordinary person isn't a big deal. In his previous life, I didn't have the ability to protect you guys. In this life, I will protect you guys. When Li returned home, he saw his mother and aunt. His family was very happy. Finally, his family has reunited once again. Li's heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement. "Li, what's your strength now?" During the meal, Ming couldn't help but ask. Everyone's gaze fell onto Li. Yu blinked her big eyes as she looked at Li. "Let's eat first," Li's mother, Xiaoyun, hurriedly said. In his previous life, no matter if it was Ming or Xiaoyun, even if Li's cultivation didn't break through and disappointed them time and time again, they still comforted Li and never asked too much of Li. Even so, Li still felt their ardent expectations. Every time, his heart would feel like it was being cut by a knife, blaming himself for being useless. But in this life, he finally won't let his parents down again. In this year's end-of-year test, my soul force just broke through to 100. I'm already a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, Li calmly said as he ate. He didn't dare to tell his parents, uncle, and aunt about his true situation. Otherwise, they would definitely be shocked. Ming and Bunch never thought that Li could become a demon spiritualist. They thought that Li becoming a bronze rank fighter is already pretty good. When they heard Li saying that he has reached 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, they were all stunned and stopped their chopsticks. 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist? Ming and Bunch thought that they heard wrongly. Is he a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist? Kai couldn't help asking Li for confirmation. And Li nodded his head. Looking at his kind parents, he felt a little sour in his heart. the regrets they had in their hearts in his previous life. He will try his best to make it up to them in this life. 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. Nian Ming and Bunch muttered. Our family finally has a demon spiritualist? After a brief moment of shock, their faces lit up with ecstasy. That's a demon spiritualist. Any demon spiritualist within the Tenjin family has a transcendent status. Aside from not having to pay taxes, they can also receive quite a lot of things from the Tenjin family every month. Aside from becoming a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, I was also selected by the Holy Orchid Institute to join the genius class. Nelly thought a while and continued to say, Gifted class? Didn't the gifted class require exceptional talent to enter? Although Nie Chong's family's child, Nie Long, is also a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, he doesn't have the qualifications to enter the genius class. Nie Kai said, puzzled. He understood the situation of the Holy Orchid Institute very well. Nie Yu, who was at the side, blinked, her big watery eyes looking at Nieli in admiration, and said, Big brother Nieli is the best. Nieli had always been her idol. Nieli smiled, rubbing Nie Yu's little head. In his previous life, he could only look up to Nie Yu and was sheltered by her. In this life, let me shelter you. Nieli thought in his heart. Maybe Shaoli has some unique talent in certain aspects. That's why he was selected by the genius class. Otherwise, Shaoli wouldn't be able to reach 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist in such a short amount of time. Our family finally has a demon spiritualist, Nie Ming said excitedly. At this moment, no matter if it's Nie Ming, Nie Kai, Aunt Miao Ling, or Nie Yu, they were all very happy. Xiaoyan was so excited that she wiped her tears. Xiaoli's grown up. Nie Kai patted Nie Li's shoulder. Xiaoli, let's go and meet the patriarch. Nie Ming suddenly stood up. His heart was filled with pride. This time, he can finally raise his head in front of the family. In the past, Nie Ming was often looked down upon by the family, especially Nie Chong, who often boasted in front of him. Today, Nili has finally fought for him. You're only this little? The child just came back. Let him finish his meal first. Is there a need to be so anxious? Mother Xiaoyun rolled her eyes at Nie Ming. That's true, that's true. Nie Ming awkwardly laughed. He was very proud in his heart, therefore, he was a little impatient. Seeing his family proud of him, Nelly was also very happy in his heart. How's the situation in the family? Nelly asked while eating. Very strange. Speaking of the family situation, Nie Ming frowned. Strange. Nelly was a little puzzled. Yes. Nie Ming nodded his head. The Tianjin family's finances have long been stretched. Some time ago, we were suppressed by the sacred family. All of our businesses suffered a huge blow. Some of our business partners also stopped cooperating with our family. The patriarch and the elders were extremely anxious. The patriarch even personally sent a letter to the sacred family, asking for the reason and expressing goodwill. However, the sacred family completely ignored it. They probably wanted to wait until our Tianjin family situation is even more difficult before discussing the conditions. However, we never thought that there would suddenly be a turn for the better. A turn for the better? That's right. Suddenly, there were dozens of families and businesses that proposed to cooperate with us. Furthermore, the conditions were very generous. At the beginning, the patriarch thought that it was a trap. However, after realizing that the other party didn't have any ill intentions, he was relieved to cooperate. It said that all of this was incited by the Association of Alchemists. The Association of Alchemists also gave us a lot of commissions, entrusting us to grow all kinds of herbs. The remuneration they paid was also very generous. Furthermore, under the protection of the Association of Alchemists, the sacred family wouldn't dare to make any moves against us, said Nie Ming. Hearing Nie Ming's words, Nieli immediately understood. His mind couldn't help thinking of that charming young woman. All of this should be arranged by Yang Xian. Nieli is now the most important partner of the Association of Alchemists. It's normal for Yang Xian to make such arrangements. The strength of the Association of Alchemists is on par with the sacred family. In terms of connections, the Association of Alchemists is much stronger than the sacred family. After all, every family has to purchase elixirs from the Association of Alchemists. Therefore, with the protection of the Association of Alchemists, the Sacred Family wouldn't dare to make any moves against the Tenjin family. Not to mention that the Association of Alchemists has the elixir formulas given by Nyeli. Even the City Lord's mansion and the three major families have to beg the Association of Alchemists. The Association of Alchemists can be said to have reached the height of the sun. If the Sacred Family were to go against the Association of Alchemists at this time, it's simply courting death. When Nyeli returned, aside from meeting his relatives, the other thing he still has to do is to arrange for the Tenjin family to come in contact with the Association of Alchemists. He never thought that Yang Xian would have already done it. Now, Nyeli can be at ease to deal with the Sacred Family. Of course, the Association of Alchemists is also a very important part. Why are you telling this to the child? Xiaoyun unhappily looked at Nieming. In her eyes, Nyeli is still a child. What's the use of knowing this? What a woman's view. Xiaoli is already a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. In the future, he will enter the core of the Tenjin family. It's time for him to know these things. Nian Ming retorted. His face was filled with pride and joy. Fine. You're right. Xiaoyan impatiently said. His father and mother are still the same as in his previous life. They would often quarrel. But even so, their relationship is still very good. Nyeli smiled. Father, I won't go and meet the patriarch for the time being. I want to continue training at home first. Nyeli raised his head and said, looking at Nieming, that's fine. It's the same if we talk about it later. Nieming chuckled. Uncle Nyekai rubbed Nyeyu's head and said, Xiaoyu, you have to work hard too. You have to be like big brother Nyeli. Xiaoyu will work hard. Nyeyu nodded her head and seriously said. As night approached, the night wind would occasionally blow through the forest. The leaves made a rustling sound, like the sound of waves. Nyeli came out of his house and leapt into the forest behind the mountain. He sat cross-legged on a protruding rock and looked into the distance. He could see the lights of the Heavenly Marks family's residence. The Tenjin family is a family with a very long history. It can even be traced back to the end of the Snow Wind Empire era. The ancestor of the Tenjin family was a great lord in that era. However, after experiencing the changes of several dynasties and the long and terrifying Age of Darkness, the Tenjin family became a very small family in Glory City. Nyeli sat on the rock and quietly trained. He's only a step away from Silver Rank. As long as he breaks through Silver Rank, he will be able to integrate with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit inside the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. He continuously ate elixirs and circulated the Heavenly God cultivation technique, absorbing the elixirs into his blood vessels and slowly integrating it into his soul realm. His soul realm continued to expand and strengthen. His soul realm was constantly surging and filled with majestic soul force. However, it seems to be a little difficult to break through to Silver Rank. He estimated that he still needs around 10 days of training. I almost forgot about this. There's still a trick that I haven't used yet. Nyeli thought of something and lightly smiled. When breaking through to Silver Rank, there's a method called Extraordinary Meridian Amputation. It's to seal the blood vessels in the arm and seal 36 acupuncture points, locking the soul force in the soul realm and forcefully break through to Silver Rank. Breaking through like this, aside from consuming a large amount of soul force, there will also be some damage to the meridians. However, eating elixirs will be able to make up for it. It won't affect his future training. Let's do it this way. Nyeli lightly smiled. Following the Extraordinary Meridian Amputation technique, he sealed the acupuncture points on his body one by one, locking his soul realm completely. This kind of technique, if one doesn't have absolute confidence, they would definitely not dare to use it. New book issue requesting support. Chapter 55. After his soul realm was completely locked, all of his soul force gathered towards his soul realm, gathering more and more. Nyeli continued to consume various elixirs, constantly strengthening his soul force. His soul force continued to gather more and more, becoming denser and denser. It's like a little bit of air, constantly being compressed to a point, but in the end, it can burst forth with astonishing power. His soul force continued to squeeze within his soul realm, but couldn't find a way out, constantly squeezing and tearing. Nieli felt his soul realm constantly shattering and reforming. This intense pain caused his face to turn pale, sweat pouring down like rain. Ah! Nieli painfully screamed. Although his willpower was constantly being challenged, Nieli still forcefully maintained his consciousness, constantly guiding the terrifying soul force that was compressed by countless times, slowly guiding the soul force to circulate. Boom! 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 One by one, the key nodes within his soul realm were broken. Every time a node was broken, Nieli could feel his soul force instantly increasing by several times. Finally, a bang sound rang out. The soul force that was compressed suddenly exploded, engulfing the entire soul realm, causing the soul realm to tumble incessantly. Hiss! That terrifying pain engulfed his entire body, like millions of needles stabbing into his brain. His meridians were constantly being torn apart. Nieli endured the intense pain, waiting for the exploding soul force to rush through his soul realm, breaking open his sealed meridians. Whew! Nieli breathed out a sigh of relief. His entire body relaxed. Although his meridians were severely damaged, Nieli's face revealed an excited smile. Just as he expected, using the extraordinary meridian amputation technique, he expanded his soul realm, allowing his soul realm to reach silver rank. When his soul force completely recovers, Nieli will be a silver rank demon spiritualist. Nieli consumed a few recovery elixirs, sat cross-legged, and began to quietly cultivate. After reaching this realm, even if he were to absorb the energy of the night, Nieli can resolve it. Furthermore, Nieli is a man. With sufficient yang energy, he won't be like Ninger, leaving behind any hidden injuries. After sitting cross-legged and cultivating for about an hour, Nieli's meridians and soul force finally recovered. Finally reached silver rank. Nieli opened his eyes. A light flashed across his eyes. Finally, he can use the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. Nieli took out the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. His right hand slowly caressed the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. A surge of soul force penetrated into the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. With a puff, the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp flickered with a dim yellow light. In the dark night, it looked like a will-o-wisp. The Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp let out a howl that sounded like that of a malicious spirit. Within the light, there's a Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. However, Nieli wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He let out a low roar. His soul force was like a rope wrapping around the light. Nieli's soul force detected a black shadow. When Nieli's soul force wrapped around the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit let out a mournful scream, constantly struggling, trying to cut off Nieli's soul force. Nieli let out a low roar. Using his soul force, he shouted towards the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Want to escape? Not so easy. Surrender. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit suddenly trembled. It continuously resisted. However, under the suppression of Nieli's soul force, the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit gradually stopped resisting. With a whoosh, it turned into a black shadow and entered Nieli's soul realm. Once a demon spirit enters a demon spiritualist's soul realm, it will be controlled by the demon spiritualist. It will be nurtured by the demon spiritualist's soul realm. If it wants to regain its freedom, the demon spiritualist will have to release it. It's like it's been branded with some kind of soul mark. After integrating with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, Yiwei's soul realm expanded by more than 2 folds. Once he integrates with a demon spirit, the demon spiritualist and his demon spirit will affect each other. Even the soul force's growth speed will be boosted by more than 2 folds. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is one of the most mysterious and rare demon spirits. Very few people know of its characteristics. Therefore, very few demon spiritualists are able to perfectly coordinate with it and display various combat skills. However, this isn't a difficult matter for Nieli. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is undoubtedly very powerful. Furthermore, it has an extremely high growth rate. It's not something an ordinary demon spirit can compare to. Furthermore, Nieli's mind is filled with a lot of combat skills that are suitable for the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. He can definitely display the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit's strength to the extreme. Nieli waved his right hand and summoned the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. His body quickly integrated with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. At this moment, Nieli's body was faintly discernible, like a ghost. Both of his arms grew a weird sickle-shaped bone spur, like a praying mantis. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit can go void form and corporeal at any time. When Nieli goes void form, very few people can track his aura. However, when he goes void form, Nieli doesn't have any attack power. However, Nieli can also corporeal at any time. Once he's corporeal, he'll be able to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is an incomparably powerful assassin. When facing an enemy, even if the enemy's cultivation is a few levels higher, if they're not careful, they'll still be easily killed by the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. The bone spur is nearly a meter long. A cold light flashed on its surface, making it look extremely sharp. Nieli looked at the changes in both of his arms, then looked at a big tree a few meters away. His body moved and quickly moved toward the big tree. The bone spur flashed a cold light, and with a pu sound, the big tree was cut in half and collapsed. The cut was extremely smooth. Nieli retracted his arms in satisfaction. With a thought, his body slowly became transparent and completely disappeared. After a while, Nieli's figure once again appeared in the same place. Indeed worthy of being the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Nieli lightly smiled, revealing a satisfied smile. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit's ability is definitely a killer move when facing an enemy. If an ordinary person is caught off guard, it's very easy for them to be assassinated by the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Furthermore, it has a very high growth rate. Along with Nieli's cultivation, it will slowly grow stronger. Therefore, choosing the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit as the first demon spirit is absolutely not wrong. Normally, when a demon spiritualist integrates with a demon spirit for the first time, they would need a few months to get used to the demon spirit's ability. However, this isn't difficult for Nieli. In just a short half an hour, Nieli is already very familiar with the demon spirit's ability. Not bad, not bad. Nieli lightly smiled, sat cross-legged, and looked at the broken spiritual lamp in his hand. After integrating with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, this spiritual lamp no longer has any use. Nieli threw the spiritual lamp into a corner of his interspatial ring. At this moment, a thin and small figure quickly ran over from afar. Borrowing the dim moonlight, Nieli saw the other person's appearance. It's the cute Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, why are you here? Nieli asked, looking at Xiaoyu. I can't sleep. I want to be like Big Brother Nieli and train hard. Nielu said with a serious expression. Before reaching silver rank, it's best not to train at night. Otherwise, the gains won't make up for the losses. Nieli taught Nielu with a straight face. But why can Big Brother Nieli do it? Nieli can't possibly say that he has already broken through to silver rank. Boys and girls are different. Boys are full of yang energy. They're not afraid of energy entering their body. I don't believe it, Nielu said with a face of disbelief. Nieli helplessly shook his head. Nielu is still a little stubborn. Sometimes, no matter what he says, it won't go through. Nieli thought for a while and said, Since I'm back, I'll teach Xiaoyu a cultivation technique. Okay, thank you, Big Brother Nieli. Nielu clapped her hands excitedly. Her small face was filled with desire. Nieli took out a primary soul crystal from his spatial ring and handed it to Nielu. First, pour your soul force into this primary soul crystal. Oh, Nielu didn't think much of it. She poured a strand of soul force into the soul crystal. After a while, the soul crystal slowly lit up. Soul force 32. Xiaoyu is not bad. You're only 9 years old and already have such a high soul force. Nieli suddenly stopped. His eyes focused on the soul crystal. He was shocked and murmured, No wonder Xiaoyu's cultivation speed is so fast. Xiaoyu has the physique of heavenly marks. Big Brother Nieli, what is the physique of heavenly marks? Nielu was very puzzled. She had never heard of this term. Moreover, Big brother Lee actually said that her cultivation speed was very fast. She didn't feel it at all. What you didn't know was that Lee was talking about her previous life. It's a pity that in her previous life, Xiao Yu's physique of heavenly Mark's talent was not revealed. She had already fallen in the war. Lee patted Yu's little head and said, "Our Tenjin family has been passed down since the Snow Wind Empire era. We have a very long history and a very noble bloodline. The strongest warriors in the Tenjin family all have the physique of heavenly Marks. The probability of it appearing in our bloodline is around 1%. That means, within 100 of our clansmen, there will be one with the physique of heavenly Marks. It's a pity that the cultivation method for the physique of heavenly Marks was lost during the Age of Darkness." Yu blinked her eyes, not really understanding. Fortunately, the Temporal Demon Spirit book has the cultivation method for the physique of heavenly Marks. Lee rejoiced in his heart. He can use it to nurture Xiao Yu. Then, will Big Brother Lee still teach Xiao Yu the cultivation technique? Yu asked worriedly. Those cultivation techniques were lost. Does that mean that she can't learn them anymore? Of course. However, Xiao Yu can't tell anyone about me teaching Xiao Yu the cultivation technique. This is our little secret. Can you promise, Big Brother Lee? Gently said as he looked at Yu. According to Lee's knowledge, the Tenjin family isn't united. There are many complicated entanglements. Therefore, Lee doesn't intend to unreservedly contribute the physique of heavenly Mark's cultivation method to the family. After Lee becomes strong, he will protect the Tenjin family. However, that doesn't mean that Lee will contribute everything to the family. Yu seriously nodded her head. Xiao Yu won't tell anyone. Lee taught the first chapter of the physique of heavenly Mark's cultivation technique to Yu. Yu recited it in the wind. With a soul force of 32, Yu's memory is already very good. She quickly memorized the chant. For safety's sake, the first chapter is enough. After Yu finishes cultivating the first chapter, he will teach her the rest of the cultivation technique. After all, Yu is still too young. She's very innocent and can be easily tricked. Yu silently recited the chant in her heart. Soon, the soul force in her soul realm started to surge. In the Snow Wind Empire era, the Tenjin family possessed the physique of heavenly Marks. They were known as one of the 3 most powerful demon spiritualists. In that era, there were many geniuses. There were countless legend-ranked demon spiritualists. Even so, the physique of heavenly Marks was still able to obtain such a reputation. One can only imagine how powerful the physique of heavenly Marks was. Chapter 56. Lee explained the first chapter of Physique of Heavenly Marks to Yu. Very quickly, Yu found a place and started to train. The night was getting darker and darker. Occasionally, there would be some blackbirds flying across the forest. Lee suddenly looked far away and alert. He saw a few thousand meters away in the forest beside the cliff. There seemed to be a few figures flying across. Lee slightly frowned his brows, waved his right hand, and a black figure appeared out of thin air, quickly flying towards the forest. If the demon spirit isn't integrated with the demon spiritualist body, it can't be used in battle. However, the demon spiritualist can sense what the demon spirit sees and hears. Sometimes, it's very useful. When an ordinary demon spirit is released, its aura can be easily detected. However, the shadow devil demon spirit can hide its tracks. It's very suitable for spying on various situations, investigating the terrain, etc. The shadow devil demon spirit quickly found a few figures far away. Through the eyes of the shadow devil demon spirit, Lee saw 3 people wearing black robes, hiding in the forest. Lee controlled the shadow devil demon spirit to hide behind a tree. His eyes pierced through the night and found the location of the 3 people. The 3 people are currently chatting. This is the territory of the Tenjin family. We have to be careful. There are still a few gold rank experts in the Tenjin family. Once we encounter them, we'll definitely die. Are you guys sure that Lee, that brat, is living in that broken house at the foot of the mountain? Of course, we've already checked during the day. That brat's parents aren't practitioners. We can kill them without anyone knowing. The few of them were chatting. Through the shadow, devil demon spirit, Nieli slightly frowned. They're people from the sacred family? It seems that the three of them are here to make a move on him. However, the three of them should only be silver rank. One of the voices is very familiar. Nieli suddenly remembered. It's the Dark Guild's Deacon Yinhua. After encountering him once in the ancient Orchid City, Nieli had etched this person's voice into his mind. Fortunately, they were only silver ranked. There are only so many gold rank experts in Glory City. Every single one of them has a special identity plate. Therefore, it's very hard for the gold rank experts of the Dark Guild to sneak into Glory City. Therefore, the strongest ones are only Deacon Yinhua and the rest of the Dark Guild. Nieli slightly frowned. The shadow devil demon spirit released its powerful perception. Vaguely, Nieli could feel the soul strength of the three silver rank experts. 1 5-star silver rank, 2 3-star silver rank. It's a little difficult to deal with. Nieli frowned for a moment. If it was a 1-star or 2-star silver rank, Nieli could easily deal with them. Even if it was a 3-star silver rank, Nieli could still think of a way to deal with them. However, if there was a 5-star silver rank, then it would be a little difficult. If the three of them were to go to Nieli's house, then it would be very troublesome. Nieli pondered a while and said to Nielu, Xiaoyu, quickly go and tell Lord that there are a few people from the Dark Guild in the forest behind the mountain. The people from the Dark Guild? A trace of fear flashed across Nieyu's eyes. When she was young, she had heard about how terrifying the Dark Guild is. Then what about you? Big brother Nieli, let's go together. I'll be fine. I won't fight them head on. I'll stay here and keep an eye on them. Quickly go and call Lord. There are 5-star silver rank among the people from the Dark Guild. You must find a gold rank. Nieli said, in order to guard against the attacks of the demon beasts, there will be a gold rank elder patrolling the Heavenly Marks family's territory every day. As long as you call the guardian elder over, it will be fine. Xiaoyu, hurry up. We can't delay any longer. Nieli anxiously urged. Nielu worriedly looked at Nieli. In the end, she nodded her head and her petite figure flew away. Seeing Nielu running far away, Nieli slightly breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted Nielu to go and find Lord. Other than finding a helper, he also wanted to send Nielu away. This way, he could be free. Nieli carefully hid his figure and slowly approached the place where the three people were. Although the opponent's strength is stronger, the enemy is in the light while he is in the dark. Therefore, it's not impossible. Yinhua, along with the other 2 3-star silver rank fighters, carefully moved forward in the forest. What's going on? Yinhua Deacon suddenly felt a little strange. It's like there's something strange peeping at him from the corner. Although this feeling is very faint, so faint that he can't find the source of it. What's wrong, Deacon? The 2 3-star silver rank fighters asked in doubt. Could it be that my feeling is wrong? Yinhua Deacon frowned his brows for a moment. He let out a low roar. A huge black shadow of a demon tiger appeared out of thin air. Its eyes were filled with chilling intent, coldly scanning the surrounding dark forest. 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist, heavenly star black tiger demon spirit. This is even harder to deal with. Nieli frowned his brows for a moment. He hid in the shadows and held his breath. The shadow devil demon spirit also hid behind a tree, not moving an inch. Nieli is 50 to 60 meters away from Yinhua Deacon. This heavenly star black tiger is only a silver rank. It's impossible for it to detect so far away. As for the shadow devil demon spirit, it's hiding only 5 meters away from Yinhua Deacon. Its figure is already turned into a blur. The heavenly star black tiger's eyes emitted rays of azure light in the dark night. After scanning around, it didn't discover anything. Yinhua Deacon felt relieved and said, maybe I'm overthinking it. Yinhua Deacon recalled the heavenly star black tiger. If a demon spirit is exposed outside, its aura will be easily sensed by other demon spiritualists. Therefore, it's better to be careful. The 2 of us will wait here for a moment. Lu Qing, you go down and investigate. After confirming that the Tenjin family's patrol team is not around, send us a signal. Yinhua Deacon slightly pondered and said, The danger of this matter is quite big. He's not willing to take the risk himself. Lu Qing was a little depressed in his heart, thinking, why do I have to go? However, he didn't dare to refute Yunhua Deacon's words. He nodded his head and flew down the mountain. Yunhua Deacon and the other person called Lu Yin slowed down their steps. Seeing Lu Qing separating from Yunhua Deacon and Lu Yin, Nie Li's brows slightly twitched. This is a good opportunity. With Nie Li's strength, it's still too difficult to deal with the three of them. However, if it's a 3-star silver rank fighter, there's no doubt about it. Although Lu Qing is 2 ranks higher than Nie Li, he's still a fighter, while Nie Li is a demon spiritualist. Especially since Nie Li is using the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, which he has never seen before. Ordinary people wouldn't know the characteristics of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Under Nie Li's control, the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit turned into a black light and flew back. It quickly merged with Nie Li. Nie Li's body was constantly changing. Nie Li looked at Lu Qing, who was not far away. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold arc. With a thought, he hid his figure and slowly approached Lu Qing. What's going on? After Lu Qing ran for a few hundred meters, he suddenly felt a strange aura. He stopped his steps and suspiciously looked around. In the quiet night, aside from the sound of the wind blowing through the forest, there's nothing else. I'm just overthinking it. Lu Qing laughed at himself and continued to walk forward. He slowed down his pace, thinking that he can just casually brush off Deacon Yunhua. There's no need to take too much risk. Nie Li held his breath and silently approached Lu Qing. With the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit's concealment ability, it's very hard for ordinary people to detect his aura. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, Lu Qing has no idea that Nie Li is already behind him. All of a sudden, Lu Qing felt a murderous intent lock onto him, and a sense of crisis penetrated his back. He was shocked and suddenly turned around, raising his leg and kicking out. This kick didn't hit anything. There's nothing behind him. What the hell is that? Lu Qing's heart was cold. He clearly felt the killing intent, but why didn't he discover anything after turning around? Just when Lu Qing was in a daze, a figure suddenly solidified beside him. With a sound, a cold light flashed in the dark night, slashing across Lu Qing's neck. Lu Qing's neck was slashed open, fresh blood gushed out. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. His eyes slowly dimmed down, and with a putong sound, he fell to the ground. Lu Qing still couldn't understand what attacked him. Ever since he started cultivating, if not thousands of times, then at least hundreds of times. However, he had never encountered such an attack. However, he no longer had the chance to understand. After Nie Li's attack succeeded, his body slowly turned transparent again, once again concealed himself. Nie Li was hiding around Lu Qing's corpse, preparing for the next ambush. Regarding the success of his first sneak attack, Nie Li wasn't very satisfied. Before the attack, Lu Qing actually sensed his killing intent. Although the sneak attack succeeded, to Nie Li, it was still a failure. A true assassin should be able to kill his opponent in one strike, without them noticing or reacting to his presence. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit had just merged with Nie Li. Nie Li's control over the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit isn't very proficient, so it's normal for him to make a mistake. To be able to do this for the first time, if it was someone else, they would already be very satisfied. However, Nie Li has very strict requirements for himself, and strives to achieve perfection. Nie Li quietly hid in the shadows, patiently waiting. A faint smell of blood spread out in the forest. What happened? Yunhua Deacon frowned his brows for a moment. He keenly felt that something was wrong. He leaped and flew forward, with Lu Yin following closely behind. After flying forward for a distance, they saw Lu Qing's corpse on the ground, and their pupils involuntarily constricted. There's someone. Yunhua Deacon sucked in a mouthful of cold air and immediately became alert. The other party actually killed a 3-star silver rank fighter not far from him without making a sound. Could it be that the other party is a gold rank existence? Seeing this scene, Lu Yin was instantly terrified. Lu Qing only ran for such a short distance and was already killed without making a sound. Just how did the other party do it? The two of them slowly retreated together, back to back, and vigilantly looked at the nearby forest. In the pitch-black night, the sounds of birds chirping could be heard from the tranquil forest. There was nothing in sight, but there was a faint and terrifying feeling of being watched. The two of them had goosebumps all over their bodies. Seeing that Yunhua Deacon and Lu Yin did not make any movements, Nelly also did not make any movements. He only quietly waited. In any case, dragging this out is beneficial to him. Not long later, Nye will be able to call the elders of the clan over. Time passed by, second by second. As if sensing that something was wrong, Yunhua Deacon frowned and shouted, "Let's go." He's a cautious person. Since he encountered an unexpected setback, then let's go back first. There's no need to take the risk. Lu Yin couldn't wait to leave, so he immediately nodded his head. Yunhua Deacon leaped up, preparing to leave. Lu Yin, who was beside him, also prepared to follow. Want to leave? Not so easy. A cold light flashed in Yeli's eyes. He suddenly appeared, brandished the sickle-shaped bone spear, and slashed towards Lu Yin. Nieli had been hiding beside Lu Yin for a long time after turning invisible. He was only 5 to 6 meters away from Lu Yin. When he suddenly appeared, his speed was extremely fast. At the moment when Nieli suddenly appeared, Lu Yin and Yunhua Deacon's pupils suddenly contracted. Who is it? There was actually someone hiding so close to them, and they did not notice it for such a long time. Nieli narrowed his eyes, releasing a cold, killing intent, and slashed towards Lu Yin at lightning speed. Kill! Lu Yin coldly snorted. His body suddenly emitted a divine light. He had 2 silver rank bracers on his body. He raised the bracers to block, wanting to block Nieli's attack. At the same time, he also sent a kick towards Nieli. As a silver rank fighter, Lu Yin can be considered to have experienced hundreds of battles. His battle experience is extremely rich. In this kind of critical situation, his reaction can't be said to be slow. Unfortunately, the one who sneak attacked him isn't an ordinary person, but Nieli, who has merged with the shadow devil demon spirit. Nieli was facing Lu Yin. He suddenly stretched out his forearm, and the barb on the bone spear instantly moved to the back of Lu Yin's head. With a light hook, the barb pierced into the back of Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin's pupils instantly slackened. Even in his death, he couldn't understand why this guy's arm was so long. He actually went around his neck to attack. In just a blink of an eye, Nieli killed another one. In terms of strength, Lu Yin is stronger than Nieli. However, Nieli did not face Lu Yin head-on, but suddenly launched an attack. At the same time, the method of attack was completely unexpected by Lu Yin. In such a short period of time, Lu Yin had no time to react. Therefore, Nieli's sneak attack succeeded, killing him in one strike. Chapter 57. Seeing that Lu Yin was killed by Nieli, Yunhua Deacon, who merged with the Black Star Tiger, let out an angry roar and sent a kick towards Nieli. Boom! Nieli was kicked in the stomach by Yunhua Deacon and was sent flying dozens of meters away. He heavily smashed into a tree and slowly fell down. Yunhua Deacon lowered his head and looked at Lu Yin, who was lying in a pool of blood. He couldn't restrain his anger. He could feel that the opponent's strength wasn't strong, but he actually killed 2 of his underlings. How could he not be angry? Damn it! Yunhua Deacon kicked Lu Yin's corpse. Lu Yin is completely dead. The back of his head is the most fatal spot. After being stabbed, there's basically no chance of survival. Nieli slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. After killing 2, only Yunhua Deacon is left. What the hell is this? Go die. 2 of his underlings were killed one after another. Yunhua Deacon let out an angry roar. After merging with the Black Star Tiger, Yunhua Deacon became several meters tall. He pounced down and waved his claws towards Nieli, who merged with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit belongs to the assassin-type demon spirit. It's proficient in assassination. However, its strength is relatively weak. It needs to be slowly raised. Yunhua Deacon's Black Star Tiger belongs to the strength-type demon spirit. Its fighting strength is very strong. Its body is covered with all kinds of inscription patterns. Seeing that Yunhua Deacon's huge palm is about to land on Nye Li's body, Nye Li's figure slowly disappeared. Boom! Yunhua Deacon's huge palm slammed on the tree beside him, breaking it in half. What's going on? Yunhua Deacon's pupils suddenly contracted. He never thought that he would encounter such a strange thing. Just what the hell is that thing? The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is a very mysterious and rare demon spirit. Its ability is also very special. It's normal that Yunhua Deacon has never seen it before. Yunhua Deacon's heart shivered. Although he did not see the other party's appearance clearly, he can basically confirm that the other party is definitely a human that integrated with a demon spirit. Although Deacon Yunhua didn't know what demon spirit his opponent had integrated with, killing intent flashed across his eyes. He urged the heavenly star Black Tiger to fly through the forest, searching for Nye Li's location. That shadow earlier must be a rare assassin-type demon spirit. Yunhua Deacon thought. Nye Li's unpredictability left a deep impression on him. Yunhua Deacon searched the forest, searching for Nye Li's location. Nye Li was hiding behind a tree, holding his breath, not daring to move. After all, no matter if it's his cultivation or the strength of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, he has only just stepped into silver rank. If he were to fight head-on, he would definitely not be able to defeat a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist like Yunhua Deacon. Nye Li could only rely on the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit's ability to appear and disappear mysteriously to assassinate Deacon Yunhua. Deacon Yunhua's aura was getting closer and closer. He was about to find the place where Nye Li was hiding. Whoosh! Under Nye Li's control, the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit suddenly appeared. Its sharp front claws pierced towards Deacon Yunhua's neck. Feeling a chill coming towards him, Deacon Yunhua did not dare to be rash. He leaped backwards, dodging Nye Li's attack. Afterwards, he suddenly turned around and pounced towards Nye Li. Boom! 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 The sharp claws of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit brushed past Deacon Yunhua's head a few times, causing Deacon Yunhua to be covered in cold sweat. This thing is too scary. Its front limbs can be long or short, and its movements are astonishingly fast. If he's slightly careless, he could be killed in one hit. Deacon Yunhua leaped back dozens of meters, dodging the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit's attack. He slightly gasped for breath and was about to launch a fierce attack. However, the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit in front of him once again disappeared. Deacon Yunhua couldn't help cursing. After integrating with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, Nye Li is too hard to deal with. Nye Li would disappear at the drop of a hat, making people unable to find him. Boom! Boom! Deacon Yunhua, who is transformed into the Black Star Tiger, continuously slapped towards the direction where the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit disappeared, causing rocks to fly everywhere. However, Nye Li did not show himself. The move that this damn thing is using is not a stealth combat skill. Deacon Yunhua was secretly shocked. Many assassin-type demon spirits know how to use stealth combat skills. However, stealth combat skills have a very obvious weakness. That is, when they are attacked, they will automatically show themselves. What the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit uses is not a stealth combat skill, but a very rare void form combat skill. It turns itself into an existence similar to air, which can be penetrated by any object. The void form combat skill has a weakness. After using the void form combat skill, the movement speed will be very slow, comparable to a tortoise. However, this void form combat skill is very rare. It's the innate skill of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Most people have never seen it before, not to mention knowing its weakness. Deacon Yunhua paused for a moment. After so long, he still couldn't find where Nye Li is hiding. In his heart, he already had the intention to retreat, although he was unwilling to let 2 of his underlings die here. Sooner or later, I will annihilate your Tensei family. Deacon Yunhua furiously thought. However, he was only thinking about it. Although the Tensei family has declined, they are still a noble family of Glory City. They are under the protection of Glory City. If the Dark Guild wants to annihilate the Tensei family, they have to take down Glory City first. This kind of matter is not something that he could decide. Just then, a rustling sound came from the forest in the distance, and a few figures flew over. It's the Tianjin family's people. Deacon Yun Hua's pupils suddenly contracted. His body shot out and madly ran towards the outside. Nie Li's eyes suddenly narrowed. Since the reinforcements are about to arrive, there's nothing for him to worry about. He suddenly appeared, his sharp sickle-shaped forelimbs slashed towards Deacon Yun Hua, turning into a cold light. After merging with the shadow devil-demon spirit, Nie Li's movements were astonishingly fast. He was like a hunting mantis. Feeling the sudden attack of the cold light, Deacon Yun Hua was startled. He turned around to dodge, but he was still a step too late. Puff! A wound was left on his calf, blood splattering. Damn it! Deacon Yun Hua never thought that the attack speed of the shadow devil-demon spirit would be so fast. It's even faster than before. Therefore, he fell for it. Deacon Yun Hua leaped far away. After a few leaps, he disappeared into the dark forest. With his own cultivation, he probably won't be able to catch up. Voices came from behind. It should be the elders. Nie Li's body slightly moved. The shadow devil-demon spirit was slowly recalled back into his soul realm. His body gradually returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures landed in front of Nie Li. The one leading is Elder Nian. The other 2 are the 2 brothers, Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori. Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori are a few years older than Nie Li. Nie Xiaofeng is already a 2-star silver rank demon spiritualist, while Nie Xiaori is a 1-star silver rank fighter. The relationship between the 2 brothers and Nie Li isn't that good. They would often ridicule Nie Li for his poor talent. Nie Li, you told Nie Yu to pass the message that there are 3 people from the Dark Guild. Where are they? Elder Nian looked at Nie Li and asked in a deep voice. He sniffed. There's a trace of blood smell in the forest. One ran in that direction. There are 2 lying on the ground here. Nie Li said, the one that ran away is a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. He integrated with the Black Star Tiger demon spirit. Elder, be careful. That person is injured. There should be traces of blood. Hearing Nie Li's words, Elder Nian looked at Nie Li in surprise. He vaguely felt that the Nie Li today is a little different from before. I'll go after him. The 2 of you stay here. Elder Nian said in a deep voice. If the other party is really a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist, then there's no point for the 2 brothers to follow him. Nian chased in the direction that Deacon Yun Hua escaped. A moment later, he disappeared into the dark forest. Seeing Nian leaving, Elder Dawnwind and Xiao Ri glanced at Nie Li. Their faces flashed with a hint of disgust. Why would a person from the Dark Guild come here? If you lie to Elder Nian, then you know the consequences. Xiao Ri coldly snorted. He's wearing a black cloak. At the age of 20, he's a head taller than Nie Li. He looked at Nie Li with contempt in his eyes. Hearing Xiao Ri's words, Nie Li frowned his brows for a moment and said in a deep voice, Do I have nothing better to do? Why would I lie to you? There are 2 corpses on the ground. Can't you go take a look for yourselves? Although he doesn't like Elder Dawnwind and Xiao Ri, they are, after all, members of the Tianjin family. After experiencing the destruction of Glory City in his previous life, all the members of the Tianjin family died under the claws of demon beasts. This kind of personal grudge is nothing. However, towards the 2 of them, Nie Li still doesn't have a good expression. Nie Xiaofeng is 1 year older than Nie Xiaori. He's more calm. He looked at Nie Li while pondering. The conflict between them and Nie Li has been going on for a long time. Because of their parents' generation, they didn't get along well with each other. However, Nie Xiaofeng could feel that the current Nie Li is different. He actually dared to talk back to them in such a righteous manner. The 3 of them walked forward for a distance. Elder Dawnwind and Xiao Ri finally saw the corpses of Lu Qing and Lu Yan. They never thought that there would be 2 corpses. How did the 2 of them die? Xiao Ri was stunned for a moment. He frowned and asked, Did you kill them? Nie Li did not reply. He bent down and observed Lu Qing and Lu Yan. He found 2 tokens of the Dark Guild on the bodies of Lu Qing and Lu Yan. It's indeed the people from the Dark Guild. Nie Xiaori snorted. It's probably 2 stupid thieves from the Dark Guild. They came to our Tenjin family to steal things, and in the end, they were picked up by you. Nieli's cultivation hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank. Thus, the strength of these two stupid thieves shouldn't be much. Nie Xiaofeng stared at Nie Xiari. A smear of doubt flashed across his face. He squatted down and peeled off the silver rank armors from Lu Qing and Lu Yan's bodies. His right hand pinched the two corpses and said, "It's 2 silver rank fighters." Silver rank? How is that possible? Brother, did you see wrongly? Nie Xiari exclaimed. They're indeed silver rank. There's no mistake. They're wearing silver rank armors. Their muscle strength should be above yours. Nie Xiaofeng said with an unquestionable tone. At this moment, whether it's Nie Xiaofeng or Nie Xiaori, their gaze fell on Nieli. You're the one who killed them? Nieli shrugged and said, I never said that I killed them. They might have killed each other. This matter is fishy. Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori frowned. Could it be that there's another expert in the vicinity? Since this expert helped them kill the people from the Dark Guild, then he shouldn't be an enemy of the Tenjin family. Nie Xiaori's gaze swept across Nieli's body from time to time. He felt that Nieli is too suspicious. But no matter how much he racked his brains, it's impossible for him to imagine that in just a few months, Nieli's cultivation has already broken through to silver rank. Furthermore, Nieli's cultivation is much stronger than ordinary silver rank experts. Chapter 58. The two brothers would never believe that Nieli's strength would actually rise to such a frightening degree. Will Elder Nie be in danger? Nie Xiaori asked, frowning his brows. Elder Nie has been chasing for a long time now, but he still hasn't returned. Rest assured, there shouldn't be any problems. Nie Xiaofeng shook his head and said, This is the territory of the Tenjin family. The members of the Dark Guild that sneaked into Glory City would at most be 5-star silver rank. Elder Nie is already a 3-star gold rank fighter. There shouldn't be any problems. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of fighting came from the distant forest. However, the sounds quickly faded away. After a long time, there were no more movements. In the distance, a figure quickly flew over. It's Elder Nie. Elder Nie is back. Nie landed in front of them, his face solemn. Elder Nie, how is it? Did you catch up? Nie Xiaofeng asked. Elder Nie shook his head and said, The other party is a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. After integrating with the Black Star Tiger demon spirit, his strength became very strong. Furthermore, he has some means up his sleeves. I wasn't able to catch up to him, and he escaped. Hearing Nie words, Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori looked at each other. That demon spiritualist actually escaped from Elder Nie's hands. That demon spiritualist isn't simple. Nie looked at the corpses of Lu Qing and Lu Yan on the ground, frowning his brows. This matter is a little fishy. Why would the Dark Guild appear here? Who killed those two fellows? Could it be that the Dark Guild had an internal conflict and came to their territory to kill each other? Thinking about it, it's not possible. Or could it be that a mysterious expert helped the Tensei family to kill those two Dark Guild members? That mysterious expert killed 2 silver rank and injured that 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. He's probably at least a gold rank existence, who is helping the Tensei family. Since that powerhouse helped the Tensei family, why didn't he show up? Although he had some doubts about Nieli, Elder Nie would never have thought that Nieli was the one who killed those 2 fellows and injured Deacon Yanhua. Because before Nieli left the clan for Holy Orchid Institute, he wasn't even a 1-star bronze rank. How could he reach silver rank in just a short semester? Nie squatted on the ground and examined Lu Qing and Lu Yan's corpses. Whether it was Lu Qing or Lu Yan, there were no signs of an intense battle. Instead, they had been killed by a sharp weapon in a single blow, and the wounds were strangely jagged. What a powerful killing technique. Nie was secretly shocked. Even if it's him, he probably wouldn't be able to kill 2 3-star silver rank fighters so easily. Furthermore, the weapon that this person used is a little strange. He's never seen it before. Nieli, follow me. Report to the Patriarch how you found those 3 Dark Guild members and what happened afterwards. Nian thought a while and said. He glanced at Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori. The two of you, bring these two corpses back and let the patriarch have a look. Yes, Elder Nian. Nieli nodded his head. Yes. Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori each carried a corpse and followed behind Nian. They only walked a few steps when they saw Nie Yu rushing over. Nie Yu's speed was much slower than Elder Nie and the rest. Therefore, she only managed to arrive now. Big Brother Nieli, how are you? Are you all right? Nie Yu's young face still had traces of tears. Her eyes were filled with worry. Rest assured, Big Brother Nieli is fine. Nieli smiled and patted Nie Yu's head. And, hearing Nieli's words, Nie Yu's heart finally calmed down and obediently followed behind Nieli. The Tianjin family's ancestral hall was brightly lit. The members of the Tianjin family were all fully armed, holding torches. Knowing that the Dark Guild has come to the Tianjin family's territory, they all got up and prepared to fight. Seeing that Nie In and the rest had returned, the crowd slowly opened up a path. The Tianjin family's patriarch, Nie Hai, was sitting in the main seat. He wore a gray robe and had long white hair. His expression was solemn, giving off a dignified aura. Nian, what happened? Nie Hai looked at Nie An and asked. Patriarch, it was 3 thieves from the Dark Guild. They probably wanted to steal something from our Tianjin family. 2 of them were killed, and 1 ran away. Nie In cupped his hands and said. Nie Hai looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, slightly relieved, and said, Fortunately, it was only 3 people. Although we don't know what they came for, we still have to be careful. Our Tianjin family doesn't have anything that the Dark Guild covets. These 3 people are probably here to investigate the situation of the Tianjin family's defenses. We have to double the security for the next few days. Yes. The guard of the Tianjin family responded loudly. Did you kill these 2 people? With a single glance, Nie Hai could tell that these 2 fellows who were killed were at least of the silver rank. No, Nie, and shook his head. Then it was Elder Dawnwind and Xiaori. Nie Hai praised. Elder Dawnwind and Xiaori. These 2 children's cultivation improved very quickly. Hearing Nie Hai's words, Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori both felt their faces burning. Patriarch, we didn't kill them. Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori quickly said. They didn't dare to falsely claim credit. Nie Hai slightly frowned and asked doubtfully, Then who killed them? Only Nie and Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori went to kill those people from the Dark Guild. Could there be someone else? When we arrived, these 2 people were already dead. Only Nieli was there. Nie In said truthfully. Everyone's gaze fell onto Nieli. A ridiculous feeling rose in their hearts. What cultivation does Nieli have? How could he kill 2 silver rank fighters? I also don't know. I only saw a black shadow flash in front of me, and the 2 of them fell to the ground. Nieli shrugged, pretending to be innocent. He's not willing to reveal his strength so quickly. A black shadow flash? Everyone was slightly stunned. Elder Nie went silent for a moment, then squatted down, pointed at the 2 silver rank fighters' corpses, and said, Patriarch, please take a look. These wounds were caused by some kind of sharp weapon. This weapon is very strange. I can't think of anyone in Glory City who would use such a weapon. Everyone's gaze fell onto the wounds of the 2 corpses. Elder Nie took a deep breath and said, The 2 of them were hit in their vital points, killed in 1 hit. Everyone looked at each other. There's definitely no one in their family who would use such a weapon. So who did it? Could it be that there's an expert hiding in the back mountain? They don't know if that person is a friend or foe. No matter if he's a friend or foe, with such a person hiding in the back mountain, it makes them feel uneasy. Since that person helped us kill the people from the Dark Guild, then he should be standing on Glory City's side. There shouldn't be any problem. Nie Hai went silent for a moment and said, There's no need to care about this matter. The key is why the Dark Guild is here. For safety's sake, the Tianjin family has to enter a state of war. The defense of the family also has to be changed. Suddenly, beside Nie Hai, Elder Nieli's gaze fell onto Nieli and solemnly said, Nieli, when did you come back? Hearing Elder Nieli's question, Nieli couldn't help feeling his scalp going numb. In the Tianjin family, the most difficult person to get along with is Elder Nyawei. Elder Nyawei is the Tinjin family's enforcement elder. Whenever the clansmen make a mistake, they will be punished by Elder Nyawei. Elder Nyawei's position is only second to Nyahai. In the entire Tinjin family, aside from Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori, the one that Nyeli hates the most is Nyawei. In his previous life, he has been beaten by the enforcement elder countless times. Furthermore, Nyawei also has another identity, Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori's grandfather. More than once, Nyeli has thought that the Tinjin family doesn't get along with his own family. Could it be that Nyawei used his position to take revenge? Reporting to the Grand Elder, "I've just returned today." Nyeli cupped his hands. Nyawei coldly snorted and reprimanded. "Nyeli, do you know your mistake?" Nyeli was a little confused and doubtfully said, "Nyeli doesn't know? Please enlighten me." "Elder Nyawei, Nyeli, when you were in school, you didn't study properly and caused a lot of trouble. I heard that you provoked a few descendants of the sacred family, causing the sacred family to suppress our Tenjin family. Is this true?" Nyawei sternly asked. Hearing Elder Nyawei's words, everyone's gaze once again fell onto Nyeli. That period of time was the most difficult time for the Tenjin family. Being pushed aside by the sacred family, all kinds of businesses suffered heavy losses. All of this is related to Nyeli? Hearing Elder Nyawei's words, Nyahai frowned his brows for a moment. He looked at Nyeli and solemnly asked, "Nyeli, is this true?" Nyeli helplessly nodded his head and said, "Indeed, it's me, studying in the Holy Orchid Institute, but not following the family's instructions, provoking trouble, causing the family to suffer losses. 100 strokes, are you convinced?" Elder Nyawei's gaze was fixed on Nyeli, emitting a kind of awe-inspiring majesty. Hearing Nyawei's words, Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori looked at each other and smiled. They were gloating. Nyeli is really unlucky to have fallen into his grandfather's hands. There are a total of 8 branches in the Tenjin family. There are some conflicts between the branches. Although when enemies come, everyone will work together to fight against them. But usually, they will constantly fight for their own interests and position in the family, not giving way to each other. There are a few elders from the branch that Nyeli belongs to that wanted to help Nyeli. However, they remained silent. After all, in this matter, Nyeli is indeed in the wrong. Nyawei did it openly, so they have nothing to say. Nikan, who was at the side, frowned his brows for a moment. He is also from the same branch as Nyeli. After thinking a while, he cupped his hands and said, "Patriarch, Nyeli is, after all, a child. Furthermore, his cultivation is so weak. Isn't 100 strokes too heavy? If this goes on, I'm afraid he won't be able to get out of bed for 2 months." Elder Nyawei said in a deep voice, "It is wrong for Elder Nyan to be so partial to the younger generation. Nyeli's mistake is unforgivable. If it wasn't for the Association of Alchemists who helped us out, I don't know what kind of situation our Nye family would have encountered. I'm afraid that even the title of an aristocratic family would have been difficult to keep. For such a big mistake, 100 strokes is already letting him off lightly." Nyawei's eyes widened as he looked at Nyeli coldly. "Nyeli, do you have anything to say?" Nyawei is cold-blooded. In his previous life, the person Nyeli was most afraid of is Nyawei. Once he sees Nyawei's glare, he would be so scared that his hair would stand up and he wouldn't even be able to speak. However, in this life, he doesn't put Nyawei in his eyes. Nyahai frowned his brows and went silent for a moment before saying, "I just received news that Nyeli has just been admitted into the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. He will be heavily nurtured by the Holy Orchid Institute. If he is given 100 strokes, I'm afraid that it will affect his studies." Nyahai still helped Nyeli to speak a sentence. As the head of the family, he is naturally the first to know about the results of his clansmen in the Holy Orchid Institute. When he heard that Nyeli had reached 1-star bronze rank and was admitted into the Holy Orchid Institute, he was very puzzled. One of the puzzles was that Nyeli's cultivation actually rose so fast and reached 1-star bronze rank. Another one was, why would the Holy Orchid Institute assign a student who had just reached 1-star bronze rank to the genius class? Hearing Nyahai's words, Everyone looked at Nyeli in shock. They are very clear about Nyeli's cultivation and talent. Nyeli was actually admitted into the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. This news is too shocking. Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori both had an expression of disbelief on their faces. How could they not know what kind of trash Nyeli is? He was actually admitted into the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. This news is fake, right? Even the two of them don't have the qualifications to enter the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. However, these words came from the mouth of the patriarch. They don't have the guts to question it. Chapter 59. Over the years, the younger generation of the Tianjin family were only able to enter the genius class in the Holy Orchid Institute. Although not being able to enter the genius class, it doesn't mean that there's no value in nurturing them. However, those that were able to enter the genius class usually have amazing talent and achieved amazing achievements in the end. As the patriarch, Niahai has always been impartial and never helped any branch. Therefore, he has always had a lot of prestige. Nyeli, tell me, what's the matter with the sacred family? Niahai looked at Nyeli and asked. In his view, Nyeli isn't a troublemaker among the younger generation. He wouldn't offend the sacred family for no reason. Furthermore, now that Nyeli has been accepted into the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute, he already has the qualifications to be nurtured by the family. Patriarch, it's true that I've offended the sacred family and brought some trouble to the Tianjin family. However, I've already solved the problem. Nyeli said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He still has some respect for Niahai. However, after his rebirth, even when facing the majestic Niahai, he didn't have the slightest cowardice. Nyeli's state of mind has long been above everyone else. Niahai looked at Nyeli and was a little surprised. He had a feeling that the Nyeli today is a little different from before. Even when facing him, he didn't have the slightest cowardice. Instead, he has some bearing and style. Ha, what a joke. Our Tianjin family received the help of the Association of Alchemists to get rid of the suppression of the sacred family. The Association of Alchemists wanted us to help grow all kinds of herbs so that they could help our Tensei family. What does that have to do with you? How much ability do you have? You actually dare to say that you helped our family solve the problem? Nye Xiaori said from the side. He said these words at the behest of Nye Wei. Hearing Nye Xiaori's words, Nyeli lightly glanced at Nye Xiaori and Nye Wei and said, what a joke. The Association of Alchemists has a transcendent position in Glory City. It's even comparable to the three major families. Why would they help the weak Tensei family? Just because the Tensei family knew how to grow herbs? There were many aristocratic families that knew how to grow medicinal herbs. Also, why are the other families offering the Tensei family 30% more than the other families? Niahai and Bunch were slightly stunned. This is also the point that they have doubts in their hearts. The actions of the Association of Alchemists isn't only helping the Tensei family, it's simply showing goodwill to the Tensei family. However, they have doubts in their hearts. For such a transcendent existence like the Association of Alchemists, why would they show goodwill to the Tensei family? This doesn't make sense. Looking at the indifferent Nyeli, no matter if it's Niahai, Nye Wei, Nye En, and the other higher-ups of the Tensei family, they were all puzzled. Could it be that this matter is really related to Nyeli? When Nyeli's father, Nye Ming, saw Nyeli contradicting the law-enforcing elder, he was already a little flustered. He doesn't have any cultivation and is only a branch disciple of the Tensei family. Accurately speaking, he's no different from a farmer. How could he have seen such a scene before? He hurriedly knelt down in front of Niahai and said, Patriarch, Nyeli is still young and doesn't know any better. I'm willing to take the punishment for him. Please have mercy on me. Father, quickly get up. When Nyeli saw Nye Ming kneeling down, he frowned and hurriedly pulled Nye Ming up. His father, Nye Ming, was an honest man. Father, you don't have to kneel to anyone. Little Li, you made a big mistake. Why don't you admit it? His father, Nye Ming, scolded. In his opinion, if he took the initiative to admit his mistake, he could still ask for a trace of forgiveness. But if Nyeli contradicted the patriarch like this, it would only make the situation more complicated. Seeing Nye Ming kneeling down for him, Nieli's nose was a little sour. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, his father had sacrificed too much for him. In his previous life, he made his father suffer too much. In this life, he will never let his father suffer even the slightest bit of grievance. Nieli clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Nie Wei, Nie Xiaori, Nie Xiaofeng, and Bunch. Niehai looked at Nieli. He vaguely had a feeling that the association of alchemists sheltering the Tianjin family definitely has something to do with Nieli. He lowered his head, looked at Nie Ming, and said, Nie Ming, quickly get up. Before this matter is investigated clearly, Nieli will not be convicted. Although Nieli did provoke the sacred family, after all, our Tensei family did not suffer any losses. No one will casually punish Nieli. Hearing Niehai's words, Nie Ming showed a trace of confusion. He doubtfully stood up. The patriarch doesn't intend to pursue this matter. Regarding this matter, he was still confused. Patriarch, if we don't punish Nieli for this matter, I'm afraid that we won't be able to convince the masses. Even if it did not bring any substantial losses to the Tensei family, it is a fact that Nieli has offended this sacred family. In the future, the sacred family might find trouble with us. Grand Elder Nie Wei said with his brows knitted. May I ask, Grand Elder, are you from the Tensei family or the sacred family? Nieli coldly snorted and asked, Presumptuous, what qualifications do you have to speak to me like this? Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. I'm only enforcing the law impartially. Nie Wei furiously snorted. Grand Elder, I don't think this matter is that simple. Shaoli isn't a person that likes to cause trouble. What if this matter was caused by the sacred family? It might not be Shaoli's fault. Since this matter has passed, let's forget about it. Grand Elder Nie is obviously helping Nieli. The Tensei family has several factions. If Nie Wei were to punish Nieli, it would have some impact on the prestige of Nien's faction. Is Grand Elder really enforcing the law impartially? Previously, Nie Xiaori beat up the Tianling family's people and only settled it with some gifts. Why didn't I see Grand Elder Nie Wei punishing Nie Xiaori? Nieli pressed. These two matters can't be compared. The conflict between Nie Xiaori and the Tianling family's younger generation is for the family's benefit. Furthermore, the Tianling family's strength can't be compared to the sacred family. Nie Wei's face was dark. Nieli must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. He actually dared to confront him. What made him depressed is that in this matter, Niehai actually stood on Nieli's side. He can't possibly go against the patriarch. Since Grand Elder didn't investigate clearly, how do you know that I didn't fight with others for the family's benefit? Just because you can't afford to offend the sacred family, you want to punish me heavily? Just to show the sacred family? If the Tensei family can't even protect its younger generation, then there's no point in staying in the family. Nieli coldly stared at Nie Wei and said. The entire hall was shocked. No one thought that Nieli would actually say such words. This isn't as simple as going against the Grand Elder. Does Nieli mean that he wants to withdraw from the Tensei family? In the past, the impression that Nieli gave others was that he's a coward. But today, he actually dared to say such words in front of the patriarch and the elders. This matter isn't simple. Nie Ming, who was at the side, was scared and heavily scolded. Shaoli, what are you talking about? Quickly apologize to the patriarch. Humph. Now that you've grown up, you actually want to withdraw from the family? Don't forget, it's the Tianjin family that raised and sheltered you. That's why you're where you are today. Grand Elder Nie Wei coldly said. Truly an ungrateful little bastard. The Tianjin family is the family of all of us. The Tianjin family has indeed provided us with shelter, but it wasn't the Tianjin family that raised me. My parents worked hard every day to grow food and herbs and raise me. They also put in hard work for the Tianjin family, so we don't owe anyone. I, Nieli, also don't owe anyone. Nieli straightened his back and said, Really outrageous, presumptuous. Nie Wei's face was livid. He still wanted to scold Nieli, but Niehai waved his hand and stopped him. Nie Ming anxiously pulled Nieli away. He didn't understand what was wrong with Nieli today. In the past, Nieli had always been timid. When did he dare to contradict the Grand Elder and the Patriarch like today? Niehai narrowed his eyes and looked at Nieli. Today, Nieli argued with reason, which really made him look at Nieli in a new light. In front of so many elders, he was actually not as timid as before. He smiled and said, Nieli is right. The Tinjin family is the family of all of us. Everyone has contributed to the family. Protecting the family members is the family's responsibility. Before the matter is investigated clearly, we can't casually punish the family members. Nieli really couldn't understand. What was wrong with the patriarch today? Nieli had said such rebellious words, but Niehai still stood on Nieli's side and protected Nieli. What was the meaning of this? After hearing Niehai's words, everyone, including Nieming and the others, was dumbfounded. They originally thought that Nieli would be expelled from the family for contradicting the Grand Elder, but Niehai, the patriarch, didn't care at all. He was simply helping Nieli. Niewei frowned. He thought to himself, there's something wrong with Niehai, that old fox. Niehai was too lenient toward Nieli. It was a little unreasonable. Elder Nian and the others also looked at Nieli and pondered. Hearing Niehai's words, Nieli's mood lightened a little. After all, he still had feelings for the Tensei family. The reason why he said those words was because he was dissatisfied with the actions of some people in the Tensei family. Since Patriarch Niehai is so magnanimous, then there's nothing else. Nieli, you've just returned from the Holy Orchid Institute, and now you've encountered such an incident. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, Grandpa Niehai will test the results of your cultivation. Niehai stood up, stretched his waist, and laughed. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Not only did Patriarch Niehai not pursue Nieli's wrongdoings, he's even so close to Nieli. Hearing Niehai's words, Nieming couldn't help feeling excited. Patriarch Niehai actually wants to personally test the results of Nieli's cultivation. This is definitely a great honor. After all, Nieli isn't Niehai's direct descendant. Isn't Niehai treating Nieli a little too well? Everyone in the Nie family looked at each other, but they couldn't figure out what the problem was. Hearing Niehai's words, Nieli immediately understood that Niehai must have noticed something. Niehai is, after all, a gold-ranked demon spiritualist. He probably sensed the aura of the shadow devil demon spirit within his body. Thinking about the incident with the Association of Alchemists, it's not hard to link all of this together. Since that's the case, Nieli doesn't intend to hide anymore. Even if it's not for himself, he has to fight for some benefits for his parents, uncle, and aunt. Just when everyone in the Nie family was surprised, a clansman hurriedly ran in and said to Niehai, reporting to Patriarch, Director Yang of the Association of Alchemists is here. Whether it's Nien, Niewei, or Niehai, all of them had shocked expressions on their faces. Director Yang? They never thought that Director Yang of the Association of Alchemists would actually pay a visit to the Tensei family in the middle of the night. They have been in contact with the Association of Alchemists many times. Naturally, they know of Director Yang's position in the Association of Alchemists. Aside from the president and the elders, he's a person with power that covers the sky with one hand. For a person like Director Yang, a casual word from him can cause a noble family to be unable to recover and can also cause a noble family to prosper. This time, the sacred family suppressed the Tensei family, causing the Tensei family to fall into a very difficult situation. It was also this Director Yang that helped the Tensei family solve all their problems. The Association of Alchemists is an existence comparable to the three major families. Its influence in Glory City is much stronger than the Sacred Family and the Divine Family. It's only second to the Snow Wind family, which has a legend-ranked demon spiritualist and holds the position of the City Lord. Facing a person like Director Yang, even Niehai has to be respectful. Chapter 60. Hearing that Director Yang was here, the members of the Tinjin family couldn't help but feel flattered. Hurry up and make the arrangements. Invite Director Yang to the meeting hall, Niehai hurriedly said. Facing such a person, they did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Just when the members of the Tinjin family were hurrying to arrange the meeting hall, a group of people had already rushed over from afar. The leader was Director Yang, who had a curvaceous body and was extremely charming. Although the other party was a woman, the members of the Tensei family didn't look down on her at all. The other party was an existence with overwhelming power and influence, able to cover the sky with one hand. Director Yang walked over quickly. When her eyes fell on Nye Li's face, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Her people had been keeping an eye on the territory of the Tenjin family. Even the slightest movement in the Tenjin family couldn't escape her eyes. When she heard that Nye Li had returned to the Tensei family, Director Yang also rushed over to discuss something with Nye Li. Originally, she planned to come to see Nye Li tomorrow, but she heard that the Tensei family had been attacked by the people of the Dark Guild. Therefore, she hurried over at night. Except for Nye Li, Director Yang couldn't think of anything else in the Tenjin family that could be targeted by the people of the Dark Guild. She was worried that those people were here to assassinate Nye Li. Now, Nye Li was the most important partner of the Association of Alchemists. Moreover, she didn't know how many things they would need to cooperate with Nye Li in the future. Therefore, she couldn't let anything happen to Nye Li. Seeing that Nye Li was safe, Director Yang was relieved. Hurry up and serve tea to Director Yang. Nye hurriedly called several maids. No need. Director Yang waved her hand. She came here to confirm the safety of Nye Li, not to drink tea. She and Nye Li looked at each other and communicated with each other. This scene fell into the eyes of Nye. Nye suddenly understood. It seemed that Nye Li did have some contact with the Association of Alchemists. However, he didn't understand why the Association of Alchemists would pay so much attention to Nye Li. Director Yang pondered for a moment and smiled to Nye and others. Master Nye, I heard that you were attacked by the people of the Dark Guild. Yes, Director Yang. These two people are from the Dark Guild. Aside from these two dead, there's another one that escaped with injuries. Nye said, pointing at the two corpses on the ground. Yang Xian's gaze fell onto the two corpses. After pondering for a moment, the target of the Dark Guild should be Nye Li. The people from the Dark Guild probably won't let this matter go. Therefore, she said, Master Nye, there's a matter that I would like to discuss with Master Nye. I wonder if it's possible? Director Yang, please speak. Nye said very politely. His attitude was also very humble. I'm worried that the people from the Dark Guild did not achieve their goal and will return. I'm worried about the safety of the Tensei family. I would like to send a few gold rank fighters and demon spiritualists to help you protect the Tensei family. What do you think? Said Yang Xian. Although she said that she wanted to protect the Tensei family, she actually wanted to send people to protect Nye Li. That's all. Send a few gold rank fighters and demon spiritualists? Nye was surprised. The doubt in his heart grew thicker. Just what method did Nye Li use to make the Association of Alchemists put in so much effort? Aside from purchasing a large amount of herbs from the Tensei family, they're also willing to send gold-rank fighters and demon spiritualists to help. I'm afraid that this matter is a little inappropriate, Grand Elder Nye said. His brows were tightly knitted. The Association of Alchemists sent gold-rank fighters and demon spiritualists over. Who knows what they're planning? What's inappropriate? Nye looked at Nye and said, could it be that Grand Elder feels that the Association of Alchemists has ulterior motives towards our Tensei family? Isn't Grand Elder measuring the heart of a gentleman with a yardstick of a vile person? Bastard, who are you calling a vile person? Nye angrily scolded. Nye is getting more and more lawless. He actually dared to contradict him in front of so many people. Nye Ming anxiously pulled Nye clothes. For Nye to offend the Grand Elder like this, the consequences will be very serious. With their position in the family, they can't go against the Grand Elder Nye. Even if the Grand Elder Nye can't do anything to them today, who knows if Nye will take revenge in the future. Seeing Nye scolding Nye in such a condescending manner, Yang Xian understood. It seems that Nye didn't tell the family everything. This means that the relationship between Nye and Nye isn't that good. Yang Xian slightly narrowed her eyes. Nye's importance is self-evident. At this moment, she will definitely support Nye. Patriarch Nye, I realize that some people in the Nye family have a prejudice against the Association of Alchemists. Is there no need for the Association of Alchemists to cooperate with the Tensei family? Yang Xian's face turned cold as she coldly snorted. Yang Xian has been in a high position for a long time. Her face can change at any moment, causing the entire atmosphere to be filled with a chill. Nie Wei hurriedly explained, "Director Yang, that's not what I meant. He doesn't dare to offend the Association of Alchemists. He only felt that there's something fishy about the Association of Alchemists sending a gold-rank fighter and a demon spiritualist over to assist in the defense. Therefore, he spoke out to remind Nyahai. However, after hearing what Nyeli had said, the nature of this matter has changed. If the Association of Alchemists were to stop their cooperation with the Tensei family because of this, then he would be the sinner of the family. In his heart, he cursed Nyeli half to death. In this kind of situation, he dares to say anything. However, Nyahai has been siding with Nyeli, causing him to feel depressed. After Nyahai understood the relationship between Nyeli and the Association of Alchemists, how could he still dare to punish Nyeli? Coldly glancing at Nie Wei, Yang Xian snorted and said, "I'm talking to Patriarch Nyahai. Who are you to interrupt?" Hearing Yang Xian's words, Nie Wei opened his mouth, his face turned red. He was extremely unhappy with Yang Xian in his heart, but he didn't dare to do anything. After all, one word from Yang Xian can decide the fate of the Tensei family. How could he dare to be rash? As the great elder of an aristocratic family, being scolded by a woman who's younger than him by 20 to 30 years, yet he doesn't dare to retort. One can imagine his depressed mood. I heard that this person is the great elder of the Nye family? Yang Xian looked at Nyahai next to her and asked. Hearing Yang Xian's cold and angry voice, Nyahai said awkwardly, "Yes, the great elder's words didn't mean to offend Director Yang. Please forgive him, Director Yang." Nyahai hurriedly winked at Nyeli, wanting to ask Nyeli to help ease Yang Xian's anger. However, Nyeli turned his head and ignored him, the patriarch. Not only did he have no dignity in front of Yang Xian, but he was also helpless in front of his own family members. However, he could only smile helplessly. He could obviously see that the reason why Yang Xian cooperated with the Tensei family was entirely because of Nyeli. I don't think he needs to be the great elder anymore. If this person is still the great elder of the Tensei family, then the Association of Alchemists will terminate the cooperation with the Tensei family. Yang Xian said faintly. Nyahai took a deep breath. She wanted to remove the great elder of the Tensei family with just one sentence. However, the Association of Alchemists controlled the lifeline of the Tensei family after all. He didn't dare to act rashly. The threat of the Association of Alchemists was not a joke. He believed that once the Association of Alchemists terminated the cooperation with the Tensei family, many families would secretly suppress the Tensei family. From now on, Nie Wei is no longer the great elder and the law enforcement elder of the Tensei family. Elder Nie will succeed him, Nyahai announced in public. Nie Wei opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, after looking at Yang Xian and the others from the Association of Alchemists, he understood that there was no room for reconciliation in this matter. He could only swallow his anger. Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori, who were next to him, were also like frosted eggplants. The reason why they could be so arrogant in the Tensei family was because their grandfather was the great elder. With just one sentence, the great elder of the Tensei family was removed. This was the absolute prestige of the Association of Alchemists. Nie Hai continued to announce. In addition, Nie Ming will take over the position of the deacon of the Ming Hall, and Nie Kai will take over the position of the deacon of the Agriculture Hall. Hearing Nie Hai's words, both Nie Ming and Nie Kai were stunned. They looked at Nie Hai in disbelief. Not only them, but all the other clansmen were also shocked. The deacon of the Ming Hall and the deacon of the Agriculture Hall were positions with real power in the Tensei family. One was in charge of the finances, and the other was in charge of the cultivation of herbs and crops. Normally, these positions were held by Nie Wei's two sons. "Thank you, Patriarch." Nie Ming knelt down and said excitedly, "Thank you, Patriarch." Nie Kai also quickly knelt down. Seeing his father and uncle kneeling down, Nyeli couldn't help but frown. Nie Hai quickly waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. In the future, you don't need to kneel down when you see me. Nye Ming and Nye Kai stood up. They didn't understand the situation at all. Nye Wei, Nin, and the others finally seemed to understand something. Nyan's eyes slightly lit up, while Nye Wei's face was full of frustration. Since the Association of Alchemists is willing to send people to help defend the Tensei family, the Tensei family will certainly be grateful. Nyehai could see that the Association of Alchemists had sent people over to protect Nyeli. His heart was even more confused. Why did the Association of Alchemists pay so much attention to Nyeli? After Yang Xian left, he must ask Nyeli. It's late, so I won't bother you anymore. Yang Xian glanced at Nyeli, who was next to her, and said, Everyone, have a good rest. I'll visit again in the daytime. Director Yang must be tired on the way back and forth. Why don't you stay in the Tensei family? I'll ask the servants to arrange an elegant courtyard for Director Yang. What do you think? Nyahai quickly said. Yang Xian was silent for a moment. She thought for a moment and said, Okay. Anyway, she had to come to see Nyeli tomorrow, so it was better to stay here. Nyeli, take Director Yang to the courtyard to rest. Nyahai said to Nyeli, who was next to him, I'll ask the servants to arrange a residence for you in the courtyard next to Director Yang's. Yes. Nyeli nodded slightly. Yang Xian looked at Nyahai. She didn't expect Nyahai to be so tactful. He knew that she had something to say to Nyeli. After saying goodbye to Nye Ming and Nye Kai, Nyeli led Yang Xian to the courtyard arranged by Nyahai. Looking at Nyeli's back, Nye Ming and Nye Kai understood at this time that Nyahai removed Nye Wei's position, promoted Nye En to First Elder, and promoted them to deacons. All of this was related to Nyeli. Only now did they realize that their understanding of Nyeli was too little. Nyeli had undergone an earth-shattering change since his return. Regarding the various changes of Nyeli, Nye Ming and Nye Kai were naturally gratified. Chapter 61. Watching Nyeli leave with Yang Xian, Nye Wei, Nye En, and the others had different expressions on their faces. They all knew that from this moment on, Nyeli's position in the Tensei family was completely different. As for Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori, they looked at each other and were dumbfounded. It seemed that they would have to live with their tails between their legs in the Tensei family in the future. In the courtyard, Yang Xian took off her coat and stretched lazily, completely showing her beautiful and charming figure. Those 3 people from the Dark Guild came for you. Yang Xian slightly leaned over to look at Nyeli and asked. Nyeli raised his head and looked at Yang Xian. Yes. Nyeli nodded slightly. Yang Xian slightly frowned and said, Since you are being targeted by the Dark Guild, then the Tensei family is no longer safe. Why don't you move to the Association of Alchemists? Yang Xian didn't know why Nyeli was targeted by the Dark Guild. Could it be that the news of Nyeli giving those elixir formulas to the Association of Alchemists was leaked? The only people who knew about this matter were her and the president. No one else knew. Nyeli shook his head and said, There is another reason for this matter. Do you think that if the Dark Guild knew that I gave those elixir formulas to you, they would only send 3 silver-rank people to assassinate me? They would probably kidnap me at all costs, wouldn't they? Hearing Nyeli's words, Yang Xian nodded. It was true. Nyeli was thoughtful and didn't seem like a 13-year-old boy. Thinking of Nyeli's extraordinary talent, Yang Xian also felt relieved. Anyway, all the strange things that happened to Nyeli were not strange. Do you have a grudge against them? Yang Xian stretched her waist, sat on the chair, and asked. If it's just an ordinary festival, then there's no need for her to be too worried. Under normal circumstances, the Dark Guild wouldn't risk sending a gold rank expert into Glory City. If it's just a silver rank expert coming to cause trouble for Nyeli, then 1 or 2 gold rank fighters or demon spiritualists would be enough to ensure Nyeli's safety. I don't have any grudges with the Dark Guild. Nyeli shook his head. Back in the ancient Orchid City, Nyeli didn't see Deacon Yunhua's face. Deacon Yunhua probably doesn't recognize him. There's no need for Deacon Yunhua to take such a huge risk to assassinate him in the Tensei family. The only possibility is that this matter was manipulated by the Sacred Family. Nyeli said, If there's anyone that I've offended, it's the Sacred Family that I've offended before. The sacred family is the only one that has a motive. Hearing Nie Li's words, Yang Xian's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the sacred family is secretly colluding with the Dark Guild? The Dark Guild is the enemy of the entire Glory City. Colluding with the Dark Guild is absolutely intolerable. I'll send someone to investigate. If the sacred family is really colluding with the Dark Guild, then the city lord will definitely not let them off. Yang Xian said decisively. Her tone was filled with a trace of coldness. Betraying Glory City is absolutely unforgivable. This time, one of them escaped. Those people called him Deacon Yinhua. I'll draw a portrait for you, Nelly said. He took out a piece of paper from the bookshelf beside him. With just a few strokes, he drew the image of a person. It's Deacon Yinhua. Even his drawing technique is so skillful. Just what kind of monstrous existence is this youth? Yang Xian was shocked in her heart. Just the drawing technique alone, without a few years of immersion, it's impossible to reach Nie Li's level of proficiency. Drawing can calm one's heart. It's also very beneficial for cultivation. Therefore, Nie Li has been immersed in drawing for dozens of years in his previous life. His technique has already reached perfection. It's done. Nie Li passed the finished drawing to Yang Xian. Okay. Yang Xian took the drawing, lowered her head, and carefully looked at it. She couldn't help marveling at Nie Li's experience in drawing. She was filled with curiosity towards Nie Li. Just what is there that she doesn't know about this mysterious youth? Yang Xian pondered for a moment. Since that's the case, I'll go back and chase after this person. Okay, no rush. It's getting late. Big sister Yang Xian, go to bed early, Nie Li said in a childish voice, revealing an innocent smile like a child. He walked out of Yang Xian's room. Seeing Nie Li walking out, Yang Xian was stunned for a long time. Nie Li is so mature one moment and innocent like a child the next. Her mind is simply going crazy. Chapter 62. The Association of Alchemists quickly sent some gold-rank demon spiritualists and gold-rank fighters to the Tensei family, causing the Tensei family to be heavily guarded. The surrounding families of the Tensei family were very puzzled. The Tensei family is an existence at the bottom of the noble families. Such a family is actually able to attract the attention of the Association of Alchemists. They were both envious and jealous. With the Association of Alchemists taking care of the Tensei family, the status of the Tensei family suddenly changed. Those that had hostile relations with the Tensei family in the past were all panicking, fearing that the Tensei family would take revenge on them. As for those families that were estranged from the Tensei family, they all sent people to befriend them. The deterrence of the Association of Alchemists is simply too big. Furthermore, the Association of Alchemists now has the soul-tempering pill, soul-concentrating pill, and many other elixirs. Their influence is increased by several folds. Even the Snow Wind family is now relying on the Association of Alchemists, hoping to obtain the elixirs from the Association of Alchemists. The Tensei family isn't able to sit back and relax. Aside from the Sacred family, there's still the Dark Guild that has been hiding in the dark. Nie Li doesn't dare to be careless. After dealing with the family's matters, he concentrated on training. Although he has reached silver rank and integrated with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, Nie Li still has a strong sense of urgency in his heart. Aside from training, Nie Li is also constantly training in the various combat skills of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Void Form Combat Skill, Divine Step Combat Skill, Backstab Combat Skill, Throat Cutting Combat Skill, Shadow Kill Combat Skill, Shadow Kill Combat Skill. Each and every one of them has been trained to perfection. If he were to encounter Deacon Yinhua again, that guy probably wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Just when Nie Li was sitting cross-legged in training, Yang Xian walked in from the outside. These few days, whenever she sees Nie Li, she would always think of the matter that happened that day, and her face couldn't help burning up. Nie Li, did your master tell you the formula for the other pills? For example, the mind-cleansing pill to fight against hallucinatory demon beasts, the detoxification pill to fight against poisonous demon beasts. Yang Xian sat beside Nie Li for a while and finally couldn't help but ask. For the past few days, Yang Xin had been hesitating to speak. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "If there are new elixir formulas, we can continue to expand our business." Yang Xin said, "Those elixirs from before have a very important meaning to the entire Glory City." Originally, she was also ordered by Gu Yan to meet Nie Li's master. However, after waiting for a few days, Nie Li's master still hasn't shown up. She also didn't dare to ask for anything. An expert like Nie Li's master, who's always been elusive, wouldn't be easily seen by outsiders. Is this Big Sister Yang's idea, or President Gu Yan's? Nie Li asked as he looked at Yang Xin. He decided to tease this woman. It's President Gu Yan's idea. Then forget it. President Gu Yan is too insincere. He wanted to ask for elixir formulas, but he didn't come personally. Nie Li said with his eyes closed, lightly smiling. President Gu Yan has been refining elixirs nonstop recently, so Yang Xin was a little embarrassed. She suddenly thought of something and revealed a charming smile. She whispered in Nie Li's ear, "Good brother, you must have other elixir formulas in your hands, right? Why don't you tell Big Sister? No matter what you want to do, Big Sister will agree to it." Hearing Yang Xion's words, Nie Li couldn't help bitterly smiling. This seductress is obviously trying to entice him. Looking at the flirtatious Yang Xion in front of him, an ordinary man wouldn't be able to control himself. If he doesn't agree to it, who knows what Yang Xion might do? He quickly waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since Big Sister Yang is begging me, I'll tell you the elixir formulas." Nie Li took out 3 elixir formulas, including the Tranquil Spirit Pill, Spiritual Detoxification Pill, and the Flame Wine Cold Resistance Pill. There's even a Flame Wine Cold Resistance Pill? Yang Xion's eyes couldn't help lighting up. Snow Wind Demon Beasts are the most common in the Saint Ancestral Mountains. The Cold Resistance Pill is a very useful elixir, but it's a pity that the Cold Resistance Pill has been lost for thousands of years. With this Flame Wine Cold Resistance Pill, Glory City will have more confidence in fighting against the Snow Wind Demon Beasts. For now, I only have these 3. These 3 elixirs are very useful, especially the Cold Resistance Pill. I believe that Big Sister Yang Xion knows of its use. Nie Li said, looking at Yang Xion. He has at least 30 different cold resistance pill formulas in his hands. He carefully studied them for a moment. Only the ingredients for the Flame Wine Cold Resistance Pill can be found in Glory City. Although the effects of the other cold resistance pills are stronger, there are some herbs that don't grow in Glory City. Therefore, he can only forget about them. Thank you, little brother Nie Li. You are a great contributor to Glory City. If the city lord knows of this matter, he will definitely give you a title. Yang Xion excitedly said, "Forget about the title, I'm not interested. I hope that Big Sister Yang can help me keep this a secret." Nie Li casually waved his hand. Yang Xion couldn't help looking at Nie Li in astonishment. She really doesn't know how a monster like Nie Li was raised. He's only a 13-year-old kid, yet he's so calm. He doesn't even put a title in his eyes. Yang Xion was completely helpless and said, "Since little brother wants to keep it a secret, we will naturally not leak it out. Of course, all the profits will be handed over to you by the Association of Alchemists." Nie Li lightly nodded his head. In this period of time, he has already received billions of demon spirit coins. All of them were stored in demon crystal cards. Every demon crystal card is equivalent to 10,000 demon spirit coins, which can save a lot of storage space. However, even so, Nie Li's interspatial ring isn't enough. If there's a new elixir formula, don't forget to tell me. Yang Xion's smiling face suddenly revealed a charming smile and said, "Little brother, you really don't need this sister to do anything. No matter what request little brother has, this sister can agree to it." Yang Xion bent her body down. That sexy half of her body was faintly discernible. That enchanting figure, that tight and slender, beautiful legs. Her whole body was emitting an indescribable temptation. "Recently, this sister has been listening to you. I've cooked purple haze grass and tigers I grassed together. Look, isn't this sister a little bigger?" Yang Xion's charming eyes were like silk. Needless to say, Yang Xin is indeed a woman that can captivate all living things. Although Nyeli would occasionally tease Yang Xin, his heart is still calm. Although he isn't as strong as he was in his previous life, but after all, the mental state from his previous life is still there. Nyeli blinked his eyes, innocently looked at Yang Xin, and asked, "What does Big Sister Yang want to do? I'm just a 13-year-old child. I don't know anything." Looking at Nyeli's immature face, Yang Xion's face flushed red. Even if she wanted to tease him, under that innocent expression, she retreated in defeat. Awkwardly smiling, she said, "It's nothing. I'll go back to the Association of Alchemists first." Although there was an indescribable throbbing in her heart, but thinking about Nyeli's age, Yang Xion's heart felt a deep sense of guilt. What am I thinking? Nyeli is just a child. Looking at Yang Xion's back as she left in a panic, Nyeli couldn't help but find it funny. But he quickly calmed down and continued to cultivate. After a few hours, both Nyehai and Nyehan walked in from the outside. Seeing that Nyeli was cultivating, they waited outside for a while. Although this doesn't seem to be in line with the identity of the patriarch and the great elder, they didn't dare to say anything. Now that Nyeli is an important figure in the Tensei family, his status isn't much lower than theirs. Nyeli opened his eyes, but he didn't get up. Looking at Nyehai and he asked, "Patriarch, great elder, may I know why the two of you are looking for me?" "Nyeli." Nyehai chuckled, completely devoid of his usual dignified appearance, and said, "I came to find you today to ask if you're interested in going to the treasure auction." Nyehai received the invitation from the Hongyu family. The Hongyu family is a noble family. Being invited by the Hongyu family, Nyehai naturally feels very honored. Although the Tensei family is a bit poor financially, since the Hongyu family invited him, he will definitely come on the spot. The reason why Nyehai came to invite Nyeli is to build a good relationship with Nyeli. With the Association of Alchemists behind him, Nyeli's status in the family is not the same as before. In order to not make the situation too awkward, he deliberately invited Nyan. Nyan's relationship with Nyeli is not bad, so he can talk to him. Treasure auction? Nyeli's brows slightly twitched and said, "Okay, I'll go too." Hearing Nyeli's words, Nyehai felt relieved. He was worried that Nyeli would reject him. "Since that's the case, then sit in my carriage." Nyehai lightly smiled and said, "The carriage is already prepared." Nyeli stood up. Since the place isn't far, he doesn't need to pack anything. He followed Nyehai and Nyen into the carriage. The carriage slowly moved. Several gold-rank demon spiritualists and gold-rank fighters from the Association of Alchemists follow behind. They are here to protect Nyeli. Nyehai secretly pondered in his heart. What's the relationship between Nyeli and the Association of Alchemists for the Association of Alchemists to actually place such importance on him? Director Yang has already returned to the Association of Alchemists. Before she left, she specifically told me to take good care of you. It seems that Xiao Li's relationship with Director Yang isn't bad. Nyehai lightly smiled and said. Nyeli lightly glanced at Nyehai, but didn't say anything. Nyehai suddenly felt a little awkward. He embarrassedly smiled. Nyeli didn't give him, the patriarch, any face at all. Nyen, who was beside him, also felt helpless. Nyeli is a member of his branch. In the past, he could casually reprimand Nyeli. But now, even he can't figure out the situation. Nyeli's personality is completely different from before. Nyeli's cold look made him not dare to say anything. The atmosphere in the carriage was a little awkward. "Xiaoli, if there's anything you like in the auction, let me know. I'll bid for it for you," said Nyehai. The items in the rare item auction aren't simple. He's already prepared to bleed. Even if he has to spend a little more money, he wants to bid for 1 or 2 items for Nyeli. After all, kids are easier to please. No need. If I like something, I'll buy it myself. I have the money to pay for it, said Nyeli, shaking his head. In terms of wealth, the entire Tensei family might not be richer than him. Nyen smiled and said, "The items in the rare item auction aren't simple. Even the cheapest item would cost at least thousands of demon spirit coins. The expensive ones might even cost tens of thousands of demon spirit coins. I'm not interested in such a cheap item," Nyeli lightly said. Hearing Nie Li's words, Nie Hai and Nie En were slightly stunned. They looked at each other and bitterly smiled. It seems like they still don't understand the situation. It seems like Yang Xin must have given Nie Li quite a lot of money. Thinking about it, since Yang Xin sent a gold rank expert to protect Nie Li, she must have given Nie Li some pocket money. They thought that Nie Li only has a good relationship with Yang Xin and is under Yang Xin's protection. What they don't know is that Yang Xin and Nie Li have an equal relationship. Inside Nie Li's interspatial ring, it's not as simple as pocket money. There are still 2 chapters at 12 p.m. Everyone, throw your recommendation votes here. Chapter 63. Hanyu Auction House. This auction house is opened by one of the 7 noble families, the Hanyu family. The Hanyu family is a pivotal existence in the northern part of Glory City. There are 5 other noble families nearby that all listen to the Hanyu family, including the Tensei family. In the past, because the Tensei family was suppressed by the Sacred Family, one of the 3 major families, the Hanyu family distanced themselves from the Tensei family. But now, seeing the close relationship between the Association of Alchemists and the Tensei family, the Hanyu family has been showing their goodwill to the Tensei family. The auction house was bustling with people, as nobles Nie Hai, Nie En, and Nie Li were arranged to be in the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Accompanying them were the patriarchs and their followers of the other noble families. Nie Hai saw a few familiar faces and went up to greet them. Patriarch Li Yuan, Patriarch Qi Feng, long time no see, Nie Hai said, cupping his hands. Li Yuan looks to be around 50 to 60 years old. Although his hair is a little white, his spirit is still hale and hearty. He's the patriarch of the Li Yuan family. Qi Feng, who is beside him, is slightly younger. He's the patriarch of the Tian Kuei family. Patriarch Nie Hai, how have you been? Li Yuan and Qi Feng also cupped their hands, lightly smiling. Thanks to the 2 of you, Nie Hai greeted. His relationship with Li Yuan and Qi Feng isn't bad. Even when he was suppressed by the Sacred Family, Li Yuan and Qi Feng still had some contact with Nie Hai. Seeing Nie Hai greeting Li Yuan and Qi Feng, Patriarch Jiangming of the Silver Tiger family and Patriarch Leijua of the Iron Gate family had traces of anger and jealousy on their faces. Patriarch Nie Hai seems to be very proud of himself. Patriarch Leijua said, lightly mocking. Patriarch Jiangming also coldly smiled and said, "Isn't that so?" Previously, he was suppressed by the Sacred Family and had to go to the Sacred Family to beg for help. Now that he has the protection of the Association of Alchemists, of course he can jump around. However, how long could the Association of Alchemists protect the Tensei family? At that time, the Sacred Family might make things difficult for us. I wonder if Patriarch Nie Hai will be as proud as he is today. Hearing the words of Leijua and Jiangming, Nie Hai's face slightly changed. The families of Leijua and Jiangming have never been on good terms with the Tensei family. The sarcasm in their tone made Nie Hai very unhappy. Naturally, he won't show any weakness. He smiled and said, "Why do I smell such a big sour smell?" The Tensei family is indeed protected by the Association of Alchemists. At least it's better than some families that are not loved by their grandparents. Leijua and Jiangming's faces slightly sank. Truth be told, they are indeed very jealous of the Tensei family. The Association of Alchemists today is no longer the Association of Alchemists of the past. They heard that the Association of Alchemists purchased herbs from the Tensei family at a price 30% higher than the market price. Furthermore, the Association of Alchemists also gave the Tensei family quite a number of high-grade elixirs, which is enough to nurture many outstanding younger generations. As for their Silver Tiger family and Taimen family, the herbs that they grow have no market at all. They can only reluctantly sell them at a low price. As a lackey of the Association of Alchemists, you're still so full of yourself. You really think that the Association of Alchemists treats you like treasures? Leijua curled his lips in disdain. Hearing Leijua's words, Li Yuan and Qi Feng also spoke up. Patriarch Leijua's words are incorrect. If the Tensei family is a lackey of the Association of Alchemists, then there is no need for the Association of Alchemists to give such good conditions to the Tensei family, right? Li Yuan faintly smiled. He was obviously on Niehai's side. Qi Feng also nodded and said, "Indeed, it is obvious that the Association of Alchemists has something to ask of the Tensei family. That's why they gave the Tensei family such favorable conditions. Even our two families are benefiting from it. Li Yuan's Li Yuan family and Qi Feng's Tiankue family sold the herbs that they planted to the Tensei family at a price higher than the market price. The Tensei family then sold them to the Association of Alchemists. From this, they earned quite a bit of money. They and the Tensei family have already formed a community of benefits. This can also be considered as their repayment for the help they gave to the Tensei family when they were in dire straits." Lei Zhua and Jiang Ming coldly snorted. They couldn't understand. The Association of Alchemists is such a huge force. Just what kind of matter would they need the Tensei family for? They sent quite a number of their underlings to investigate, but they didn't find any clues. The VIP lounge was filled with a faint hostility. Nye En and Nye Li sat by the side, enjoying their tea. Since it's a fight between the patriarchs, it has nothing to do with them. Therefore, they can't say anything. The patriarchs of the Silver Tiger family and Taimen family have always been arrogant. When the Sacred family was suppressing us, they lowered the price and sent people to buy a piece of land from us. Nye En looked at Lei Zhua and Jiang Ming. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. If we knew that they were the ones who wanted to buy, we wouldn't have sold it no matter what. When the Sacred family was suppressing us, these two families contributed the most and snatched away all of our business. Hearing Nye En's words, Nye Li's brows slightly twitched. If it's just an ordinary family fight, he wouldn't put a heart. However, if these two families are the lackeys of the Sacred family, Nye Li will definitely not let them go. The auction is about to start. The various patriarchs walked to the viewing platform and looked into the distance. The auctioneer in charge of the auction is a beautiful girl. She's wearing a somewhat transparent silk dress. Coupled with her exquisite face, she's filled with endless temptation. Nye Li has to say that the people of the Hanyu family are very smart. Such a sexy and hot girl. It's easy for people to get hot-headed and spend a lot of money. Recently, the Tensei family has been trading various herbs with the Association of Alchemists. They must have earned quite a lot of money. With Patriarch Niehai here, I'm afraid that the real treasures of this auction won't be in the hands of the two of us. Lei Zhua glanced sideways at Niehai and laughed heartily. That's true. How can our financial resources be compared to the Tensei family? Jiang Ming said, smiling. Niehai's expression was gloomy. How could he not hear the ridicule in Lei Zhua's and Jiang Ming's words? However, he could only swallow his anger. Although the Tensei family has earned quite a lot of money from their recent cooperation with the Association of Alchemists, their foundation is still very thin. They've only barely recovered their strength. How can they be compared to the Silver Tiger family and the Taimen family? Li Yuan and Qi Feng also frowned. Lei Zhua and Jiang Ming are simply pressing them step by step. They're unrelenting and annoying. At this time, Nye Li, who's sitting on the right side of Niehai, suddenly said, "The two patriarchs are overpraising me. The Tensei family has nothing else but money. I'm afraid that the real treasures in today's auction won't be yours." Hearing Nye Li's words, Lei Zhua's face darkened. He said, "Brat, who do you think you are? Are you qualified to speak to us? Can you represent the Tensei family?" "Whether or not I can represent the Tensei family, you can ask Patriarch Niehai," Nye Li said indifferently. Nye Li's status in the Tensei family is indeed different from before. Niehai nodded and said, "Of course he can represent the Tensei family. A little brat dares to talk big here. He's really not afraid of biting his tongue." Lei Zhua snorted. Since Niehai said that Nye Li can represent the Tensei family, he had nothing to say. The Tensei family is really getting more and more aggressive. They actually pamper a younger generation so much. Chapter 64. Lei Zhua turned his head, too lazy to bother with Nye Li. Arguing with a kid like Nye Li will only lower his status. Nye Li looked at Niehai and Nye En and said, "I'll pay for the things that I bid later." Nyahai and Nya and looked at each other, bitterly smiling. The two of them don't have any dignity. They can see that Nyeli doesn't have much respect for the two of them. When the other kids in the clan saw the two of them, they couldn't even speak properly. However, Nyeli still had an indifferent look on his face. In fact, in his previous life, when Nyeli saw Nyahai in bunch, he would be very nervous. However, in this life, Nyeli's state of mind has completely changed. There's no one that can give him a lot of pressure. Even if it's Yi Ziyun's grandfather, legend rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo, Nyeli wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Just when Nyeli finished speaking, the auction has already started. Dear guests, for this auction, our Hongyu auction has prepared a lot of treasures for you. Many of them are rare items that we found from various ruins. I hope that everyone will like them. The girl's voice was like a heavenly melody. The first item is from the Qinghe town ruins. It's a broken piece of ancient jade. It contains a very dense soul force aura. The starting price is 300 demon spirit coins. Just when the girl finished speaking, someone raised his paddle. 350 demon spirit coins, 400 demon spirit coins, 500 demon spirit coins, 2,000 demon spirit coins. After the price rose to 2,000 demon spirit coins, it stopped. After all, it's a broken piece of ancient jade. Although there's soul force aura on it, it's only worth this price. An ordinary aristocratic family's annual income can only reach 1 million demon spirit coins. An ordinary family's annual expenditure is only 2,000 to 3,000 demon spirit coins. Therefore, 2,000 demon spirit coins is considered a lot to them. Nyeli glanced at that piece of ancient jade. From the color and luster, he can tell that it's a primary nether jade. The quality isn't bad. If it's used to its full potential, it should be worth 20,000 to 30,000 demon spirit coins. Seeing that no one in the VIP room responded, Nyeli raised his card again. Tensei family, 2,500 demon spirit coins. 2,500 demon spirit coins going once. 2,500 demon spirit coins going twice. 2,500 demon spirit coins going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to the Tensei family for winning this piece of ancient jade. Leijua looked at Nyeli's direction with a weird expression, mumbled, he actually spent 2,500 demon spirit coins on a piece of broken jade. What's the use of it? Nyahai and Nyen were also a little confused, but since Nyeli was paying the bill, they didn't say anything. The next item for auction is a mysterious interspatial ring. Everyone, please take a look. The auctioneer girl slowly raised the ring. This interspatial ring is crystal clear, without a single flaw. It's a storage ring. Inside, there's a space of over 200 square meters. It can be said to be of the highest quality. This ring was brought back by a gold rank fighter from the Ningyu City ruins. The Ningyu City ruins is the most dangerous and also the richest in treasures. The quality of the treasures from the ruins is extremely high. Many of them were kept by the city lord. The starting price of this ring is 50,000 demon spirit coins. The auctioneer girl's voice rose and fell. Finally, there's something good, but the price is so expensive, it's actually 50,000 demon spirit coins. This interspatial ring has such a big space. Selling it for 50,000 demon spirit coins wouldn't be too much. The entire Tensei family's monthly income is less than 100,000 demon spirit coins, and they still need to maintain the family's expenses. This price of 50,000 demon spirit coins is enough to make Nyahai and Nyan flinch. Some of the rich merchants below have already started bidding. 51,000 demon spirit coins. 53,000 demon spirit coins. 55,000 demon spirit coins. The competition is very intense. Leijua glanced at Nyahai and Bunch, smiled and said, Patriarch Nyahai, you're not interested? Then I'll start bidding. 70,000 demon spirit coins. Leijua faintly said. The entire hall instantly turned silent. He actually increased it by 15,000 demon spirit coins. Indeed worthy of being the rich and overbearing Silver Tiger family. Seems like we can only forget about it. A few of the rich merchants who were drooling over this interspatial ring could only give up. For a long time, no one increased the price. Silver Tiger family bids 70,000 demon spirit coins. Is there anyone willing to bid a higher price? The girl's crisp voice asked. Although Nieli has a few interspatial rings, the space is too small. They're all filled with demon crystal cards. It's really not enough. Since there's such a high-quality interspatial ring, Nieli naturally won't give it up so easily. It's just the right time to buy one. An interspatial ring with a circumference of 200 meters. If he were to miss this opportunity, it would be hard to find a bigger one in the future. 100,000 demon spirit coins. Nieli faintly increased the price. Hearing Nieli's words, Niehai and Nien felt their hearts tremble. Their hearts were bleeding. This is 100,000 demon spirit coins. My God, 100,000 demon spirit coins is more than the entire Tensei family's monthly income. Nieli actually only bought one interspatial ring. Tensei family bids 100,000 demon spirit coins. Is there anyone willing to bid? The girl loudly asked. 100,000 demon spirit coins. Lage was sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He was a little dumbfounded. This price is already unbearable for him. That's 100,000 demon spirit coins. He opened his mouth, wanting to raise the price. However, he was worried that this might be a trap set by the Tensei family. Therefore, he didn't dare to raise the price anymore. 100,000 demon spirit coins going once, 100,000 demon spirit coins going twice, 100,000 demon spirit coins going thrice. Sold. The girl's hammer heavily fell. 100,000 demon spirit coins. This is undoubtedly a price that can make people excited. Nieli looked at Nian and said, Grand Elder, can you help me get those 2 items? I might need to use that interspatial ring soon. Here are 11 demon crystal cards. The rest will be a gift to Grand Elder. Nieli casually took out 11 demon crystal cards. Nian was depressed. He felt that Nieli was treating him as an errand boy. He's now the Grand Elder of the Tensei family. However, looking at those 11 demon crystal cards, Nian took a deep breath. He thought to himself, forget it. He'll just take it as bearing the humiliation. 11 demon crystal cards is 110,000 demon spirit coins. After deducting the price of the 2 items, there's still 7,500 demon spirit coins left. Just by running an errand, he could get 7,500 demon spirit coins. That doesn't seem to be a loss. With so many people in the Tenjin family, their monthly income is only 100,000 demon spirit coins. For Nian to run an errand, he can get 7,500 demon spirit coins. Niehai can't wait to do it himself. So poor. Niehai couldn't help but sigh. Only he knows how serious the financial crisis of the Tensei family is. After deducting the monthly expenses of nurturing the younger generation, the Tensei family is still in a state of debt. Nieli is too rich. As a member of the Tensei family, Nieli should make some contributions to the family. However, Niehai can't request anything from Nieli. After all, the relationship between the Tensei family and the Association of Alchemists depends on Nieli to maintain it. The next item is this jade bottle used to store elixirs. It's made from some kind of warm jade. It can greatly preserve the medicinal properties. It was dug out from a sunken ship at the bottom of the ancient Wind Spirit River. The Tensei family bids 60,000 demon spirit coins. Anyone else? 60,000 demon spirit coins going once, 60,000 demon spirit coins going twice, 60,000 demon spirit coins going thrice. Sold. The next item is a set of gold rank suit. Looking at the inscription patterns, it's from the Snowwind era. This suit has the demon spirit of a scarlet flame tiger sealed within it. This is a species that was hunted to extinction during the Snowwind era. Therefore, this set of gold rank suit is very likely to be unique. Only gold rank demon spiritualists can wear it. The starting price is 600,000 demon spirit coins. Seeing this set of gold rank suit, Nieli's eyes slightly lit up. He raised his paddle and said, 1 million. Everyone was dumbfounded. The entire hall was silent for a long time. This guy simply doesn't give anyone a chance. Shaoli, did you bid for it for me? Thank you so much. Niehai nervously rubbed his hands. This is a set of gold rank suit. Wearing this set, his strength will increase by at least 30%. Nieli glanced at Niehai and said, "Who said I bid for it for you? But in the entire Tensei family, only I'm a gold-rank demon spiritualist." Niehai was stunned for a moment and said, "Aside from him, who else can wear this set of gold-rank suit?" "I bid for it for my own use in the future," Nieli lightly said. Niehai opened his mouth wide. Hearing Nieli's words, Niehai's joyful mood immediately turned into incomparable bitterness. He was like a young married woman that was abandoned. Brothers, urgently seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 65. God knows how long it would take for Nieli to advance to gold-rank demon spiritualist. Could it be that he spent 1,000,000 demon spirit coins to buy a gold-rank suit just to look at it? Thinking about it here, Niehai couldn't help feeling a little crazy. However, as the patriarch of the Tensei family, he can't lower his face to ask Nieli for it. It's only 1,000,000 demon spirit coins. For Nieli, it's nothing. Right now, Nieli's wealth can be ranked within the top 5 in Glory City. Furthermore, with the cooperation with the Association of Alchemists, Nieli can earn hundreds of millions of demon spirit coins every day. Nieli threw out 1,000,000 demon spirit coins without even blinking his eyes. If Nieli is willing, buying the entire auction house wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Nieli is still relatively low-key. Using the name of the Tensei family to buy some treasures, others wouldn't suspect anything. However, if he were to buy the entire auction house, it would be a little too high profile. At this moment, the rich merchants below were all discussing. How did the Tensei family suddenly become so rich? I heard that the Tensei family is now being taken care of by the Association of Alchemists. The Association of Alchemists is buying herbs from them at a price of 30% higher than the market price. There's actually such a thing. No wonder the Tensei family is so rich. Relying on his amazing hearing, Niehai was extremely depressed in his heart. If the Tensei family is really that rich, then it's fine. However, the money used in the auction is all Nieli's. It has nothing to do with them. Although he is the patriarch of the Tensei family, the members of the Tensei family, aside from paying some money to the family every month, most of their assets are private. He has no way of asking Nieli to contribute his money to the family. Not to mention that Nieli's position is different now. He doesn't even dare to say a harsh word to Nieli. Leijua and Jiangming were extremely depressed. In this auction, they saw the Tensei family continuously buying one item after another. They had nothing to do with it. Furthermore, they don't dare to raise the price anymore. If they lose it in their hands, then they would be depressed. As for Qi Feng and Li Yuan, they were enviously looking at Niehai, sighing in their hearts. The Tensei family is really rich. They would never have thought that those items were bought by Nieli for himself, and not for the Tensei family. Look, I've gained a lot of face for our Tensei family. Nieli transmitted his voice to Niehai, smiling as he said. Hearing Nieli's words, Niehai rolled his eyes. He would rather not have this little bit of reputation. How many more items do you want to bid? Niehai looked at Nieli and asked. Up till now, Nieli has already bid for more than 10 items. He has already spent nearly 2,000,000 demon spirit coins. Of course, I'm going to bid for anything that I fancy. Nieli lightly smiled and said. Niehai's mouth was opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. Anything that he fancied, he's simply too rich. Yang Xin gave Nieli so much pocket money. This Association of Alchemists is really rich and overbearing. Just casually giving out some money is already something that ordinary people can't imagine. Seeing that no one was bidding for a long time, the auctioneer girl shouted a few more times and finally dropped the hammer. This gold-rank suit finally belongs to Nieli. The next item is the Association of Alchemists' commission, soul-nurturing pills and soul-concentrating pills. The auctioneer girl smiled and said, "This time, we have received a total of 1,000 soul-nurturing pills and 100 soul-concentrating pills from the Association of Alchemists. I hope that everyone will cherish this opportunity." Hearing the girl's clear and pleasant voice, no matter if it's the wealthy merchants below or the 5 patriarchs, Niehai, Qi Feng, Li Yuan, Leijua, or Jiangming, all of them were excited. That's the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill. When these two elixirs came out, it caused a huge uproar in the entire Glory City. Many demon spiritualists, after eating the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill, had their cultivation soar by leaps and bounds. Some even broke through to silver rank or gold rank. Some whose innate talent isn't suitable for cultivating soul force. After eating the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill, their soul force also received a huge increase. Under this kind of situation, these two elixirs are hard to come by. Every family has to use their family's financial resources. Even if they have to sell everything, they have to purchase the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill, all for the sake of nurturing their family's younger generation. However, these two elixirs are simply too little. The amount that the Association of Alchemists can produce is simply not enough to supply the huge market of Glory City. Generally, only those major families and noble families can purchase these two elixirs in large quantities. The Hongyu Auction House is one of the top 3 auction houses in the northern region of Glory City. They only got a quota of 1,000 soul-nurturing pills and 100 soul-concentrating pills. This is simply too many monks and not enough gruel. Niahai's eyes flashed. He came here for these two elixirs. Nelly, bid for as many of these two elixirs as you can. Niahai excitedly said, these two elixirs are good for raising cultivation, especially the soul-concentrating pill. For Niahai, and in bunch, it has a very strong effect. When their cultivation increases, their family status will also increase. Why are you bidding for these things? Nelly asked in surprise. Could it be that the Association of Alchemists didn't give you these two elixirs? As the provider of these elixirs, Nelly definitely doesn't lack these elixirs. Why did the Association of Alchemists give us these two elixirs? Niahai turned his head to look at Nelly and curiously asked. Nelly was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. All along, the sale of these elixirs was controlled by Yang Xin. Yang Xin gave Nelly a lot of elixirs, including hundreds of thousands of soul-nurturing pills, tens of thousands of soul-concentrating pills, thousands of soul-tempering pills, thousands of scarlet body-enhancing pills, 9 transformation pills, and so on. Yang Xin gave so many elixirs to Nelly, so she didn't give any elixirs to the Tensei family. In her view, Nelly represents the Tensei family. Oh, nothing. Nelly shook his head and said, since it's like this, he'll just give some elixirs to the family. After all, he's still a member of the Tensei family. The atmosphere of the auction was very lively. The auctioneer on the stage, seeing the situation, lightly smiled and said, in this auction, all the soul-nurturing pills will be auctioned in batches of 100, and all the soul-concentrating pills will be auctioned in batches of 10. All right, the first set of soul-nurturing pills, the starting price is 100,000 demon spirit coins. The auction will now begin. 150,000 demon spirit coins. 160,000. The price quickly rose to 200,000 demon spirit coins. Niahai's expression was also excited. His face turned red. He's already prepared to take out 600,000 demon spirit coins. His goal is to get a set of soul-nurturing pills and a set of soul-concentrating pills. This is already the limit of the Tensei family's financial resources. Seeing the price of the first set of soul-concentrating pills reach 200,000 demon spirit coins, Niahai backed off. He doesn't need to compete with others for the first set of soul-nurturing pills, since there are still 9 sets left. Qi Feng and Li Yuan both looked at Niahai in astonishment. The Heavenly Marks family just casually threw out 2 million demon spirit coins, without even blinking their eyes. Why did they increase the price by 10,000 when they were competing for the elixirs? Why did they give up after increasing it to 200,000 demon spirit coins? Seeing that Niahai doesn't have any intention to compete, Qi Feng and Li Yuan only dared to join the competition. With the rich and overbearing Tensei family by their side, the psychological pressure on them is too big. From the beginning until now, they could only watch the Tensei family buy one item after another. They didn't even have the chance to call out a price. Now, they can finally participate in the competition. No matter what, they have to buy something back. Otherwise, it would be a waste coming here. Chapter 66. Leijua and Jiangming also joined the scuffle. The four families raised the price to 320,000 demon spirit coins before stopping. Nieli, this is a soul-nurturing pill. Aren't you going to bid for it? Niehai rubbed his hands, eagerly looked at Nieli, and asked. It's better for Nieli to bid for this elixir than for it to be snatched away by other families. Not interested. I've already bid for so many things, I have to leave something for others to bid for. Otherwise, it's boring to bid alone. Nieli lightly said. Niehai bitterly smiled. The soul-nurturing pill is a good item to nurture the younger generation of the family. He suddenly remembered something. These elixirs are from the Association of Alchemists, and Nieli has a good relationship with Yang Xian. There's no reason for Yang Xian not to give Nieli some elixirs. No wonder Nieli has no interest in the soul-nurturing pill. Nieli, did Director Yang give you any elixirs? Niehai softly asked. Yeah, those elixirs are what I asked Sister Yang for. Patriarch wouldn't be thinking of snatching them away, right? If so, I'll tell Sister Yang. Nieli blinked his eyes and said in a serious tone. His eyes flashed a trace of a teasing smile. Occasionally teasing the Patriarch is also an interesting thing, although he has already decided to contribute a portion of the elixirs to the family. How could that be? Niehai simply wanted to cry. If Nieli told Director Yang about this, the cooperation between the Tensei family and the Association of Alchemists would be ruined. What I mean is, since Director Yang gave you the elixirs, you must take good care of them. Don't let others take them away. Oh, I misunderstood the Patriarch. Thanks for the Patriarch's concern. Nieli nodded his head. Niehai bitterly smiled and turned his head. Kids these days are too hard to deal with. It's hard to get any benefit from Nieli. Niehai's heart is filled with bitterness. The first batch of soul-nurturing pills was won by Leijua with the price of 320,000 demon spirit coins, followed by the second batch, third batch, fourth batch, and fifth batch. Every time Niehai wanted a bid, the price of the elixirs would be raised to 300,000 demon spirit coins. Niehai was depressed. If he won a batch of soul-nurturing pills, he wouldn't have any money to bid for the soul-concentrating pills. He can only watch the other patriarchs fight, silently crying in his heart. This bunch of patriarchs are too rich, Niehai indignantly thought. After all, the Tensei family's foundation is too weak. They just started working with the Association of Alchemists. They were previously in debt and only recently paid it off. How can they be compared to the Silver Tiger, Iron Gate, and other families? These families' foundation is still quite rich. Seeing this bunch of people fighting so fiercely, Nieli was secretly speechless. This elixir business is really profitable. Anyway, the money from the auction, after deducting the auction fees, 30% will be his. Nieli was happy to see this happen and did not join in. Although he can raise the price, but this amount of money is nothing to Nieli, who earns hundreds of millions of demon spirit coins a day. Seeing one batch of soul-nurturing pills after another falling into the hands of others, without any share for himself, Niehai's heart can be imagined. After the 5 batches of soul-nurturing pills were sold, although the intense scene calmed down a little, the price of each batch did not fall below 300,000 demon spirit coins. Patriarch Niehai, I can see that you're not enthusiastic in raising the price. Are you not interested in the soul-nurturing pills? Chi Feng curiously asked. Niehai is really bitter. He wanted to say that he really doesn't have any money, but the problem is, will Chi Feng and the rest believe him? Earlier, the one who was throwing away money like that was Nieli, not him. Li Yuan thoughtfully said, Patriarch Niehai has a close relationship with the Association of Alchemists. You should be able to buy a lot of low-priced elixirs from the Association of Alchemists. If there are any low-priced elixirs, Patriarch Niehai, don't forget about us. As long as the price is lower than 300,000 demon spirit coins, we'll buy as many as you can. Then all right, Niehai reluctantly replied. Even if he denies it, Chi Feng and Li Yuan wouldn't believe him. He can only helplessly look at Nieli. Seeing Niehai's depressed gaze, Nieli blinked his eyes with an innocent look. He still wants to tease this smelly old man, who asked him to keep a straight face in his previous life. The last 10 batches of soul-nurturing pills were all auctioned off. Leijua got 3, Jiangming got 2, Li Yuan and Qi Feng got 1 each, and the rest were bought by other wealthy businessmen. Next up is the soul concentrating pill. Upon hearing the words soul concentrating pill, the atmosphere of the entire auction house became even more heated. One must know that the soul concentrating pill has quite a bit of use for silver rank and gold rank demon spiritualists, especially those who have been stuck on the edge of advancement for a long time. A soul concentrating pill can create a gold rank demon spiritualist. It can even help a gold rank demon spiritualist break through to black gold rank. One can only imagine how tempting it is. 350,000 demon spirit coins. The auctioneer loudly said. 360,000 demon spirit coins. 390,000 demon spirit coins. Very quickly, the price rose to more than 500,000 demon spirit coins. Furthermore, it's still going up. Seeing that it's nearing 600,000, this price already made Niehai dumbfounded. He originally thought that 600,000 demon spirit coins would be enough to buy a soul concentrating pill. He never thought that he wouldn't even be able to buy one. If he knew this would happen, he would have bought a soul-nurturing pill. Don't tell me that he has to return empty-handed this time? Niehai was depressed to death. This bunch of people are too crazy. Just 10 pills. They actually raised the price to such a high price. Is there still justice in this world? Wasn't the Alchemist Association a little too profiteering? Niehai's heart was filled with indignation. However, who asked the Tensei family to be the most miserable among the aristocratic families? Previously, they had to sell a lot of their territories to pay off their debts. Being able to gather 600,000 demon spirit coins is already their limit. 650,000. The first soul concentrating pill was sold for 650,000 demon spirit coins. Niehai and Nia looked at each other and bitterly smiled. They gloomily watched as Lei Zhua kept the soul concentrating pill into his bag. Nieli, Elder Nian finally couldn't bear it anymore. He said to Nieli, "Can you help us bid for a soul concentrating pill? We'll owe you the money first. We'll pay you back in the future." Nieli threw out 2 million demon spirit coins without even blinking his eyes. Borrowing 650,000 demon spirit coins shouldn't be a problem. If it was Niehai who asked, Nieli wouldn't give him any face. Although Niehai is the patriarch of the Tensei family, he was estranged from Nieli in his previous life. However, Nian is different. When Glory City was destroyed, Nian gave Nieli's family a lot of protection. Therefore, Nieli still has some respect for Nian. Grand Elder, since you've opened your mouth, this matter is naturally not a problem. However, there's really no need to bid for this soul concentrating pill. Nieli's right hand moved, took out a few big bottles from his interspatial ring, stuffed them into Nian's hands and said, "There are 5,000 soul-nurturing pills, 600 soul-concentrating pills, and 100 soul-tempering pills. Consider it as a gift to Grand Elder." Hugging the bottles, Nian's eyes were dull. His voice was trembling. 5,000 soul-nurturing pills, 600 soul-concentrating pills, and soul-tempering pills? Nian was completely dumbfounded. Niehai was also dumbfounded. The various families in the auction house are still fighting for a few soul-nurturing pills and soul-concentrating pills. However, Nieli casually took out 5,000 soul-nurturing pills, 600 soul-concentrating pills, and even the soul-tempering pills that can't be bought in the market. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Nian was still in a daze. Chapter 67. After receiving it from Nieli, Nian opened one of the bottles. He quickly discovered that it was filled with soul-nurturing pills, soul-concentrating pills, and soul-tempering pills. No matter if it's soul-nurturing pills, soul-concentrating pills, or soul-tempering pills, every single one of them is very small, but it's the real deal. There's actually soul-tempering pills, and a total of 100 of them. My God, one must know that the effect of the soul-tempering pill is 10 times stronger than the soul-concentrating pill. Aside from a few major families that can enjoy this level of elixir, it's impossible to buy soul-tempering pills in the market. The Snow Wind auction house in the center of Glory City once auctioned a batch of soul-tempering pills. One of the soul-tempering pills was sold at a sky-high price of 1.5 million demon spirit coins. 100 of them is over 100 million demon spirit coins. Thinking of this number, Nian almost fainted. Even if you have so much money, unless you have some special means, it's very hard to buy soul-tempering pills in the market. Because these elixirs just came out, the price is very expensive. But actually, the Association of Alchemists has a lot of stock. In the future, the price will slowly drop. This amount of elixirs is nothing. Contributing to the Tensei family is the duty of every family member, Nieli said righteously. Hearing Nieli's words, Niehai was depressed. Just now when he asked Nieli didn't have any intention of giving him the elixirs. He even said that if Niehai were to take the elixirs from him, he will tell Director Yang. He doesn't have any intention of contributing to the family. If it was Nian, he would instantly give out so many elixirs. Niehai felt that he, as the patriarch, is really useless. He actually gave out 5,000 soul nurturing pills, 600 soul concentrating pills, and 100 soul tempering pills. Niehai felt his heart trembling. With these elixirs, how long would it last for the Tensei family? Great Elder, quickly keep it. When we return, we can give it to our branch clansmen to use. Nieli reminded Nian. Hearing Nieli's words, Nian recovered from his shock and hurriedly stored the pills in his space ring. He looked into the distance with some worry. When they had spoken, they had controlled their voices, so the four patriarchs hadn't heard them. Knowing that no one had noticed them, Nian relaxed. Thinking of the pills in the spatial ring, Nian felt a strong sense of happiness in his heart. With so many pills, it was enough to raise the strength of the branch clansmen to another level. The Tensei family had a total of 8 branches. Usually, there was still some conflicts between the branches, so Nian wasn't selfless. Nian, Great Elder, this isn't right. All the members of the Tensei family are our clansmen. How can you disregard the clansmen of the other branches for your own selfishness? Niehai hurriedly said. Looking at Nieli and Nian, they weren't prepared to share the pills with the other branches. Nieli and Nian looked at each other. Nieli looked at Niehai and said doubtfully, "These pills are mine. I can give them to whoever I want. Is there anything wrong with this? Aren't the clansmen of our branch clansmen of the Tensei family? The strength of our branch's disciples has increased, which also means that the strength of the entire Tensei family has increased. How can this be generalized? These pills have to be distributed to all the clansmen to achieve the greatest effect." Niehai hurriedly said, "There are so many pills. No matter what, we have to distribute some to the other branches, right?" Nian's position among the elders of the Tenjin family was relatively low. It was only recently, because of Nieli, that he became the clan's law enforcement elder. Nian had always been kind to others and was relatively cowardly. He rarely fought for anything for the clansmen of his branch. But today, with so many pills, Nian was finally full of confidence. These pills were enough to determine the future of the entire family. Patriarch Niehai, these pills are given by Nieli. Nieli can give them to whoever he wants. I don't have the power to decide. Nian said respectfully, kicking the ball to Nieli. Anyway, Nieli now had Yang Xi in support, so he could ignore Niehai. Niehai was depressed. This grandfather and grandson were simply in cahoots. Nieli didn't intend to fall out with Niehai. Of course, he still had to take care of the clansmen of the other branches. With so many pills, the clansmen of his branch couldn't use so many at once. Anyway, he could get more pills in the future, so he didn't care about this. Great Elder, divide these pills into 2/5 and hand them over to the clan for distribution. Nieli looked at Nian and said. And okay. Nian nodded. He wasn't someone who didn't see the big picture. 3/5. Niehai argued. Only 2/5. If Patriarch Niehai doesn't want it, then forget it. Nieli shook his head and said with absolute dominance. With so many pills, even if he only took out 2/5, it would be enough for the Tensei family to use for a long time. How about this? We take out half and hand it over to the clan. And try to smooth things over. Great Elder really understands the big picture. Niehai owes you a favor. Nyahai cupped his hands and said seriously. Half was already very good. After all, the number of pills had far exceeded his imagination. Patriarch Nyahai, do you mean that I don't see the big picture? Nyeli raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't mean it like that. Shaoli misunderstood. I apologized to Shaoli. Shaoli can contribute so many pills to the clan. It proves that Shaoli still cares about the clan. Nyahai was scared and quickly apologized. If Nyeli got angry and took back all the pills, he would cry. Unknowingly, Nyeli had completely grasped the initiative. The identity of the patriarch was completely useless to Nyeli. When Nyeli got angry, Nyahai had to carefully apologize. Although he was depressed, he didn't dare to say anything. However, when he thought of those pills, Nyahai didn't have any anger anymore. So many pills were enough to have a profound impact on the Tensei family. Even if he had to suffer more anger, it was worth it. Nyeli snorted twice and turned his head. Nyen couldn't help but find it funny. In the past, when Nyeli saw the elders in the clan, he was afraid, not to mention Nyahai. Now the situation was completely reversed. In front of Nyeli, Nyahai simply didn't dare to breathe. Where was the majesty of the patriarch? The 10 soul concentrating pills were finally divided by the various families and wealthy merchants. Everyone who bought the pills had an excited look on their faces. At this moment, whether it was Nyahai or Nyen, they instantly had a feeling of being above everyone else. For a mere 100 soul concentrating pills, they actually fought like this. The entire Hongyu auction house was allocated a quota of 1,000 soul nourishing pills and 100 soul concentrating pills. But they were sitting on so many soul nourishing pills and soul concentrating pills. If they were to be converted into money, it was simply unimaginable. Not to mention the amazing effect of the soul tempering pill. His heart was excited, but it was like he was still in a dream. Nyan's hands unconsciously covered his interspatial ring. This was the first time that his interspatial ring contained such a huge amount of wealth. His heart couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He was afraid that it would be stolen. Although it was very safe to put it in the interspatial ring, he still felt uneasy. And Nyahai, who was at the side, was simply like Nyan's guard, guarding beside Nyan. If someone dared to snatch their pills, they would definitely risk their lives to fight the other party. Chapter 68. The elixirs that Nyeli casually gave out were comparable to the entire wealth of a noble family. Nyeli had provided the Association of Alchemists with so many elixir formulas. In terms of elixirs, the Association of Alchemists would definitely try their best to satisfy Nyeli. The elixirs that were given to Nyeli were equivalent to 1/5 of the entire Association of Alchemists' output. It can be said that other than the Association of Alchemists, the one who had the most elixirs on hand was Nyeli. Other than the soul-nurturing elixir, soul-concentrating elixir, and soul-tempering elixir, I also have the Scarlet Body-enhancing elixir and 9-transformation elixir. Nyeli purposely paused for a moment. He even has the legendary Scarlet Body-enhancing elixir and 9-transformation elixir. Nyahai and Nyan's eyes blazed with passion. These two precious elixirs, Lord Patriarch can't possibly ask me to give them to the family for free, right? Nyeli's meaning was that if Nyahai wanted to get these two elixirs from him, then he would have to perform well and give some generous conditions. That's for sure. The family's private property is protected by the family. Nyahai hastily said. He was also a little vexed in his heart. What benefits can he give to Nyeli? And suddenly thought of something and said, That's right, Lord Patriarch. Our Tensei family has a long history. There's still many good things passed down from ancient times in our family's treasury. Since Shaoli has already been accepted into the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute, shouldn't we let Shaoli pick an item from the treasury as a reward? Tensei family's treasury? Nyeli's heart was slightly moved. In his previous life, he had never entered the treasury of the Tensei family. As a descendant of one of the 10 lords of the Snow Wind Empire, the Tensei family's treasury should still have some good stuff. There were many treasures that had been passed down for a long time. Nyahai and the others might not know their uses, but Nyeli was different. In his previous life, Nyeli had appraised countless treasures. Generally, good things could not escape Nyeli's eyes. Elder Nyen, take this Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pill after you go back. It's especially useful for strengthening the physical body of a martial artist. Nyeli handed a Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pill to Nyen and said, "Thank you, Shaoli." Nyen was a little excited. The price of the Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pill was very hot outside. It said that the price of a Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pill was raised to over 1 million Demon Spirit coins. Nyaha was a little jealous. This Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pill is not only effective for fighters, it's also very useful for demon spiritualists. Shaoli, the Tensei family is your home. The treasury of the Tensei family is your treasury. If there's anything in there, as long as you like it, you can take it. Nyahai immediately agreed with Nyahai. Although there's still some things in the treasury, those that can be used have already been taken out. What's left are things that even they can't use. He can't wait for Nyeli to treasure the things inside and take a few more. The elixirs that Nyeli gave to the Tensei family is already comparable to the value of the entire Tensei family's treasury. Patriarch is really generous. I misunderstood Patriarch all this while. This is a Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pill. I'll gift it to Patriarch. After I'm done choosing from the treasury, I'll gift 100 Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pills and 109 Transformation Pills to the family. Nyeli lightly said. Since he has a lot of elixirs in his hands, gifting a little is nothing. Hearing Nyeli's words, Nyahai's eyes lit up. He can't wait to fly back to the Tensei family. The auction is still ongoing. The elixir auction has already ended. Leijua and Jiangming both glanced at Nyahai. Nyahai must have been pretending to be rich earlier, spending 2 million demon spirit coins to buy a bunch of elixirs. When it's time for the elixirs to be auctioned, he won't have any money left. Leijua coldly laughed. Jiangming also added, although the gold rank set is useful, it can only be used by one person. Furthermore, it can only be used in battle. In the end, it's not as practical as these elixirs. I reckon that Nyahai's intestines will turn green from regret. What they don't know is that Nyahai and Bunch have already gotten so many elixirs from Nyeli. Why would they still be interested in the elixirs in the auction? As they were talking, Nyeli once again started to bid crazily. He consecutively bid for 5 to 6 million demon spirit coins worth of items. As long as there's even a little bit of interest, he would bid for them all. Since he has so much money, he can't finish spending it. Putting so many demon crystal cards in his interspatial ring takes up space. He might as well buy them. So the Tensei family isn't interested in those elixirs, not because they're out of money. Leijua and Jiangming's faces were burning. Damn it, since when did the Tensei family become so rich? Their hearts were extremely depressed. After half an hour of auction, Nyeli bought dozens of items. However, there wasn't much that could make Nyeli excited. He was a little bored. At this moment, the female auctioneer suddenly raised her voice and used a very enticing voice to say, "This auction is about to end. However, we will soon have an incomparable treasure that will be auctioned." Just when the female auctioneer finished her words, more than 20 people walked into the auction venue. These people were wearing luxurious clothes. Under the guidance of a few beautiful girls, they walked up the stairs, all the way to the 3rd floor of the auction venue. The entire venue was in an uproar. I know that person. He's an elder of the Feng Ming family. That's an elder of the Winged Dragon family. That's an elder of the Sacred family. Why would they come here? I heard that the Hong Yu clan has found an incomparably rare treasure in the Dark Ruins this time. That's why they're holding this auction. They've even invited the representatives of the 3 great peerless families and the other 6 grand families to participate in the auction. The items that were auctioned earlier shouldn't be of interest to these super forces. After all, they can be bought in other auctions. Their purpose for coming here this time is the so-called incomparable treasure of the Hong Yu family. They actually found it from the Dark Ruins. My God, they actually have the guts to enter the Dark Ruins. Dark Ruins? Nyeli recalled that place. In his previous life, he didn't enter it. He only heard about it from others. The Dark Ruins is a nightmarish place. Only black gold rank and above experts would dare to enter. That place is home to a large number of terrifying demon beasts. It's said that during the early stages of the Age of Darkness, a legend-rank demon spiritualist lived there. The demon spirit that the legend-rank demon spiritualist integrated with was a terrifying demon spirit. After the legend-rank demon spiritualist passed away, that place was occupied by a nightmare demon spirit. The nightmare demon spirit is a very mysterious and frightening demon spirit. There are many mysterious abilities that even Nieli doesn't fully understand. Furthermore, the nightmare demon spirit is one of the hardest demon spirits to capture. Nieli wondered what the Hanyu family got from the Dark Ruins this time. Nieli couldn't help looking forward to it. What exactly is the item that the Hanyu family is going to auction? The representatives of the 3 major families and the 7 noble families took their seats. The atmosphere in the auction venue froze. Everyone was looking forward to what item the Hanyu family will take out.